Pokemon, inherited Team Rockets as soon as I crossed over. Chapter 1 Leader and Savior. It's bad, the trainers from the 7 islands are coming. Surrender, we can only surrender now. Impossible, we absolutely cannot surrender. In the small meeting room, several people argued fiercely, and each side had its own arguments. Some people advocated surrender, while others advocated fighting to the end. Dongxing closed his eyes slightly, looking like he was resting. At this moment, his memory was in chaos, with fragmented information and familiar and unfamiliar pictures. Who am I? Where am I? Are these things in my mind real? Facing the chaotic memories in his mind, Dongxing said it was hard to accept. I traveled through time? And became the deputy leader of Team Rockets. Now Giovanni was defeated, and the Team Rockets branch was wiped out. This is a bloody start. Dongxing wailed in his heart. Even if he cherished his chance to travel through time. Facing the desperate situation in front of him, he was powerless to save the situation. The 7th island. The Birth Island. Thousands of trainers gathered. They were preparing to wipe out Team Rockets. When Team Rockets was at its peak, it established branches in various regions. Each region was independent and had no connection with each other. All were arranged by Giovanni alone. And Dongxing was assigned to the 7th island, a forgotten island. The members who can come to the 7 islands are basically people without any potential or talent. The setting of the 7 islands branch is very simple. In addition to Dongxing, who is the deputy leader, the rest are only 3 cadres and several members. The members who can come to the 7 islands are all top-notch people. They are obviously not strong, but they think they can do it and make trouble everywhere. The branches of other region Team Rockets are hidden in the dark. But Team Rocket HQ on the 7 islands is in the open. As long as you are from the 7 islands, you can find the base of Team Rockets. All these credits are attributed to the 3 cadres. These 3 cadres are all top-notch people. For a deputy leader, this is undoubtedly the most tragic thing. Although Dongxing is the deputy leader in Team Rockets, he has no say in front of the 3 cadres. His power has long been hollowed out. Before coming to the 7 islands, most of his Pokemon were borrowed by Giovanni. Originally, Giovanni wanted to make a big thing, and occupied Hone region, Unova region, and Sinnoh region through Mutuo. The plan was good, and the changes came quickly. After Dongxing did not have a fully equipped team, he lost the confidence to speak in Team Rockets. As time went by, his deterrence gradually declined, and his status was constantly challenged. Thinking of this, Dongxing slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 3 people in front of him. The other 3 people saw Dongxing open his eyes, and the voices of discussion gradually disappeared. Deputy leader, you should give me an idea. Now that Giovanni has lost contact, I think we should disband on the spot. Qian Xiao looked indifferent, picking his ears with his left hand, his eyes full of impatience. He was in charge of the finances of Team Rockets, and he had already made a lot of money by coming to the 7 islands to make a lot of money. Now he just waited for Team Rockets to disband and find a region to live a luxurious life. Therefore, when the trainers on the 7 islands attacked, he chose to surrender. Shut up! Dongxing shouted, and the 3 looked at him in surprise. Facing the mess in front of him, the best way is to take over. However, as a qualified taker, he must first overcome the crisis in front of him. Fortunately, there are no particularly powerful trainers on the 7 islands. The only famous Lorelei has left her hometown long ago, and now they are just a mob. Just a group of people without a mob, can you scare them like this? Dongxing raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of self-mockery. The 3 cadres were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and said nothing. It was the first time they saw Dongxing dare to speak loudly. The 3 people focused their eyes on Dongxing, waiting for the deputy leader to issue an order. After all, now is the time when Team Rockets is leaderless, and disbanding on the spot is the best choice for everyone. You usually do things so high profile, but now that someone is calling, why are you all so scared? Dong Xing said coldly. Qian Shao's face changed when he heard this, and he immediately said, who dares to do things so high profile? Don't let me know who it is, otherwise I will definitely kill him. Hearing Qian Shao's words, the remaining 2 cotters sneered. Who else could it be? The person who usually acts the most high profile is you, Qian Shao, who casually snatches other people's Pokemon, sells them at high prices, occupies fruit forests, and even tells others the address of the base. Haha, your acting skills are really bad. Dongxing's mouth twitched slightly, and now he can only rely on his identity as a deputy leader of Team Rockets to suppress them. Even if Dongxing's status in Team Rockets is getting worse day by day, as long as he says not to disband, Team Rockets will not disband. Now that Boss Giovanni has lost contact, I will inherit the will of Team Rockets. From today on, I am the leader of Team Rockets. Dongxing looked serious, as if he had made a very difficult decision. At present, the only way is to win over other subordinates and organize a counterattack. Even if there are only a few remnants left, as long as they can break through the siege, everything can be revived. But these words, in the ears of the 3 cotters, have a different taste. They slightly curled their mouths and looked disdainful. Dongxing looked at the expressions of the 3 people in front of him and immediately said, I know you are very dissatisfied with me. If you want to leave Team Rockets, I not only agree but also forgive you. Hearing this, the 3 cotters showed a touch of joy between their brows. Although they showed a serious expression on their faces, Dongxing saw through them at a glance. You have left Team Rockets. You cannot take away anything you have gained during your service. This is a gift from Team Rockets. As the leader, I naturally have the right to take it back. The 3 cotters' faces changed when they heard this. Basically, Dongxing doesn't need to emphasize this. This is an unwritten rule in Team Rockets. No matter who you are, no matter how high your position is, once you leave Team Rockets, you can't take anything away and start from scratch. Someone had quit Team Rockets before because of his private work. He was caught and beaten up. He faces endless torture. Of course, if Team Rockets disbands, the situation will be different. They can take away everything they have collected in Team Rockets. Since the leader has said so, there must be a way. Now there are thousands of trainers, and there are also many powerful people who want to be famous. Since the leader has a way, please tell us quickly, the brothers outside can't stand it. The 3 cotters urged. Dongxing was extremely calm on the surface, but his heart was full of sorrow. Hearing the 3 of them say this, you know that they will never take action in this matter. Maybe, at the most critical moment, they will turn the tables. You can go out to meet the enemy now, and leave the rest to me. Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly and said confidently. P.S. This is a Pokemon novel with villains, mythical beasts at the beginning, invincibility, refreshing writing, and a fast pace. It is currently tentatively scheduled to have 2 female protagonists, Serena and Cynthia. Mars Haddo, Greninja, Deoxys, the 3 sacred birds, Hoopa, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, etc. Spoiler. Chapter 2 Newbie Pack, Mars Haddo. Are you really leaving? You're leaving. What should I do? Dongxing looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving, and his heart was crying without tears. He was the only one left in the conference room, and it was too late to say anything now. Dongxing, Dongxing. You said that you don't control your subordinates well on weekdays, and the residents of the entire 7 islands know where Team Rocket HQ is. Although there are no trainers who can fight on the 7 islands, you must have Pokemon. You are now a safe commander without troops. The current situation has no possibility of reversing at all. Wait for death. Ding. Team Rockets is leaderless, the villain system is officially activated. Hey! The system is here. Dongxing is overjoyed. This is a great guy. Ding! The invincible villain system is loaded successfully. Name, Dongxing. Strength, unknown. Pokemon owned, none. Items, none. Do I use the information you told me? Dongxing was helpless when he saw the system interface. He is already a lone commander, so there is no need to whip the corpse again. Where is the villain system? You are actually useful. Ding! According to the host's current environment, the pre-task is triggered, repel the invading trainer. Complete the pre-task reward, Mega Bracelet. Detect that the host does not have any Pokemon, reward Novice Gift Pack, please ask the host whether to open the Novice Gift Pack. A series of prompts sounded in Dongxing's mind, and there was no hesitation at all. Open the Novice Gift Pack. Ding! Get the Phantom Pokemon Marshadow. Ding! Get the item, Shell Bell. Shell Bell, when a Pokemon causes damage, it will recover a certain amount of physical strength, making the Pokemon stronger and stronger. What a great item, I just need it now. Dongxing looked at the item given by the system, his eyes shining brightly. With Marshadow and Shell Bell, it is more than enough to deal with the trainers outside. Then, Dongxing took a look at Marshadow's attribute panel. Pokemon, Marshadow. Category, Phantom Pokemon. Strength, unknown. Attribute, Fighting, Ghost. Feature, Technical Expert. Item, Shell Bell. Moves, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Freeze Punch, Shadow Sneak. Introduction, Marshadow is a timid and weak Pokemon with the ability to sneak into any shadow. It can sneak into the opponent's shadow to mimic the opponent's movements and strength, and understand the mood of the sneaker. During the mimic process, it will become stronger than the original body. It once sneaked into the shadow of a boxing master to copy the opponent's movements, and finally learned the ultimate secret. Because it will not show its body in front of people, no one has discovered it for a long time. This is what Dongxing wants most. In the Pokemon world, you can't move without Pokemon. Unexpectedly, the system gave him a big surprise and sent the legendary beast directly to his hands. Marshadow. Dongxing called Marshadow's name. The shadow on the ground bulged a black shadow, and a Pokemon like a child stared at Dongxing with wide eyes. It's done. If you are here, this time we will win. Dongxing patted his chest, with a look of joy on his face, but the voice seemed to be a little louder, and Marshadow's body trembled suddenly. Fuck, so timid. Dongxing noticed Marshadow's transformation, and his face was full of black lines. You are the legendary Phantom Pokemon. Where is your dignity as a legendary beast? Boom! There was a loud noise outside, and Marshadow hugged Dongxing's thighs directly, tears filled his eyes, and his body kept shaking. Are you making trouble for me? Dongxing shook his head helplessly. The most important thing now was to solve Marshadow's timid problem. The three cotters just walked out of the corridor of the conference room and were about to take the elevator down. Suddenly, a strong energy wave erupted. What a strong energy! What kind of Pokemon is this? Have we always underestimated Dongxing? The three people looked at the conference room behind them, their faces full of horror. The energy erupted by this Pokemon is more powerful than Mewtwo. How is it possible? What should we do now? Alas, Team Rockets really can't be disbanded. The three people walked into the elevator with their own ulterior motives. Looking at the elevator floor display, the three people had different ideas in their hearts. In the conference room. You have to understand that you are very strong. Right, you have to believe in yourself, don't be afraid. As a legendary Pokemon, you have to have momentum, and others are afraid of you. Dongxing taught Marshadow earnestly, but it didn't work. It's over. It looks like you need to go through a battle before you can cheer up. Dongxing waved his hand, and Marshadow's body dived into the shadow again. Then, he checked the other functions of the system. The system has a new mall function, where points can be used to exchange props, berries, moves, special abilities, etc. Including the origin orb, attribute slate, etc. are all in the mall. These are all props that must be used to summon legendary Pokémon. But he doesn't have enough points to exchange them yet. Whether you can survive this time depends on you. Dongxing stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Boom! Explosions continued to sound. Smoke soon filled the air. Dongxing, who had just arrived at the elevator entrance, saw the elevator door open and two young men in black uniforms rushed out. Deputy Leader, please run away quickly, we can't hold on any longer. We all underestimated the trainers of the 7 islands. Team Rocket's members panicked when they saw Dongxing. For them, as long as they could let Dongxing escape smoothly, Team Rockets could be re-established at any time. Don't panic, just fight back. Dongxing glanced at the two people and walked into the elevator. Deputy Leader. The two people wanted to say something else, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they heard Dongxing say, "You follow me, it's time to give Team Rockets a good name." After that, Dongxing pressed the elevator floor and moved downwards. Team Rockets was located in a building in the 7 islands. It was originally covered by the Pokémon Club, but because its members acted in a high-profile manner, the entire 7 islands knew the location of Team Rocket's base. When they heard that Giovanni had failed, trainers from various regions also fought back. When one side is in trouble, all sides will add insult to injury. Is this Team Rockets? Where did your arrogance go? Ha ha ha, a bunch of weaklings, let you bully me on weekdays. As long as we capture their leaders and cadres, we will be considered to have made contributions. The 5 trainers looked at the Team Rockets members lying on the ground with disdain in their eyes. What a shitty Team Rockets, it's just garbage. Chapter 3 Brainwashing Everyone. These 5 people had a smooth journey, and no one could stop them. And the 5 of them learned from other Team Rockets members that all the top executives of Team Rockets were meeting on the 7th floor. Once they were caught and handed over to the Pokémon League, it would be the highlight of their lives. Not to mention marrying a beautiful and rich girl, even the 7 islands would build a stone sculpture for them as a memorial. Ding! The elevator door just opened, and the 5 people looked over at the same time. Look, there seems to be someone in the elevator. No matter who it is, let's defeat them first. Look at them, they look very weak. They are no match for us. As they said, the 5 people took out their Pokeballs, their mouths slightly raised. In their eyes, these people are no longer members of Team Rockets, but walking money. The greed in their eyes has betrayed them. Swellow, use Aerial Ace. Starmie, use Water Jet. Victreebel, use Vine Whip. 5 Pokémon came out of the Pokeballs, aimed at the 3 people in the elevator, and launched a strong attack. But just as the Pokémon landed, a black shadow attacked. In an instant, all 5 Pokémon flew out, and their bodies hit the wall heavily, as if they were embedded in it. Oh my god! 5 trainers showed horrified looks on their faces. They saw a black Pokémon, and it used different moves with its fists, knocking the Pokémon away with great force, and the power of the moves penetrated the whole body of the Pokémon. Plop! 2 of the trainers wanted to take out the Pokeball, resisted, but the black shadow attacked from behind them, knocking them unconscious with a knife. The remaining 3 people didn't have time to see the black shadow clearly, but only saw orange pupils and full of resentment. Just a look, they lost the ability to resist. You dare to attack Team Rockets? Dongxing walked out of the elevator slowly, and the black Pokémon merged into his shadow. March! March! Mars Hatto! I am. It's impossible, he. The 3 trainers were speechless. That was the legendary Phantom Pokémon, which only existed in rumors. They had never seen any legendary beasts since they were so young. Take them down. Dongxing's calm voice sounded, and the two people standing behind him began to act. Don't look at Dongxing's calm appearance, he is more excited than anyone else. Mars Hado is awesome. He looks timid, but he bursts out with unprecedented strength in the battle. Kill 5 Pokemon in one move. Speed. Strength. Perfect. Ding. Trigger the side quest, the disunity of the people, let the Team Rocket's members regain their confidence. Seeing the quest appear, Dongxing's heart moved. This is really an internal and external trouble. He is such a coward as a leader. The 3 cotters are usually the ones who act arrogantly, and now there is a mess, they think of him as the leader. The trainer who collapsed on the ground stood up angrily and shouted loudly, "Don't even think about escaping. No, leader, get out of the way." The hearts of the Team Rocket's members suddenly tightened, and they realized at this moment that they had been careless. Seeing that there was no chance of Pokemon fighting, the other party wanted to take Dongxing as a threat. In such a short time, even the well-trained Team Rocket's members did not react at this moment. Why bother? Dongxing shook his head slightly. After he finished speaking, a long arm stretched out from his shadow and hit the man directly. The trainer who had just rushed up, his body was like a kite with a broken string, attacking the back. With a bang, he hit the wall and his body slowly slid down. Don't look. We still have to support others. Dongxing said disapprovingly, ordering the 2 people to tie up all these trainers and deal with them again after the crisis was resolved. Deputy Leader, there are many trainers above. This attack was spontaneously organized by the trainers of the 7 islands. We are doomed. 2 Team Rocket's members showed ugly looks on their faces. It's not that they don't want to, but that the other side has too many people. In addition, Giovanni is missing, Team Rockets is not united, and there are only a few people who really resist. More people just want to take advantage of the chaos to escape. It's these scumbags that scared you like this. Dongxing taught earnestly, from today on, don't call me deputy leader. With the disappearance of Boss Giovanni, I will be in charge of Team Rockets. Then call you. The 2 looked confused, their minds blank. Call me leader. Dongxing folded his arms, exuding his aura, and Mars Hado appeared behind him, his orange pupils exuding powerful energy. Deputy. No, leader, we are willing to follow you and revive Team Rockets. After seeing Mars Hado, the 2 regained their confidence. That's Mars Hado, the legendary Pokemon. With it, you feel safe. Dongxing nodded and led the 2 people to the 5th floor. Mars Hado, start your show. As soon as the elevator door opened, Mars Hado rushed out. The speed was very fast. With just one hit, a Tauros was knocked out. It turned its head to look at Bishop behind it, and an orange light came out of its fist. This is the Absorb Fist. The 2 members showed surprise on their faces after seeing the light of the move. Bang! Bishop's body was blown away, and the iron plate on his chest had completely collapsed. The next second, Mars Hado disappeared in front of everyone and fell into the shadow. Facing the melee of hundreds of people, Mars Hado knew very well who he should help. After all, Team Rocket's uniform is black. Even if it is a Pokemon that defeats one of their members, with Dongxing there, others dare not say anything. What Mars Hado has to do is to harvest. Keep poking his head out from the ground and defeat one Pokemon after another. Knock out one trainer after another. Rescue one Team Rocket's member after another. In just 10 minutes, the battle on the 5th floor has been completely settled by Dongxing. There are already hundreds of Team Rocket's members following him. I am relieved that you can stick to your posts when Team Rockets is in the most critical moment. With you, Team Rockets will definitely conquer the world. Now is not the time I need you to join the battle, just watch me defeat those trainers by myself. Dongxing looked at the hundreds of people in front of him and made his generous speech. Facing these brainwashing words, it was too easy for Dong Xing, who was a manager in his previous life. In just a few words, the people standing in front of Dong Xing had hot eyes and hopeful light. Chapter 4: Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. As long as the deputy leader takes action, we will be able to successfully counterattack. This group of trainers who don't know the height of the sky and the earth still want to defeat Team Rockets. We obey the orders of the deputy leader, and please lead us to defeat them. Team Rockets members were in high spirits. Since arriving at the Seven Islands, they have been looked down upon by others, and even within the organization, they have been excluded to varying degrees. Especially their leader is ignorant of the world and hides in his room every day, like an autistic patient. Now they know how naive they are. The deputy leader is not hiding in the room, but is catching the legendary Pokémon. This is enough to inspire them. Deputy leader, I think we should just forget it. Qian Shao said with disdain, since you can't lead us out of the siege, why not disband Team Rockets? Dong Xing frowned when he heard this, and looked at Qian Shao with a cold look, with a bitter heart. Now is a critical moment of internal and external troubles. If this continues, even if Team Rockets breaks through the siege, it will be a mess. Dong Xing had a flash of inspiration in his mind, isn't this a good opportunity? Qian Shao, you are really brave. Dong Xing raised his voice a few degrees, and his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Qian Shao. Qian Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at Dong Xing disapprovingly. He was too familiar with his deputy leader, so he knew his character very well. You are now the third cadre of Team Rockets. You did not play an organizational role at the critical moment, but wanted to disband Team Rockets. What is your intention? Now that Boss Giovanni has lost contact, I am the leader of Team Rockets. Everything here is up to me. If you want to quit Team Rockets, you can. Put down everything you got from Team Rockets, and get out of here naked. No one will stop you. Dong Xing's momentum changed. The tone was even more unquestionable. Domineering. Tough. Arrogant. Everyone present seemed to be able to feel that the air had condensed. The eyes they looked at Dong Xing were full of solemnity. I'm sorry. Chief, it's my fault. Qian Shao's face changed, and he immediately bowed his head to apologize. At the moment he bowed his head, his eyes were full of disbelief. The chief standing in front of him was not the previous Dong Xing at all. The tough attitude, domineering tone, and strong sense of oppression made Qian Shao feel strange and scared. Very good. Dong Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, since your attitude is so good, you follow me and see how I defeat these guys. Yes. Qian Shao looked respectful, but his heart was full of disdain, and he cursed, I want to see how long you can pretend. Dong Xing asked everyone to take a short break, and with the help of the treatment equipment on the 5th floor, he recovered the Pokémon's injuries and physical strength. Dong Xing checked Marshadow's status in his spare time. In the continuous battles just now, he was not hurt, and his physical strength was reduced because of the actions. Every move hits the heart of others, which can be fatal. Marshado will never waste extra moves. In the repeated attacks, Marshado regained his confidence and gradually became bolder. Under the effect of the shell bell, Marshado is in full condition, and even the mental damage caused by the use of moves can be repaired. But, what surprised him was yes, although it is a legendary Pokémon, it does not display information such as level. Especially on its status bar, there is no trainer level. Dong Xing felt confused. Could it be that the pre-task was not completed? Thinking of this, Dong Xing led everyone to attack the 4th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, the 4th floor was still a mess. Marshadow's dark figure kept shuttling in the battlefield, disappearing in the shadows at will, and appearing with mixed moves. An unexpected attack, with full explosive power. Fire Punch, Freeze Punch, Shadow Sneak, and other moves were all used. Wherever he went, he killed instantly. No Pokémon could see Marshadow's second move. Qian Shao looked at the strength displayed by Mars Haddo, his pupils dilated, and his face was full of disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Dongxing have the legendary Pokémon? Even when Boss Giovanni was here, he never had the legendary Pokémon. Why is this? Qian Shao frowned, his mind was crazy. He started to think wildly. As one of the 3 leaders of Team Rockets, he knew Dongxing's strength best and was even more clear about Dongxing's character. He was usually listless and didn't seem like someone who had a divine beast. But how to explain the appearance of Mars Haddo now? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength? Caesar, you also go to the battle. Qian Shao took out the poke ball, and after a red light flashed, a mantis with a red body appeared in front of him, with its pincers emitting silver light, rushing forward. Dongxing saw this scene and nodded slightly. With Qian Shao joining in, the battle on the 4th floor was quickly settled. In addition, the members of Team Rockets also showed their Pokémon one after another. As the number of people increased, the cohesion became stronger and stronger. For a while, Dongxing's heart was relieved, at least he could ensure that his task was completed. Soon, the training room on the 4th floor was cleaned up. Under the leadership of Dongxing, the group had no obstacles along the way, and no one could stop him. As the number of Team Rocket's members increased, it has now reached 300, of which 400 were unconscious or injured. Dongxing left them on the 2nd and 3rd floors. And he and Qian Shao came to the 1st floor. Is this the 7th island? A place where there are no gym trainers. How dare they attack us? Leader, it's all my fault for thinking the enemy is too scary. Qian Shao followed behind Dongxing and flattered Celadon/Rainbow along the way. But Dongxing was indifferent to him and ignored him, leaving Qian Shao with an awkward smile on his face. At this moment, Dongxing saw the trainers on the 7th island, and then he understood why there were no gym leaders on the 7th island, and the only celebrity who appeared was Lorelei, a 4 elite. The strength of these people on the island is really weak. Their combat effectiveness is also impossible to match that of trainers in other regions. In addition, the 7 islands are small, with few resources and far from the various regions, so there is no need to develop them. It's like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. What surprised Dongxing was that although the trainers on the 7 islands were weak, there were many of them. Almost everyone can be considered a trainer. Leader, what should we do with these people? Qian Shao asked softly. Chapter 5 The rotten fish and shrimp that can't be put on the table. If they are willing to join Team Rockets, give them the opportunity to join. If they don't want to, contact their families and pay for their redemption. Dongxing said it directly without any thought. These people deserve it. They came to the door by themselves, and now it's time for them to pay the price. Of course, for the trainers of the 7 islands, being able to join Team Rockets is also a good choice. In the past, joining Team Rockets required a certain threshold. The overall strength of the trainers of the 7 islands is not high, and they can't meet the threshold to join Team Rockets at all. For this reason, Dongxing wants to absorb the trainers of the 7 islands to expand the power of Team Rockets. Understood, leave these people to me, don't worry. Qian Shao smiled knowingly. He knew all these things well and had done them often before. As for who had money and what price to quote, he was naturally familiar with them. Now there are only people on the 1st floor left. Dongxing looked at the elevator entrance and fell into deep thought. Behind Dongxing stood many Team Rockets members, and everyone's eyes were shining. They saw hope in Dongxing. Ding! Complete the side quest and unite Team Rockets. Reward, Aura Power. Dongxing was stunned for a moment. Is this task completed? Looking at the extra skill on his status bar. The side quest was too easy to complete. It would be great if there were more such tasks. Although Aura Power is a good special ability, relatively speaking, Hatching Power is the best choice. As long as you touch the Pokémon egg, you can hatch a 6V Pokemon, and it is a special existence. As long as everyone in Team Rockets is given one, who dares to look down on Team Rockets? After driving the people on the first floor away, there are still things to do. Dongxing walked towards the elevator, and Qian Xiao followed behind him. Soon, they came to the first floor. The originally magnificent hall was now shabby. When it was first established, it was intended to establish a Pokemon club, mainly to hide from others. On the first floor, on a high-end sofa, Kenta sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for the news of the triumph. Surrounding Kenta, there were many trainers, flattering him. "Boss, if we take down Team Rockets this time, the Pokemon League will definitely reward us. I feel that you will be given a lot of opportunities, maybe even a gym leader. Under your wise leadership, Team Rockets fell apart, and this is the first achievement." Yes, if Lorelei knew about this, she would definitely look at you with new eyes. Several people tried their best to lifelong learning. As long as you serve Kenta well, when the Pokemon League issues rewards, you will definitely get one. Kenta's mouth corners slightly raised, his face was very calm, but the joy between his eyebrows was almost unbearable. He coughed dryly and said, "Don't be blindly confident. The remnants of Team Rockets are all very strong." Having said that, Kenta's eyes were full of disdain. After they learned that Giovanni was defeated, they wandered around other islands. When they heard that they were going to defeat Team Rockets, Kenta responded to the call, and the trainers on the island also participated in the action. "Now it's almost time to end. Thank you for your compliment. It's not that we are strong, but that you are too weak." At this moment, a voice came. Dongxing led 3 cotters to appear in front of everyone. "Who are you?" Kenta saw the uniform on Dongxing and stood up from the chair. He frowned and asked again, "It seems that everyone below has been defeated by you." "That's right." Dongxing folded his arms and said, "I am the new leader of Team Rockets. Now I will give you a chance. If you are willing to submit to Team Rockets, maybe I can give you a good position. Dream on." Kenta took out a pokeball from his waist and looked alert. The new leader of Team Rockets standing in front of him gave him a strong sense of oppression. This kind of pressure was unprecedented. Even when he met Lorelei, he was not nervous. "I hope your strength is as hard as your mouth. Let me see what you can do," Dongxing said disdainfully. "It seems that this time, I will be promoted." Kenta's mouth corners slightly raised, and the pokeball in his hand showed a white light, and Abamasno came out. Boom! Abamasno's huge body stood on the ground, his eyes full of fighting desire. It can feel the emotions of its trainer. They have been forgotten for so long in the 7 islands that everyone can look down on them. Now is the best time to prove their strength. "Come on, boss. The new leader of Team Rockets? So funny. Ha ha ha, other regions didn't catch the leader, but we did. That's right, is it popular to die for others now?" The trainers standing behind Kenta were eager to try. Capturing the leader of Team Rockets is a great achievement. If this matter gets out, who would dare to look down on the Orange Alliance? This Abamasno is well trained, but you are destined to lose. Dongxing said lightly, and a dark Pokemon appeared from his shadow. Marshadow. How could he have a legendary Pokemon? "Boss, you must defeat him." "Don't worry, even if you have a legendary Pokemon, you can't obey his orders." The trainers of the 7 islands began to comfort themselves. Kenta's expression was full of surprise. The trainer behind him showed an expression of disbelief on his face. The voices of discussion gradually disappeared, and the air in the hall became more solemn. "Even if you have a legendary Pokemon, it doesn't mean anything. You are doomed to fail today. Dragonite. Use Psybeam!" Kenta shouted. Facing the legendary Pokemon, a quick battle is the best way. Abamasno received the order, and a blue light gushed out of his mouth, forming an icy light in the air. Dongxing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Dive into the shadow and use fire punch." Mars Shadow's figure merged into the shadow, and Psybeam followed, forming a thick layer of ice on the ground, which did not cause any damage to Mars Shadow. "Quick! Aim it!" Before Kenta finished speaking, Mars Shadow appeared behind Drago Knight, and only saw Mars Shadow's hands burning with blazing fire, his eyes slightly narrowed, and punched out with both fists. Boom! Both fists hit Abamasno's body firmly. The flames instantly spread to Abamasno's whole body. In just one round, Abamasno fell to the ground. In just a moment, Kenta felt a huge pressure. Without thinking too much, he put Abamasno into the pokeball and took out the second pokeball. Before Kenta released it, he heard Dongxing say, "You trainers, don't you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Don't you even understand attribute restraint? No wonder the Pokemon League has forgotten the 7 islands. You are always rotten fish and shrimps that can't be on the stage." Chapter 6 All Locked Up. The expression on Jiantan's face changed, and his expression became much darker. He touched his waist and paused suddenly. "Don't resist anymore, you are not my opponent." Dongxing spread his hands and continued, "If Team Rockets really attacks the 7 islands, who do you think can protect you?" Mars Shadow stood in front of Dongxing, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Lorelei will protect us," Kenta said with certainty. "Don't come to stir up trouble. The 7 islands are the hometown of Lorelei. If you dare to attack the 7 islands, Lorelei will not let you go." "Really?" Dongxing's mouth slightly raised, with a sarcastic look on his face. Team Rockets has been in the 7 islands for 5 years. During these 5 years, Lorelei has returned to the 7 islands only a few times. My strength is not just this. Although I am not as good as Lorelei, I am more than enough to deal with you. Even if you have Mars Shadow, today is the day for your Team Rockets to perish." Kenta shouted loudly, reached for his waist, took out a pokeball and said, "Let me see, this is the Pokemon given to me by Lorelei. Come on, Glolly." A Pokemon with big blue eyes, white armor on the outside, and a dark body appeared in front of everyone. The 2 huge horns on Glolly's head looked extremely scary. "Pokemon is good, but you think too much." Dongxing shook his head. He knew very well that for such a persistent person, only by destroying his own beliefs can he be completely defeated. As Kenta said, the people of the entire 7 islands regard Lorelei as a belief. Once this belief is broken, the emergence of Team Rockets will be a new hope. "Glolly! Use Ice Fang!" Kenta shouted loudly. "Shadow Sneak!" Dongxing commanded. Glolly opened his bloody mouth, a cold breath came out of his mouth, a layer of frost condensed on his teeth, and rushed towards Mars Shadow quickly. But when Glolly was about to bite, Mars Shadow's figure disappeared without a trace. "Be careful, it's under your shadow," Kenta reminded. As soon as the voice fell, Mars Shadow's figure appeared behind Glolly, and his small fist slammed over. With a bang, Glolly's body hit the wall. And cracks appeared on the entire wall. "Glolly!" Kenta shouted and rushed up to check Glolly's injury. Just one attack, and she lost her fighting ability. Kenta looked unbelievable and put Glolly into the pokeball. The opponent only used one move, and his 2 Pokemon lost their fighting ability. Even the legendary Pokemon could not reach this point. There is only one reason for being able to do this. The opponent's strength far exceeds his. At this moment, Kenta also realized the seriousness of the problem. What a pity! Dongxing shook his head. It was a pity that Kenta's Glolly chose the wrong evolution form. If it evolved into Froslass, it would be a tough opponent. "Mars Shadow, come back!" Dongxing waved his hand, and Mars Shadow sneaked into his shadow. Although it was a newly acquired Pokemon, it was too powerful. With the blessing of the characteristics, the originally weak moves become more powerful, and with the super high racial value, it is too easy to kill 1 or 2 Pokemon in 1 second. Does anyone else want Team Rockets? Dongxing raised his head slightly, with a proud face, looking at the trainers who came to challenge. His eyes were very cold, just like an adult looking at a child. The group of people who were originally heroic and proud suddenly became like eggplants hit by frost, and they didn't dare to look directly at Dongxing. Weren't you very fierce just now? Dongxing's eyes were like knives, cutting through everyone's body. This move of killing people and breaking their hearts was used by him to perfection. Take them all away. Dongxing gave an order, and the Team Rockets members standing behind him rushed forward with big strides. Run! It's still not too late to run away now. We can run away separately, we will definitely succeed. The trainers of the 7 islands fled one after another. The trainers they trusted the most were no match for Team Rockets. Then they had no chance. The only way now was to escape and tell Lorelei about the situation of the 7 islands. Let this 4 elites of Kanto region deal with Team Rockets. Can you escape? Dongxing shook his head slightly, his heart full of helplessness. Team Rockets was actually underestimated by others, and how naive the people in this world are. If you run away, won't I chase you? Several trainers were pinned to the ground by Team Rockets members as soon as they arrived at the door, and they didn't even touch the pokeball. Chief, thanks to your foresight, you let us ambush at the door in advance. Qian Shao saw that the situation was under control, and immediately flattered him, and then said, now that they are all under control, what are you going to do next? Take them away first. Dongxing responded calmly, looking calm on the surface, but ecstatic in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the pre-task, repel the invading trainer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the task reward, Mega Bracelet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the pre-task, reward, 500 points. Mega Bracelet, a multifunctional bracelet, currently with Super Evolution, Z moves, and Dynamax functions. Other functions are under development. Dongxing raised his eyebrows when he saw the introduction of the Mega Bracelet. One bracelet solves 3 problems. At least, with this bracelet, basically no need to carry other props. However, Dongxing now does not have the conditions to use it, at most it is just a decoration. Before Dongxing recovered, the system prompt sound rang again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main task, occupying the 7 islands, and making the 7 islands Team Rockets base, control all islands. Ding! 7 islands, 0/9. Ding! Trigger a new side quest, there are hidden legendary Pokemon on the 7 islands. Please pay attention to it and complete the capture plan. Hey! Complete 1 task and assign 2 tasks to each other. It's really buy 1 get 1 free. System, you are so straight and don't care about me at all. Dongxing felt powerless. Now it can be said that the crisis of Team Rockets has been solved, but only the external crisis has been solved. It will take some time to solve the internal personnel problem. Once the task is done mindlessly, with the current strength of Team Rockets, plus Mars Hatto, it is possible to occupy the 7 islands. But what after the occupation? Will it be ruthlessly taken away by the Pokemon Alliance? Thinking of this, Dongxing shook his head. This must not happen. Where are Jinling and Jingbian? Dongxing looked at Qian Shao and suddenly asked. Chapter 7 Sheep. The 2 of them. Qian Shao thought for a moment and said, Leader, you know Jinling. Although he is one of the 3 cotters, he is also a research geek. He must be in the underground laboratory. As for the well, I just saw him. He may be organizing people to fight back. Dongxing nodded and thought quickly in his mind. Now as the leader of Team Rockets, he must put the overall situation first. As a senior executive of a company, he had a very high professional quality. No matter what happened, he had to stay calm, think carefully, and make every decision steadily. Don't act on impulse. Like Giovanni, after being defeated by Red, he doubted his own ideas and disappeared for a while. In Dongxing's view, this is completely impulsive. Such a big organization, such a big family business, just ignore it, no sense of responsibility. But facing the current situation, Dongxing has to consider his subordinates. The 3 Rockets cadres each have their own characteristics. Jinling was originally a researcher at the headquarters. Because of experimental issues and because he offended the mainstream research team, he was exiled to the 7 Islands. In order to prove that his theory was correct, Jinling, after arriving at the 7 Islands, focused on scientific research and did not ask about the affairs of the organization. In other words, as long as he can provide him with a research site, he can work for anyone. If you want to take down Jinling, you have to put in some effort. Jingbian is the easiest one to take down among the 3. He is only loyal to Team Rockets. No matter who the leader is, he will do anything that is beneficial to the organization. Even when the organization is in crisis, he is still fighting on the front line. He is a reliable person. But being loyal to Team Rockets is far from enough. Dongxing wants someone who can be loyal to him. As for the last Senju, who is in charge of Team the Rockets finance manager, is a smooth talker who says one thing to one person and another thing to another. But this kind of person is the easiest to control among the 3 cadres. Click. Dongxing walked forward, walked directly to the sofa, sat on the sofa, and looked at Qian Shao. Qian Shao hurriedly stepped forward and said with a sincere face, "Chief, you must be tired after so many battles." Qian Shao. "Do you know you are wrong?" Dongxing said coldly. "Chief, I know I was wrong." Qian Shao knelt on one knee on the ground and said in a deep voice, "I shouldn't have the idea of disbanding Team Rockets, let alone running away. Team Rockets is my home, and I should protect it well. That's not what I'm talking about." Dongxing said coldly, "You don't seem to have realized your mistake yet." Hearing this, Qian Shao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Everyone was a wise man. If they were not talking about this matter, they were probably talking about that matter. "Leader." Just as Qian Shao was about to explain, Dongxing interrupted him and said, "Since you came to the 7 Islands, you have started to act in a high-profile manner, exposing the base of Team Rockets to the outside world. Tell me yourself, what else have you done besides making money for yourself?" Qian Shao was speechless. Even if he wanted to explain, he couldn't find a reason to explain. Compared with the other 2 cadres, what he did was more excessive. Jinling was doing his own experiments in a law-abiding manner. Although Jingbian did not expand the territory, he had been defending Team Rocket HQ. As long as he relied on his position to make a lot of money, he would have a share in any project that could make money. "You don't need to explain." Dongxing waved his hand and said, "I don't want to blame you for what happened before. I am also partly responsible for not disciplining you well. However, I hope you can understand that what Giovanni could do before, I Dongxing can also do. What Giovanni couldn't do, I Dongxing can do even better. I can forgive you for what you did before, as long as you obey orders, do what I say, and do your best for Team Rockets. Of course, you will get the benefits. I can give you powerful Pokemon, a high position, and endless wealth. My Mars Hatto can prove everything I said." He spoke louder and louder, as if it was contagious. Even the members who were holding the trainers of the 7 Islands stopped and looked at Dongxing, their eyes full of passion. For Dongxing, as a senior manager of a company in his previous life, he had his own views on training his subordinates. As the saying goes, every sheep has its own way of tying it. When dealing with people like Qian Shao, it is not enough to just draw big cakes, but to let them get the real thing. "I'm sorry, leader." Qian Shao apologized sincerely and lowered his head. At this moment, Qian Shao was not thinking about admitting his mistakes, but thinking. Qian Shao was thinking about why Dongxing in front of him changed so quickly, and his heart was almost unrecognizable. Dongxing looked at Qian Shao and smiled slightly, saying, "Now that we have captured so many trainers and confiscated so many Pokémon, let the members go to our warehouse and each choose a Pokémon to expand their own team. Every member who participates in the battle will be rewarded 100,000. You can arrange it." Leader. Qian Shao raised his head slightly and whispered, "There are thousands of members in Team Rockets now. Once the bonus is distributed." "Hey!" Dongxing frowned and said unhappily, "Do you really want me to tell you about your past? Don't think I don't know how much money you have embezzled." Plop. Qian Shao knelt on the ground and begged for mercy immediately, "Leader, I was wrong. I will do as you ask. Go." Dongxing waved his hand, motioning Qian Shao to get busy. He looked at Qian Shao's back as he left, frowned, and looked around the surrounding environment. The club, which was originally luxuriously decorated, is now shabby and it will cost a lot of money to redecorate it. Now the internal situation of Team Rockets is overall poor. Not only does it lack capable people, but it also lacks a certain amount of startup capital. Although Dongxing has a system helping hand, the system only provides tasks, and rewards can only be obtained after completing the tasks. It is extremely difficult to complete the main task and occupy the 7 islands. Just as Dongxing was thinking, a figure appeared behind him. Before Dongxing came to his senses, he heard the man say, "Deputy Leader, it's the subordinates who are useless and can't resist their attack." The person who spoke was Jingbian, one of the 3 cadres of Team Rockets. Looking at the entire Team Rockets, Jingbian is the only one who can obey orders. "It's you." Dongxing looked sad and sighed, "It's all my fault for what happened today. I'm a bad leader." "Don't say that." Jingbian waved his hands quickly, half knelt on the ground and said, "It's because my subordinates are too weak and didn't play a key role." Chapter 8 Back to Before Liberation. Dongxing was suddenly happy when he heard this. He knew that Jingbian was the only loyal person, but he didn't expect Jingbian to be so loyal. Although Jingbian's strength is lacking, as long as he is well trained, he can become a capable assistant. Thinking of this, Dongxing walked to Jingbian, lifted him up, and said, "Now I will assign you a task. Gather all 3 cadres and go to the meeting room on the 7th floor." "Ah!" Jingbian said in astonishment, "This is a bit difficult. You know Jinling's character. He didn't do anything when such a big thing happened just now. Don't worry, just tell him that I have a good research project for him." Dongxing said mysteriously. "Okay." Jingbian nodded and walked towards the basement. Dongxing took the elevator to the meeting room on the 7th floor. After waiting in the meeting room for 5 minutes, Jingbian arrived first. Then came Jinling, and the last one to arrive was Qian Shao. In the meeting room, all 3 cadres took their seats. Dongxing didn't speak, his eyes swept over the 3 cadres, carefully observing every detail. But Dongxing didn't speak, and the other 3 didn't dare to speak either. It was unknown how long it took before Dongxing said, "Today is the day of Team Rocket's rebirth. Boss Giovanni has lost contact, and I am now taking over Team Rockets. From this moment on, I am the leader of Team Rockets, and I will also shoulder certain responsibilities. Now I need you 3 cadres to get busy." After hearing this, the 3 people, except for Qian Shao, had their faces turned pale. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The 2 people could not understand Dongxing's bold move. They were placed on the 7 islands, and they were exiled. After Giovanni disappeared, all the branches in other regions were hit hard. Except for them, the people in other branches could not be contacted at all. "Leader, what do you say we should do next?" Jingbian said firmly. "It's very simple." Dongxing smiled slightly and said, "Jingbian, the Pokémon Alliance is now busy capturing members from other regions, and they can't take care of the 7 islands at all. Now is the best time for us to take action, but we can't be in a hurry. If we want to occupy the 7 islands, we need to do a lot of things. Hiss. The 3 people took a breath of cold air when they heard this. How ambitious is it to think about occupying the 7 islands? You know, when Giovanni was in power, he also thought about occupying the 7 islands, but it ended in failure. It's not that Giovanni doesn't want to occupy the 7 islands, but the resources of the 7 islands are limited and the space is small, just like chicken ribs, which are tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Jingbian. Dongxing shouted. I'm here. Jingbian stood up and responded. Dongxing thought, now I'll assign you 2 things to do. The first thing is to find a few reliable people and establish our own intelligence department. I don't care what method you use. Once there is any movement in the Pokémon Alliance, I want to be the first to know. Do you understand? I understand. Jingbian nodded, and then asked, what about the second thing? The second thing is even simpler. Now the defense of the 7 islands is weak, and no one knows we are here. It is the best time to occupy the 7 islands. You and Senju will train the members and improve their strength in a short period of time. The 3 people were completely shocked when they heard this. Occupying the 7 islands is definitely not a place that can be occupied just by saying it. Although the 7 islands are not valued, there are some basic facilities of the Pokémon League in the 7 islands, such as Jenny and Joy. Now the Pokémon League is taking measures to suppress Team Rockets. If they take action at this time, they may attract the attention of the Pokémon League. When the time comes, once the Pokémon League takes offensive measures, what can they use to resist? Leader. Qian Shao and Jingbian looked at each other and wanted to speak to stop the plan. You don't have to say it. Dongxing stretched out his arm and said, I know what you are thinking, don't worry, what I am going to say next is to be handed over to Jinling to complete. Jinling, who was sitting next to him, suddenly raised his head, pushed his glasses, and asked, what can I do? I will send you the file later. It's a new experimental idea. When you return to the laboratory, you can start researching. With your intelligence, I believe it will be produced in a short time. Dongxing showed a mysterious smile on his face. It's more like an idea than a file. I just don't know if this idea can be implemented. Chief, don't worry, if I can be of any use to you, I will definitely do my best. Jinling was very excited. This was the first time he was reused, and he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Qian Shao suddenly asked, Chief, what should we do with those trainers? So many trainers, all of them should be brainwashed and converted into our fresh blood. Dongxing said without any hesitation, now we will deal with them coldly. We will detain them for a few days to dispel their arrogance. After a few days, we will brainwash them all. The 3 cotters nodded when they heard this. They instantly understood what Dongxing was doing. Team Rockets is now too short of fresh blood, and the number of people needs to be supplemented. What Team Rockets lacks now is fresh blood. You all go down and get busy. Dongxing waved his hand, indicating that everyone could leave. The 3 cotters left the meeting room. Although they doubted Dongxing's transformation, they still had to execute the leader's order. Dongxing breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the 3 people leave. Fortunately, he had been a senior leader before, so he could handle this small situation. Ding! The host's novice experience card has expired. Please improve your strength quickly. Novice experience card expired? Dongxing's heart tightened, and he felt that something was wrong, so he quickly opened his personal panel. Name, Dongxing. Position, Team Rocket's leader. Strength, Junior Trainer. Possess Pokémon, Mars Hedo. Item, Shell Bell. Points, 500. It's over. Dongxing's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he saw that his strength showed that he was a junior trainer. The position shown before was the time of using the experience card. Now that the experience is over, he has returned to the pre-liberation period. The leader of Team Rockets is actually a junior trainer. If this gets out, who would dare to believe it? The most important thing is that it is very difficult to improve the trainer level now. He has already demonstrated Marshadow's strength in front of everyone. If others find out that he is just a beginner trainer, he will not be able to suppress Senju and others. Chapter 9 There is really Team Rockets. System: I am the leader of Team Rockets after all, how can I be a junior trainer? Dongxing looked resentful, he had a certain confidence in his own strength. No matter what, we have to give the leader of Team Rockets a face, the junior trainer is too lame. Unfortunately, the system did not respond at all. In the Pokemon world, there is a strict hierarchy system, namely junior trainers, intermediate trainers, advanced trainers, special trainers, and professional trainers. Among them, professional trainers are a watershed. For the previous levels, you only need to pass the assessment of the Pokemon League to complete the promotion, and each promotion has a certain amount of room for maneuver. But the assessment of professional trainers is extremely harsh. Professional trainers are different from other industries. They often work in jobs related to Pokemon, such as gym leader and police. And professional trainers are divided into 5 stars, and the highest level is the 5-star profession. Similarly, above professional trainers, there are master trainers, champion trainers, and legendary trainers. My trainer level has been reset to 0, what about Marshado? Dongxing was shocked. He didn't want Marshadow's level to be reset to 0, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Pokemon, Marshado. Level, 10. Attributes, Fighting, Ghost. Features, Technical Expert. Carried items, Shell Bell. Moves, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Freeze Punch, Shadow Sneak. What are you kidding me? Dongxing was surprised and rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen it wrong. But when he opened his eyes again and saw Marshadow's level, it was only level 10. Now Dongxing has 10,000 alpacas running in his heart. This is even more uncomfortable than killing him. System: open them all. Dongxing saw his 500 points, and finally he could only pin all his hopes on the system mall. I just hope that there will be upgrade items such as rare candy sold in the mall. The next second, the picture in front of Dongxing changed. The scene of the mall appeared in his mind. After a quick glance, Dongxing felt very complicated. The good news is that the items in the mall are all precious and rare. Taking out any one of them will shock the whole Pokemon world. Except Pokemon, everything else is for sale. Dongxing was speechless after seeing the things in the mall. Character Enhancement Potion, it can enhance the characteristics of Pokemon and make it more stable. Origin Orb Blue, it can summon Kyogre. If the user's own strength is not enough, it will be swallowed by Kyogre. Attribute Slate, it can be carried by Arceus. Once carried, it will use the Hand Slate attribute. No price marked? Are these items free? Dongxing suddenly had an idea. If the items are free, it will solve the urgent problem. Although there are no upgrade items, you can use the items to get upgrade experience. After all, he will face the legendary Pokemon of the Pokemon world, not ordinary Pokemon, and Marshadow's level is the most critical role. Forget it, let's use the lottery function updated by the system. Dongxing comforted himself in his heart, maybe he could get a surprise and draw a top quality item. Ding! The lottery begins. Ding! Each lottery consumes 50 points, and failure accumulates a point of luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the item, Pokemon Attribute Enhancement Potion. Pokemon Attribute Enhancement Potion, it can speed up the speed at which Pokemon gains experience, and improve the advantages of Pokemon's attributes, making it easier to fight against higher levels. Awesome, my system! Did I win the prize directly? This winning rate is too high. Dongxing felt a little surprised. Now there are only 450 points left, which is a world of difference from the price in the system field. However, it is precisely because of this world of difference that Dongxing's fighting spirit can be stimulated. It is also a good choice to buy a prop in the future. It is also a good choice to improve the strength of Pokemon. Should I use it? Dongxing looked at the attribute enhancement prop in his hand, without any hesitation, and filled Mars Hatto directly. Raising the level of Mars Hatto is the most important thing at the moment. Of course, the higher the attribute, the better the effect of the battle. Dongxing shook his head slightly and walked out of Cao Zhe's meeting room. 5 days later. Pokemon League Association headquarters. The people of the 7 islands have also begun to attack Team Rockets. Dama Lankai, the director of the Pokemon League, looked at the report in his hand, with anger between his eyebrows. He knew what level of region the 7 islands was. Even they looked down on such a place, how could Team Rockets look down on it? I am not very clear, but I know that many trainers from the 7 islands have gone there. Dama Lankai's secretary looked at the report above, frowned slightly, as if to the trainers of the 7 islands expressed dissatisfaction with the rash action. How many times has this happened? They keep saying there are Team Rockets. The investigators we sent out didn't find any when they came back. Don't worry about them. Damalankai said lightly. What about Lorelei? The female secretary asked again. Lorelei? Damalankai frowned. This is a difficult problem and must be treated with caution. Lorelei is a 4 elite from Kanto region. She came out of the 7 islands. She is top-notch in both strength and ability. Over the years, Lorelei has also worked hard to promote her hometown, but the 7 islands are too barren and remote. Even if the 4 elites from Kanto region take turns to visit, they can't attract tourists. Forget it, just give Lorelei a face. Damalankai said softly, if the trainers of the 7 islands can really prove that they are Team Rockets, then give them rewards. Similarly, if they can't produce evidence, just perfunctorily deal with it. Qianan should not offend Lorelei. Yes. The female secretary nodded and turned to walk out of the office. At this moment, Damalankai looked at the map on the computer with a knowing smile on his face. Now the Team Rockets in Kanto region and Johto region have finally been cleared. Team Rockets is like a cancer. When the medicine is effective, the feeling of comfort cannot be described in words. Thanks to Red, I don't know how he is now. In Damalankai's mind, a boy wearing a white t-shirt and a red cap on his head appeared, and there was always a Pikachu by his side. If he can enter the Pokemon League, I will be even more powerful. Damarankai's eyes lit up, but he also knew that if he wanted Red to join the Pokemon League, he had to please Professor Oak. Only by taking 2 approaches can Red be convinced. By the way, Viridian Gym is still vacant. If Red is willing, let him be the gym. A plan emerged in Damarankai's mind. As long as he was easy during the assessment, plus Red's strength, it would be easy to become a Viridian Gym leader. But he overlooked one point, that is, there really is Team Rockets in the 7 islands. Chapter 10 Arrangement of Tasks. 7 islands, the 3rd island, Berry Forest. Mars Hatto, use Thunder Punch. Mars Shadow's fists sparkled with spark, and he jumped up and splashed, bombarding Pidgeotto. In an instant, arcs flashed on Pidgeotto's body, and he let out a painful wail. His wings struggled hard, and his body fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the wild Pidgeotto. Mars Shadow's level has increased by 1 level. Upgraded again. Dongxing smiled slightly, and Mars Shadow's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Pokemon, Mars Hatto. Level, 35. Attributes, Fighting, Ghost. Features, Technical Expert. Carried items, Shell Bell. Moves, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Freeze Punch, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Punch, Force Palm. It's getting late, it's time to go back to the headquarters. Dongxing took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was time to go back to the headquarters to deal with things. In the past 5 days, Dongxing moved the headquarters of Team Rockets to the third island. Every day when he was free, he would go to Berry Forest to let Mars Haddo level up. In 5 days, he only increased by 25 levels, but for Dongxing, he had done his best. The level of Pokemon in the 7 islands is relatively low. Although there are mysterious places such as the Frozen Waterfall Cave, the Tower of Memories and the Light Mountain, there are too many things waiting for him to deal with in Team Rockets. For a while, he did not dare to leave the Team Rockets headquarters easily. Jingbian, how are things going? Dongxing came to his office and summoned Jingbian as soon as possible. Leader. According to your arrangement, we have opened Pokemon clubs on various islands. Jingbian answered truthfully. Very good. Dongxing looked at the documents in his hand and asked again, have you found people for the intelligence department you set up? Leader, the intelligence department has taken shape, but the subordinates are too busy to handle it. Jingbian showed a helpless look on his face. In the past few days, the intelligence department has taken shape, and the situation of the entire 7 islands and the movements of some trainers are all known. But all these tasks were completed by Jingbian alone, and he also had patrol and supervision tasks every day. After a few days, he felt tired. We are short of manpower now, so you should take more responsibility. Dongxing smiled slightly and then said, in a few days, I will find you an assistant to share your workload. Dongxing took out a document and handed it to Jingbian, saying, I heard that you like water type very much. Pokemon, this is a Pokemon build I prepared for you. Add some Pokemon and configurations to your existing Pokemon. You can take a look. Thank you, Chief. After taking the file, Jingbian just glanced at it and showed a puzzled look on his face. Kingdra? Swampert? Pelipper? Ferrothorn? Thunder Pokemon? Scizor? Chief, I don't understand this. Jingbian scratched his head. Dongxing smiled and explained, this is the standard configuration of the rainy day team. Kingdra and Swampert can perform well in rainy days. Pokemon such as Ferrothorn can make your team offensive while maintaining a certain level of joint defense. Joint defense? After hearing this, Jingbian fell into thought. That's right, the so-called joint defense can restrain the water-type Pokemon, including grass and electric Pokemon, and Ferrothorn, thunder Pokemon, Scizor and Pelipper can perfectly restrain these Pokemon. Dongxing smiled slightly and explained it patiently. Such a team arrangement is rarely matched at the same level. As long as the Pokemon can be trained well, it will be a good combat force. Thank you, leader. Jingbian stood up and bowed to Dongxing, and his heart was even more excited. Just a few words opened up his mind and he had better ideas in his mind. Well, don't worry, Kingdra and Swampert, I will find a way to get them for you, don't worry. Dongxing smiled slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Jingbian was taken care of. For a moment, Jingbian's nose was sour and an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. He has never been welcomed in Team Rockets. After coming to the 7 islands, although his status has been improved, he is still not welcomed. Although he is loyal and conscientious, in Giovanni's eyes, he is not as good as the best but better than the worst. But this time, he felt cared for and trusted by Dongxing. Chief, please rest assured, I will not let you down. Jingbian vowed. Okay. Dongxing smiled slightly and said softly, you go down and get busy first. Jingbian stood up and left the office, but at this moment, the system prompt sounded in Dongxing's mind. Ding! Jingbian is loyal and vowed to be a capable assistant. Congratulations to the host for getting 100 points. Ding! Jingbian completed the task issued by the host and got a total of 400 points. Can this also get points? Dongxing was delighted. He was still worried about the points before, but he found a new way. However, compared with the items in the system mall, the points in his hand are far from enough. For trainers, the most important thing is Pokemon training. In Team Rockets, it is useless to have only a strong leader. Giovanni is a good example. Giovanni is powerful and is called the controller of the earth. But when facing Red, he was too confident and underestimated the enemy, and he always wanted Red to join Team Rockets, so he didn't fight to the death. The result was that Giovanni was defeated, and the three Cotters were also defeated by Red and others. Dongxing didn't want to follow Giovanni's old path. Now he has Mars Hatto. But in the current situation, it is far from enough. If you want to complete the main task given by the system, want Team Rockets to occupy the 7 islands, and want to conquer various regions, you must improve your overall strength. Hey, if I could get more points. Dongxing looked at the items in the system mall, and his saliva was about to flow out. In addition to various enhanced items, there are also Pokemon training guides, which have various Pokemon. Just a Pokemon guide requires 1000 points. And his current points cannot be redeemed at all. Knock, knock. Just when Dongxing was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Chief, are you looking for me? As he said, Qian Shao pushed the door open. When Dongxing saw Qian Shao coming, he said with a smile, "You came just in time, I have an important task for you, and this task can only be completed by you." "What task?" "Chief, just give the order." Qian Shao said respectfully. "We have detained the trainers of the 7 islands for a while, and now is the time for you to take action. I need you to transform them all into members of our rocket." This. Qian Shao looked embarrassed. This mission was indeed suitable for him, but after all, he would rather recruit new members to convince the trainers of the 7 islands. Chapter 11. The young man was not patient at all. "What? Do you have any objections?" Dongxing frowned and showed an unhappy look on his face. "No." Qian Shao immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, "But are these people really useful?" "I know what you mean, but we have no choice now." Dongxing looked helpless. After explaining a few words to Qian Shao left the office. Alas, what the hell is going on? Dongxing was full of helplessness. 7 islands. These trainers of the 7 islands are particularly tough, and their whole bodies reveal a tough mouth. Whether in terms of strength or Pokemon, they are not as good as the members of Team Rockets, but their number is far more than that of Team Rockets. They are not good now, but it does not mean that they will not be good in the future. Dongxing has always comforted himself in this way. Treat these people as potential stocks, and there will always be gains. An hour after Qian Shao left, the system prompt sounded in Dongxing's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for persuading the junior trainer of the 7 islands to join Team Rockets and become a member of Team Rockets, and reward points of 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for persuading the junior trainer of the 7 islands to join Team Rockets and become a member of Team Rockets, and reward points of 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for persuading the intermediate trainer of the 7 islands to join Team Rockets and become a member of Team Rockets, and reward points of 30 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for persuading the senior trainer of the 7 islands to join Team Rockets and become a member of Team Rockets, and reward points of 50 points. Can this also earn points? Dongxing was secretly delighted. With the combination of kindness and force in the past few days, he had trained Qian Shao to be very obedient. It was very reasonable to be able to earn points from conquering members. It was indeed a villain system that focused on increasing the number of members. But after so many prompts, it was basically blue sky and white clouds. There were many beginner trainers, few intermediate trainers, and advanced trainers were rare. Is this the foundation of the 7 islands? It's absolutely amazing. Dongxing looked through the records, All kinds of 10 points, 10 points. Fortunately, there was a certain advantage in the number of people, and the points were quickly accumulated to 5,000. Mall. Purchase the Mars Haddo Cultivation Guide. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2,000 points and purchasing the Mars Haddo Cultivation Manual. Ding! It was detected that the host had Mars Haddo and had been matched to Pokemon, with all attributes increased by 10% and resistance increased by 10%. Instantly, Dongxing's mind was filled with a lot of knowledge, as well as memories with Mars Haddo. The bonds between one person and one Pokemon became deeper. Even Mars Haddo, who was lurking in the shadow, was confused. An inexplicable force was injected into the body, and Mars Haddo slowly appeared in front of Dongxing, slightly clenching his fists, as if he had endless energy. Do you feel the power getting stronger? Dongxing asked. Mars Haddo nodded, and black shadows floated around his body, denser than before. Take advantage of these energies and moves, and you will become stronger. Dongxing looked at Mars Haddo and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Mars Haddo looked at Dongxing's expression and his eyes were full of admiration. It turned out that the power just now was given to me by the master. Although I am short, I will be a capable assistant to the master. Mars Haddo nodded again, sneaked into the shadow, recalled various scenes in his mind, and started a new round of practice. Although Mars Haddo has been strengthened, what surprised Dongxing is that Mars Haddo is not in full strength yet. Mars Haddo Exclusive Z Stone allows Mars Haddo to use exclusive Z moves. Points, 50,000. After Dongxing looked at the things in the mall, he felt a pain in his heart. He spent so much effort to collect a few thousand points, and a Z-move pure crystal costs 50,000 points. This is too expensive. Dongxing could only exit the store and did not dare to look at other things. Even if he looked, he could not afford it, so he might as well think about the future of Team Rockets. We must not let Team Rockets repeat the same mistakes. Team Rockets is short of manpower now, and we must find some people with real talents and hard work. After thinking for a while, Dongxing decided to absorb fresh blood. There were many talents in Team Rockets, but these talents could not be contacted now. With the disappearance of Giovanni, they all disappeared. The last Kenta was pretty good, with some potential. If he is trained, he will be a helper for Team Rockets. A plan emerged in Dongxing's mind. He stood up and walked towards the elevator. He used the keycard to go to the underground floor. This is the dungeon responsible for holding the trainers of the 7 islands. As soon as he arrived at the underground floor, he saw the busy figure of Senju. Leader, why are you coming down? Senju trotted to Dongxing with a flattering smile on his face. I came down to see you, you continue to do your thing. Yes. Dongxing responded lightly and walked towards the cell where Kenta was held. How is it? A trainer from the 7 islands, it must be hard to be a prisoner. Dongxing stood in front of the cell door with a disdainful smile on his face. If Kenta was in other regions, he could enjoy better treatment, but it was a pity that he was in the 7 islands. Humph! Kenta glanced at Dongxing and turned his head away. Okay, don't be so impulsive. Dongxing chuckled and said, I'll give you a chance now. If you are willing to join Team Rockets, I will give you what you want and make the 7 islands stronger. The Pokemon League cannot give you treatment, but Team Rockets can give you. They can give you treatment, but Team Rockets can give you double it. Kenta's throat moved slightly when he heard this, but his expression remained unchanged. Dongxing said disapprovingly, I particularly admire your ambition, but it's a pity that it has no effect. You believe in the Pokemon League, but what does the Pokemon League give you? The 7 islands are just a place abandoned by the Pokemon League. To put it bluntly, if Lorelei hadn't appeared in the 7 islands, they wouldn't even want to come to this place. You. Kenta wanted to refute, but the words seemed pale and powerless when they came to his lips. Everyone knows about this matter, and the entire Pokemon League knows it. It is an indisputable fact. Dongxing continued, even if you can catch us, do you think the Pokemon League will believe it? For the Pokemon League, you are just a burden. Enough! Kenta yelled, his face flushed, and he looked at Dongxing and roared, you have successfully humiliated me, you can leave with satisfaction this time. Ha ha ha! Dongxing raised his head slightly, and the smile on his face became more proud, and then said, are you angry now? Young people can't hold their temper. Chapter 12 Divine Beast Collection Mission. You! Kenta was raging, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. If he hadn't been imprisoned, he would have had a real duel with Dongxing. I came to you this time to ask you to join Team Rockets. I admire your strength. Dongxing looked Kenta up and down, and said again, you are just an unknown trainer in the Seven Islands, and you will not be welcomed even in the Pokemon League. But if you join Team Rockets, I can give you everything you want, whether it's money, power, or powerful Pokemon, as long as you can be obedient, I can satisfy you. Give up on this idea. Kenta refused outright. It was absolutely impossible for him to join Team Rockets. Don't rush to refuse. Dongxing smiled slightly and said meaningfully, your Pokemon is Abimass Snow, but it's a pity that it doesn't have the Snowfall feature. If you can be obedient, I can give you powerful Pokemon, so that your strength can match that of Elite and Surpass Champion. Dongxing took out a document and handed it to Kenta, saying lightly, take a good look at it first and think about it yourself. Do you want to join Team Rockets or let yourself end this life in peace? Dongxing turned and left the prison, walking towards his office. Kenta looked at the documents that fell to the ground, froze in place, snorted coldly, and was completely disdainful. Dongxing returned to the office, signed a few documents, and went to the laboratory to inquire about Jinling's experimental progress. Leader, the Aurora Barrier plan is very challenging, and we are now working on it. Jinling pushed his heavy glasses, his eyes full of burning look. When I first saw this plan, I thought it was impossible to complete, but after several experiments, I found that this was a plan that only geniuses could come up with. Once the experiment can be completed, the entire Team Rockets will be as solid as a barrier. Whether you need Pokemon or money, you can speak up, and the organization will definitely support you with all its strength. Dongxing said in a deep voice. By the way, Jinling looked at the experimental equipment on the table, took out a document, and said, the energy fluctuations of the Seven Islands have been abnormal in the past few days, and real-time monitoring has begun. After our analysis, the legendary Pokemon is about to be born. Legendary Pokemon? Dongxing looked incredulous. Although the Seven Islands are the habitat of legendary Pokemon, the natives of the Seven Islands have hardly seen them. Many times, local residents treat this as a rumor, just for fun. It's on the birth island where we just moved away. Jinling pointed at the birth island in the picture, which was already wrapped in an aurora. The whole island looked gorgeous. Dongxing took a look, and a cold voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Phantom Pokemon detected, start a new main task. Ding! Phantom Pokemon collection on the Seven Islands, capture Deoxys. Ding! Task reward, 10,000 points, Mars Hado is strengthened. Good guy. You let me, a junior trainer, capture the legendary beast? Isn't this just going to die? Leader, what should we do now? Jinling said with a puzzled look on his face. I will go and check it myself and arrange for people to surround the island of birth, and no one can set foot on it. Dongxing was surprised. He didn't expect Jinling to ask this question. In Dongxing's cognition, Jinling only cares about experimental research and doesn't ask about other things. Now that he raises other questions, it seems that the training a few days ago has worked. Jinling turned and walked towards the experimental equipment and started to get busy. Dongxing took a look around and returned to his office. Now the tasks in Team Rockets are being carried out in full swing, and everyone has their own things to do. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time to occupy the 7 islands. Although the strength of Team Rocket's members is uneven, compared with the trainers of the 7 islands, it is suppression. What is missing now is the method of obtaining points and cultivating a strong trainer in a short time. Compared with these two problems, the most important thing is to improve one's own strength. After all, the system has arranged a task to capture Deoxys. Reward 10,000 points. Alas! I'm still a poor man. Dongxing sighed helplessly. He has already traveled through time and space to become a villain, but he is still a poor man. This is an unchangeable phenomenon. Now the points are only a few hundred, and I can't do big things, and I don't need small things. I can only try my luck in the lottery. Dongxing thought for a moment and gave an answer. Ding! This lottery consumes 50 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 10 billion times crit in the lottery, and getting the limited Pokemon, Froakie. Pokemon, Froakie. Level, 10. Attribute, Water type. Bonds feature, Bond transformation, bound to, Dongxing. Feature, change freely. Feature, attribute mastery. Moves, pound, growl, bubble, quick attack, lick. Bond transformation, after evolving into Greninja, it can perform super evolution without super evolutionary stone/ite. In normal form, each victory in battle will increase the bond with the trainer. The more bonds, the stronger the ability after transformation. Change freely, using moves of different attributes can change your own attributes. Attribute mastery, it can enhance the power of attribute moves. For each attribute added, the power of the move increases by 10%. Currently, it is only proficient in water type. Dongxing's pupils dilated, and his heart was full of excitement. This lottery is really lucky. But after calming down, Dongxing suddenly felt that the food was tasteless. It's not that he dislikes Pokemon, but it's too low level and useless. It's a good thing to have great potential, but after Froakie can evolve, the opportunity is gone. Dongxing had an extra Pokeball on his waist. He stretched out his arm to pick up the Pokeball. A white light flashed, and a little blue frog appeared in front of him. Bubble Guava narrowed his eyes slightly, looking very serious. It's really the Ash version of Greninja. Dongxing looked at it for a long time, and his heart was extremely excited. Even though he often used Greninja to fight in the game, his hands began to tremble after seeing the real thing. At this moment, Mars Hado came out from Dongxing's shadow and looked at Froakie curiously. Guigua. Froakie said hello, and the two Pokemon met. Although it is a limited Pokemon, Greninja, which can transform by binding, has a high racial value of 640, far exceeding many legendary beasts. Two Pokemons were playing on the side, and Dongxing continued to draw. Since he could get 10 billion critical hits this time, he must choose to rush when he is lucky. System, continue to draw. I want to draw 10 times this time. Chapter 13 Evolution just after conquering. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, you get the item, leftovers. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, you get the item, life orb. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, you get money, 500,000. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, you get money, 500,000. The 9 consecutive draws were just some ordinary items or money. Dongxing regretted it instantly, and could only sigh that the system's routine was too deep. This was completely a case of giving a little sweetness first, and then killing the pig. There was only one draw left after 10 consecutive draws, so let's give it a try. Dongxing's heart was extremely pious, the last draw. With a ding, Dongxing looked at the prompt in his mind and showed joy on his face. It's done. Ding. Congratulations to the host for 100 times critical hit, and get Pokemon, Lapras. Pokemon. Lapras. Level, 5. Attributes, Water type, Ice. Features, Hard Shell Armor. Moves, Growl, Water Gun, Sing. Calm down first, and you must not draw again. Lapras can be ice or water, it's useless in my hands. Dongxing looked at Lapras and fell into deep thought. Although it sounds very happy to get 100 times critical hit from the system draw. But this Lapras has no effect at all in his team. Forget it, let's see who performs better later and give the Pokemon and props to others as rewards. Dongxing shook his head, left the office immediately, and walked towards the direction of Berry Forest. The important thing now is to get the Pokemon and props Eamon's level is raised. Although the speed is slow, if you can raise a level, you can also have more strength in your hands. As soon as Dongxing arrived at the door, he saw Qianshao's busy figure. Leader, you are going out, do you want me to follow you? Qianshao had a flattering smile on his face. Just now, his mobile phone rang with a sound of incoming money, a full 5 million. This money replenished the Team Rocket's treasury. After seeing that the person who transferred the money was his leader, Qianshao had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and finally came to the conclusion that he must not offend Dongxing. No need. Then leader, please be careful. Yet. Dongxing responded lightly, and walked in one direction without looking back. Soon, Dongxing came to the entrance of Berry Forest, and he released Froakie. Gugwa. Froakie looked at Mars Haddo enviously, why didn't it come out of the Pokeball? Don't worry, after this period of time, you won't be allowed to stay in the Pokeball. Dongxing touched Froakie's little head and comforted him. Let's go, let's start today's special training. The two Pokemons walked towards the depths of the forest. It's worthy of being the Berry Forest of the 7 Islands. The wild Pokemon with the largest number of Pidgey, Oddish, Bellsprout and Venonat. And Slowpoke and Psyduck. Wild Pokemon will not actively attack humans, and even the Pokemon of the 7 Islands are afraid of humans. Of course, except for the fierce Pokemon. But in the Berry Forest, it is rare to encounter fierce Pokemon, and all Pokemon live carefree. Defeating wild Pokemon can get points, but the Pokemon is not high level, so the points are relatively small. Dongxing thought about brushing points, but there are no props in the mall that can upgrade Pokemon, brushing points is just a waste of his time. Therefore, every time after defeating a Pokemon, Dongxing would look for the next Pokemon. Froakie, use Water Pulse. Mars Haddo, use Shadow Punch. After defeating 2 Taunt-Sweep and Bells, Dongxing continued to look for the next target. He spent the whole afternoon in the Berry Forest. After deliberately honing his level, Froakie evolution became Frogadier, and Mars Shadow's level also reached level 40. After a short rest, Dongxing started physical training for his Pokemon. Frogadier, you have to work hard today too. Dongxing has been in this world for a while, and found that Pokemon's use of moves will consume a certain amount of physical and mental strength. Especially in battle, continuous use of certain moves will make Pokemon's physical strength exhausted, even with props to restore, there is still a big difference. Frogadier heard Dongxing's physical training and did not refuse, and agreed obediently. It seems that in the previous battle, Frogadier realized that there was a certain gap between himself and Mars Haddo. However, when it came to physical training, Frogadier realized how hard physical training was. Mars Haddo was like a pervert, and could easily cope with running and dodging special training. Finally, Frogadier collapsed to the ground with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Should I tell it the truth? Dongxing looked at Frogadier, who looked tired, and felt a little distressed, but he didn't say it in the end. Mars Haddo had been strengthened by the system, and his attributes had increased a lot. In addition, Dongxing obtained poke blocks from Team Rockets, and his nutrition was full. Frogadier had just joined the team and had not yet been strengthened. It was very difficult for him to catch up with Mars Haddo. Frogadier, come on. Here, this is a speed potion. After you drink it, your speed will increase. And you, Mars Haddo, this is a stamina potion. You should take a rest too. Dongxing redeemed 2 bottles of speed potions from the system mall and handed them to the 2 Pokémon. Seeing them work so hard, Dongxing felt proud, just like seeing his own children study hard. 3 hours later, Frogadier's level increased by 3 levels and reached level 20, while Marshadow's level reached level 42. Both of them improved. Shut up! A miserable growl sounded in the distance. Dongxing looked over and saw a group of Pidgeotto pluck Slowpoke. Slowpoke was covered with scars and held his head tightly with both hands. Good fellow, you are really evil. Dongxing stood up and looked at the poor Slowpoke, his big eyes full of despair and helplessness. But Dongxing had a question in his mind: how did this Slowpoke offend a group of Pidgeotto? What about it? Although Pidgeotto is not a vicious Pokémon, they have a high sense of territory. If you encounter a Pidgeotto, it will not take the initiative to attack when you step into its territory. But if it is a group of Pidgeotto, it will be unlucky. Mars Haddo, sneak over and use Thunder Punch. Dongxing frowned as he looked at the Pidgeotto in the distance. Even if he did not take the initiative to attack, after this Slowpoke died, it would be his turn next. In this case, why not strike first? Marshadow's figure suddenly appeared behind Pidgeotto, his hands flashed with lightning, and he punched Pidgeotto. Boom! In an instant, spark exploded, and sparks emerged from more than a dozen Pidgeottos. Chapter 14 Kenta joins Team Rockets. Ding! The host defeated the wild Pidgeotto and gained 29 points. Ding! The host defeated the wild Pidgeotto and gained 20 points. Ding! The host defeated the wild Pidgeotto and received 30 points. Pidgeotto's levels are uneven, the highest is only level 30. Not bad, I'll take these 200 points. Dongxing looked at the increasing points, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The defeated Pidgeotto lay on the ground, his eyes formed a circle, and his body kept shaking. For Pokémon, when they lose their fighting ability, they will not die, but there is a special energy protecting them. If they are not attacked, their physical strength will slowly recover and slowly wake up. Die! Slowpoke opened his eyes slightly, and after seeing Pidgeotto lying in front of him, he looked at Dongxing with a surprised face. What are you doing? Why don't you leave? Dongxing scolded unhappily. And this Slowpoke stood there, with no intention of running away. It's just like a stupid roe deer. Die die! Slowpoke slowly crawled towards Dongxing, his eyes full of gratitude. What are you doing? Dongxing looked at Slowpoke's movements with a look of surprise. Googwa! The next second, Frogadier appeared in front of Slowpoke, as if blocking the direction of Slowpoke's progress. Die die! Slowpoke opened his mouth and spit out a fruit from his mouth. Are you going to give it to us? Dongxing took a look, and only then did he realize that there were saffron-colored marks on Slowpoke's head and tail. This is Slowpoke from Galar region. Dongxing was shocked, and now he finally understood why Slowpoke was attacked by Pidgeotto. The golden marks on the head and tail were too eye-catching. Don't thank me, just eat it yourself. Dongxing smiled slightly, and was slightly stunned when he saw the fruit on the ground. There are indeed many berries in the berry forest. If they are mined, they can be used to make poke blocks. As for the recipe, there is a recipe in the system mall, but the price is 10,000 points. It seems that I still have to go to the island of birth. Dongxing showed a bitter smile on his face. After all, he had to face Deoxys. Just as Dongxing was thinking, this Slowpoke came in front of Dongxing and smiled slightly. Seeing this scene, Dongxing was stunned. Do you want to follow me? Damn. Slowpoke nodded, as if to say that he wanted to follow. This is the first Pokemon that actively follows him. The other Pokemon are obtained from the system. Although this Slowpoke does not look very smart, it can be regarded as a wise eye. It just so happens that Team Rockets lacks a Pokemon to guard the building. Dongxing glanced at Slowpoke, and Slowpoke's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Pokemon, Slowpoke. Level, 38. Attribute, Psychic. Feature, Regeneration. Moves, Belly Drum, Burp, Block, Tackle, Growl, Yawn, Acid, Instant. Belly Drum. Does this Slowpoke have a hidden heart for output? You are willing to follow me, but I will not subdue you. If you like other trainers in the future, you can choose them. Dongxing touched Slowpoke's head and took out the healing potion from the system space and sprayed it on Slowpoke. For Dongxing, this Slowpoke should live a carefree life, but he is a villain. If he wants to complete the system's tasks, he must improve his strength and continue to collect legendary Pokemon. After Slowpoke evolution, both Slowking and Slowbro are passive Pokemon, which cannot meet Dongxing's requirements. For this reason, Dongxing did not choose to subdue. Stop! Slowpoke nodded in response, as if he understood Dongxing's words. With Slowpoke joining in, Dongxing looked at the time and decided to go back the same way. But along the way, he encountered wild Pokemon has increased in number and different in types. They attack like crazy as if they don't care about their lives. This makes Dongxing very puzzled. Usually he takes the initiative to find Pokemon because of Mars Haddo. The majesty of the mythical beast makes these Pokemon dare not approach. But the half-hour journey back took more than 2 hours. Mars Haddo has reached level 50, and Frogadier has also reached level 30. Only Slowpoke's level has not changed, and it has not participated in the battle along the way. It just follows Dongxing wherever he goes. Leader, you are back. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the base, Qian Xiao was waiting anxiously. What happened? Why are you standing here? Dongxing glanced at him lightly, with a puzzled look in his eyes. He just gave this guy 5 million, why is he still thinking about money? Leader, Kenta wants to see you. Qian Xiao said respectfully. I know. Dongxing responded lightly and walked towards the prison in the basement. Damn! Slowpoke greeted Qian Xiao in a friendly manner. The leader has captured Slowpoke. Qian Xiao was confused. He was a little confused about Dongxing's routine. Mars Haddo before, Slowpoke now, the leader's taste in Pokemon is a bit weird. Dongxing came to the prison. The number of people in the prison was much smaller than before. Most of the trainers of the 7 islands have joined Team Rockets. And the remaining people are all stubborn. I heard you are looking for me. Dongxing glanced at Kenta, his expression was extremely calm. With a plop, Kenta half knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Leader, I am willing to join Team Rockets, please take me in. Dongxing frowned slightly, and muttered in his heart, did this kid take the wrong medicine? This attitude changed too quickly. He looked at the documents in Dongxing's hand, which were already wrinkled. Chief, I want to become stronger. Please let me join Team Rockets. Kenta said affirmatively, looking up slightly, his eyes full of scorching heat. Since you want to join Team Rockets, I can agree, but your strength is too weak. Dongxing shook his head slightly, his eyes full of disdain. I know. Kenta lowered his head and said again, when I saw the documents the leader gave me, I realized how weak and ignorant I was. As he said that, Kenta's body trembled slightly. When he read the contents of the documents, his worldview seemed to collapse. Facing the combination of Pokemon, the use of moves, and the idea of fighting, there is a world of difference. If Dongxing hadn't asked him to read this document, he might not know his weakness until he died. As long as the leader can make me stronger, I am willing to do anything. Kenta shouted loudly, and his voice resounded throughout the prison. For a time, the whole prison was quiet. Chapter 15 Start Layout. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering Kenta and obtaining 1,325 points. Dongxing was delighted at first, then looked at the system prompt, and a big question mark appeared in his mind. How come the points obtained are both zero and whole? System, what's going on? Hint, points will not be obtained repeatedly. Hint, junior trainers who join Team Rockets will only get a small amount of points, and above the special trainers, the points will be accumulated. Dongxing was delighted. System, you can always come up with something new for me. This means that it is less difficult to obtain points. As long as he is a member of Team Rockets and can improve his trainer level, Dongxing can also get points. The next second, Kenta's attribute panel appeared in Dongxing's mind. Name, Kenta. Strength, Special Trainer. Pokemon owned, Abamasno, LV.56, Glally, LV.50. The level of the Pokemon is higher than Dongxing's current level, but unfortunately he encountered a full-level Marshadow. If it were Dongxing now, he would definitely not be his opponent. Kenta, you have just joined Team Rockets, and now there is a task for you. Dongxing glanced around the prison and said softly, I heard that you are their leader. Today I ask you to persuade them to join Team Rockets, and then I will assign you other tasks. Leader, this is no problem. If I join, they will join too. Kenta responded with a smile. He didn't expect that the task he completed for the first time would be so simple. We are willing to join Team Rockets. Please accept us, leader. As long as it can make us stronger, we are willing to go through fire and water for Team Rockets. We are willing to be loyal to Team Rockets and become the leader's right-hand man. With a swish, most of the people in the prison half knelt on the ground, begging Dongxing to let them join Team Rockets. From now on, you are all members of Team Rockets. Dongxing shuang with his hands behind his back, he looked around indifferently, his voice was cold and powerful. There seemed to be an inexplicable power in everyone's heart, and the haze in their hearts was swept away. Ding! The advanced trainer of the 7 islands joined Team Rockets and received 500 points. Ding! The advanced trainer of the 7 islands joined Team Rockets and received 500 points. Ding! The intermediate trainer of the 7 islands joined Team Rockets and received 200 points. Ding! The junior trainer of the 7 islands joined Team Rockets and received. The system prompt sounded in Dongxing's mind. Although many trainers joined the 7 islands, there were also a small number of people who did not join. Leader, what are you going to do with those trainers who did not join? Kenta's face showed a worried look. These people were more or less his friends. Although he was willing to join Team Rockets, he couldn't do it if he was asked to attack these people, and he didn't want to see this happen. You do this. Dongxing waved his hand, motioning Kenta to come to him, and after whispering a few words, Kenta suddenly nodded and said, Chief, I know. After saying this, Dongxing left the prison and returned to his office. Soon, the news that Kenta and others joined Team Rockets had spread. After Qian Xiao knew about this, he was stunned, and then hurried to the basement to find Jinling. What do you think the leader is thinking? Why did he let Kenta and his group join Team Rockets? Qian Xiao said with a puzzled look. As long as it doesn't affect my experiment. Jinling glanced at Qian Xiao, looking like he was fearless. You are so calm. Qian Xiao shook his head helplessly and explained, we are in a very dangerous situation now. We didn't contribute to such a big thing that happened to Team Rockets before. Now that Kenta and the others have joined, don't you feel any sense of crisis? Oh. Jinling responded lightly and continued the experiment in his hand. You are such a nerd. Qian Xiao felt a sense of regret in his heart. As one of the 3 cadres of Team Rockets, how can he not be anxious about his position? Once replaced by someone, everything they have will be over. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go find Jingbian. Qian Shao hurriedly left the underground laboratory and came to the door of the club to see Jingbian's busy figure. Jingbian said disapprovingly, so many people joining Team Rockets is a good thing. Our workload can be reduced and Team Rockets can also grow. Do you really think so? Qian Shao was surprised. He really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these people. It's such a dangerous thing, but it's said so simply. Why do I feel a sense of crisis? You just don't understand the leader. Our thoughts can't reach the leader's level. Jingbian said softly. Okay, okay. Qian Shao's mouth twitched slightly. Facing the attitudes of Jingbian and Jinling, he had no idea what to do. Even if the 2 were not in a hurry, he would be anxious. He had to do something. Dongxing returned to the office and began to plan his plan for the island of birth. There are very few Pokémon that can be used now, and even the props are ordinary props. I can only bite the bullet. Dongxing's face tightened, knowing that he could not delay any longer. Occupying the 7 islands is already a matter of plan, and it only needs to be arranged according to the schedule. As for Deoxys on the island of birth, it is indeed a big problem. Leader, I'm coming. Just then, Kenta came to the office, wearing black clothes with a red R on his chest. Sit down first. After seeing Kenta sitting down, Dongxing said, there is something I want you to do now. It is about the future of Team Rockets and there will be some danger. I think about it and it is up to you to do it. Leader, you said, no matter what, I will do it with all my strength. Kenta looked serious and excited. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before, he had not received any attention from anyone in the Pokémon League, let alone the mission, and he did not even have the qualifications to go to other regions. Dongxing smiled and said, this mission is also very simple. You need to select 4 people. You will travel to other regions separately. In 1 year, you will defeat the gym leader and win the champion of the local conference. This. Kenta looked embarrassed when he heard this. This mission is very simple to say, but it is also very difficult to say. Don't worry, Team Rockets will give you some support, whether it is from Pokémon or funds, you just let it go. Dongxing looked at Kenta's expression, as if he detected his doubts at a glance. Chapter 16 Someone unexpectedly attacked. Chief, I. Kenta looked at Dongxing in front of him, tears flashing in his eyes. Don't be surprised. Dongxing said softly, with your current strength, it will be difficult to achieve anything even if you stay in the 7 islands. It's better for you to go to other region, while improving his own strength, secretly developing the power of Team Rockets. This. Kenta's pupils dilated, his face full of disbelief. The current Pokémon League is doing its best to eliminate the remnants of Team Rockets. Now the action is undoubtedly dancing on the edge of a knife. Don't worry. Dongxing said with a smile, if you find 4 or 5 people and go there as trainers, no one will suspect it. I understand. Kenta nodded and said seriously. Very good, tonight, you tell me the assigned tasks, and I will assign you to different regions. Dongxing took out a Pokeball and said again, inside this Pokeball is Lapras, which can be regarded as the Earl Dervish Pokémon given to you by Team Rockets. I hope that on this trip, except for Abamasno, the other Pokémon you met and captured on the road. Thank you, leader. Kenta stretched out his arm, and when he got the Pokeball, his arm trembled slightly. Yet. Dongxing nodded and said, you can also take these props with you. I can give you what the Pokémon League can't give you. I will give you double what the Pokémon League can give you. Leader. Hearing this, Kenta half knelt on the ground and said, I will never forget the leader's cultivation, and I will do my best to complete the tasks assigned by the organization. Go down and get familiar with your new partner. Dongxing smiled slightly and didn't say much. In the document given to Kenta, the role of Lapras has been explained in great detail. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't understand can only be drowsy. Yes. The subordinates will definitely complete the task, Kenta said with a serious look and left the office. As soon as the door of the office room was closed, a man walked out from the shadows on the side. Chief, I don't understand why you assigned Kenta such an important task, so he joined Team Rockets. Jingbian asked with a puzzled look, and sat in front of Dongxing. Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them, Dongxing explained lightly. When Jingbian heard this, he showed a surprised look on his face, and muttered in his heart, the leader is really different from before. Have you completed your task now? Dongxing asked. Jingbian's face tightened, and he laughed, there have been too many things in the past 2 days, and the task progress is a bit slow. Hey! Dongxing's face drooped instantly, and he said, next time, I don't want to hear such words again. No matter how many tasks you have, when I assign them to you, I hope you can complete them quickly and don't affect other processes. Yes. Jingbian bounced up from the chair with a thud. He could clearly sense the aura emanating from his leader. That feeling of oppression made Jingbian's heart beat faster. You go down too. Dongxing waved his hand to indicate that Jingbian could go about his business. Jingbian repeatedly assured that he would complete the work of the intelligence network in the shortest possible time. It's too difficult, it's simply too difficult. At the moment the door closed, Dongxing kept complaining. Now he was the only one who supported it, and those subordinates were like lazy donkeys, who didn't know how to complete the task without a whip. Fortunately, Team Rockets now has a place to stay. I still have to level up, and try to let Frogadier complete the evolution today. Dongxing stood up and walked downstairs. He kept thinking about the upgrade plan in his mind. He only had one Mars Hado in his hand, and it was not at full power yet. Although he had a Greninja that was comparable to a mythical beast, he had not completed the evolution, and he was not even qualified to start the super evolution. It really needs to be done step by step. Dongxing shook his head helplessly. Although he was anxious, he also knew that he had to eat one bite at a time. As soon as he arrived at the door of the club, a member of Team Rockets shouted loudly, Hitmonchan, Mach Punch! A brown shadow, like lightning, rushed straight to Dongxing, with red gloves on both hands, gathering white light, and blasted towards Dongxing's head. Bang! A black figure jumped out of Dongxing's shadow, with a blue light on his body, wrapping Dongxing inside. The blue light formed a barrier, which was extremely hard and blocked Hitmonchan's attack. Damn, Mega Punch! Hitmonchan heard the order and swung his fists quickly and vigorously. The air around him was filled with the sound of a sonic boom. With a bang, he hit the blue barrier without shaking it at all. Hitmonchan then swung his fists and hit the blue barrier, just like hitting cotton. How is this possible? Continuous Protect was successful. This luck is too good. The Team Rockets member was in disbelief, swallowed his saliva, and trembled slightly. Mars Hado actually jumping out of his shadow, isn't he worried about Mars Shadow's backlash? Do you like sneak attacks so much? Dongxing glanced at the man, his eyes full of disdain. There is no doubt that the man must be a member of the Pokémon League. As for why they launched an attack on Dongxing, it is entirely because the 7 islands cannot get in touch with the outside world. Mars Hado, use Thunder Punch! As soon as the voice fell, Mars Shadow's fists burst into electricity, punching Hitmonchan on the head, and spark made a crackling sound, penetrating Hitmonchan's whole body. Similarly, the members of Team Rockets who reacted pressed the attacker to the ground. Damn, it almost succeeded. The attacker had a look of regret, and his eyes were full of expressions of fearlessness. He knew that there was a gap in strength between him and Dongxing, and the attack was in an instant. Once it succeeded, Team Rockets of the 7 Islands would be able to solve it. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. Is that all you have? Dongxing looked at the sneak attacker lying on the ground. His tone was extremely teasing, and he exuded a majestic aura. Marshadow's eyes were full of anger, and his aura was extremely fierce. Not to mention one hitmonchan, even if there were 2 more, the final result would be the same. You are lucky today, I admit defeat, but even so, you Team Rockets can't change the ending. Now the Pokemon League is clearing Team Rockets. As long as they know there are people here, they will arrange people to support them as soon as possible. When the time comes, you will all be buried with me. The sneak attacker shouted loudly, not paying any attention to his situation. Interesting. Dongxing smiled slightly and motioned everyone to let her go. Chapter 17. You actually let him go? Leader. When the Team Rockets saw Dongxing's operation, their faces were full of surprise. It was not easy to catch a person, but he was full of information. How could he be easily untied? Don't worry. Dongxing said disapprovingly, he is only one person, don't worry. But, although the other members of Team Rockets were worried about Dongxing's safety, they still loosened their arms and let the attacker stand up. But even so, no one dared to relax their vigilance. In the past few days, Dongxing's status in their hearts has changed, and he is like a god. Leader. Don't worry, we will definitely treat him well. Damn guy, he actually wanted to sneak attack, so hateful. Damn, are the people in the Pokemon League so unruly? More and more members of Team Rockets gathered, and they kept a kind of spite in their hearts about the Pokemon League. Born from a poor family, the Pokemon League did not give them a stable environment. Even if they joined Team Rockets, the Pokemon League still had an attitude of not leaving them, which meant that they would not be given any way to survive. You. The attacker dared to see the anger in everyone's eyes, and showed an incredible expression on his face. Even the president of the Pokemon League, Damalanchi, has never been treated like this by the people when he was attacked. For a moment, the attacker regretted his impulsiveness and thought he shouldn't have done it. I'm fine, don't make it hard for him. Dongxing said slowly. With Marshado by his side, there is no danger at all. When facing an attacker, even if the attacker is the trainer, Marshado will appear at the first time to protect him. Dongxing walked up to the man and said calmly, I remember your name is Lance/Crossing, and your real identity is a senior police officer. I remember your information says that you are an orphan, and you were bullied since childhood. Later, you passed the police academy through your own efforts, and then accepted the undercover mission. The reason why Team Rockets let you join is that you are an orphan, so they agreed to let you in, and you have good potential and are valued by Team Rockets. Between the Pokemon League and Team Rockets, you chose the Pokemon League. For the Pokemon League, you chose to sneak attack me. Is it worth it for you to do this? Lance/Crossing heard this, and the words he was about to refute disappeared in an instant. Although he worked hard in the Pokemon League, whether it was studying or Pokemon battles, he worked harder than others. But he was not valued, and no one paid attention to him at all. Even the undercover mission was a task that was picked by others. Everything was because he had no power and no one to rely on. But on the contrary, Team Rockets and the Pokemon League have completely different attitudes towards him. How is it? Are you happy with your time in Team Rockets? Dongxing asked again. Lance/Crossing snorted coldly and said, I have already assassinated you. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. It seems that I have made new friends in Team Rockets. Dongxing glanced at the people around him. Many of the people who came up had regretful and reluctant expressions in their eyes. These people were Lance/Crossing's friends. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Dongxing asked again. Lance/Crossing shook his head and didn't say anything. He could feel the interest of the people around him. Even if Dongxing didn't kill him, the members of Team Rockets would not let him go. Although he made new friends here, met bosom friends and called them brothers. Until now, Lance/Crossing showed a trace of reluctance in his heart, but this feeling was quickly suppressed by him. After all, he had seen the methods of Team Rockets. Everyone was despicable and shameless, snatching other people's Pokémon and doing all kinds of illegal activities. They even conducted various researches, and what they thought about every day was to conquer powerful Pokémon and conquer the world. Dongxing shook his head and said, "In your eyes, Team Rockets is an evil organization, and the Pokémon League is the embodiment of justice, but is that really the case?" "What do you mean by that?" Lance/Crossing asked in confusion. "Although you have courage, you are too reckless and have no brains. If Team Rockets is really a bad guy, then what is your league? You used Pokémon to attack me, what is that?" Dongxing said lightly. "Special people must use special means. If you want to be the second Giovanni, this kind of thing must never happen." Lance/Crossing retorted loudly. "Ha ha ha." Dongxing laughed and said, "You are really stupid. Why should I be the second Giovanni?" Dongxing glanced at Lance/Crossing and said, "Since you said that the Pokémon League is the righteous side and Team Rockets is an evil organization, then I will let you go back and see which one is the real justice. I won't hurt you, nor will I let them hurt you, because you were once one of us. I will let you return to the Pokémon League safely and let you take a good look to see if it is the same as you think. However, your Pokémon is Team Rockets, you can't take it away. When you see them, tell them for me that Team Rockets will be revived and the world will change." Hearing this, all the Team Rockets members around were stunned. Isn't this letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Isn't this telling the Pokémon League that our Team Rockets is here? For a moment, they couldn't understand Dongxing's train of thought. Not to mention them, even Lance/Crossing was stunned when he heard these words. This is a decision that even Giovanni dared not make. "Are you really going to let me go? Aren't you afraid that I will tell the truth? When I go back, the Pokémon League will launch an attack, and your Team Rockets will definitely be destroyed. Especially you, Dongxing. The new leader of Team Rockets, you are the leader in this situation, and you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. You don't have such good luck as Giovanni." Lance/Crossing said viciously, with an extremely arrogant tone. "Asshole, this guy is so annoying. Leader, you must not let him go. Once he tells the truth, the entire Team Rockets will be in danger." Team Rockets members were furious. They could not accept such naked betrayal. "Don't worry," Dongxing said, "take him away. You know what to do." After that, the Team Rockets members understood and took Lance/Crossing away directly. "Leader, why let him go?" At this moment, Qian Xiao came to Dongxing, his eyes full of doubts. He couldn't understand how a trainer could choose to let others go after being attacked by others. "Let him go? You think too much." Chapter 18 The plan to seize the island and the copy of the island of birth. Dongxing doesn't think he is a bad person, but he doesn't think he is a good person either. How could others let him go when they could blatantly assassinate him? "Do you know what Jinling is best at?" Dongxing said lightly and walked forward, leaving only Qian Xiao's messy figure. As a companion, Qian Xiao knew what Jinling was best at. He turned his head and looked at the figure being dragged down, his eyes full of sympathy. Dongxing was not idle after returning to the office. He immediately assigned Jinling a task, which was to conduct a round of mental transformation on the assassin and then let him return to the Pokémon League. Sometimes, the living are more valuable than the dead. In the afternoon, Kenta brought 3 senior trainers to Dongxing's office. "Chief, these 3 are my friends, absolutely reliable." Kenta looked at his friends behind him. His face was full of confidence. "Yes, no matter how you were treated in the Pokémon League, you will be reused here." Dongxing took out 4 bank cards and said softly, "Each of these 4 bank cards has 500,000 yuan, which is your travel expenses to other regions. As long as you can follow the instructions, you will definitely get a monetary reward. In addition, I hope that you will go out this time not only to make yourself stronger, but more importantly, to learn to grow and set up a Team Rockets branch in other places. We swear to Team Rockets until death, and we will go through fire and water for the leader. We swear to Team Rockets until death, and we will go through fire and water for the leader. We swear to Team Rockets until death, and we will go through fire and water for the leader. We swear to Team Rockets until death, and we will go through fire and water for the leader. We swear to Team Rockets until death, and we will go through fire and water for the leader. The four people said in unison. Dongxing took a look, handed the bank card in his hand to Kenta, and said, this time you will not act together, you will be assigned to different regions, and I will also give you corresponding Pokemon training measures and props. Kenta and others were instantly alert when they heard this, and they remembered Dongxing's next words even more. But just as Dongxing finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for issuing the task, Conquer Kalos region, Executor, Kenta Ding. Congratulations to the host for issuing the task, Conquer Unova region, Executor, Tianyi Ding. Congratulations to the host for issuing the task, Conquer Sinnoh region. Dongxing was stunned by the release of 4 tasks in a row. I didn't expect that I could issue tasks in this way. Although I didn't see the reward for completing the task, there was an executor, which meant that the task could be completed. Please rest assured, leader, we will definitely complete the task. Kenta said in unison. For them, it was the first time they were reused. You have to know that in the Pokemon League, they were just unknown trainers. Even if they had reached the level of advanced trainers, the Pokemon League would not look at them highly. But they have just joined Team Rockets and have been reused. This is a great thing for them. I don't care how difficult your process is. I only look at the final result. In addition, Jingbian will cooperate with your actions and will also give you support and instructions. Dongxing smiled slightly. Although he did not have high hopes for the few people in front of him, as long as they could work hard, it would definitely not be a problem to open the gym. After a few pleasantries, Kenta and others left the office. The next day. The Orange Islands in May are hot. Dongxing sat in the office with his eyes closed, as if thinking about something. People had been arranged to send Kenta and others away early this morning. Today, Team Rocket's plan to occupy the 7 islands has begun to be implemented. Whether the entire 7 islands can be successfully occupied depends on this battle. In the office, only Dongxing and 2 Team Rocket's members were left. The 2 of them stayed to protect Dongxing's safety. I always feel like something is missing. Dongxing whispered softly. Although the plan was well arranged, he still felt that something was missing. The remaining Team Rocket's members, after hearing this, looked tense and quickly picked up the laptop. After checking the information, they said, "Leader, please don't worry. At present, the actions of each group are normal. According to the agreed time, they will act in 1 hour." Okay. Dongxing stood up from the chair and walked towards the door of the office. "Leader, what are you going to do? The situation outside is very dangerous now. If you go in and out at will, I'm afraid." The 2 people hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. They were more worried about Dongxing's safety than their own safety. "Don't worry." Dongxing looked at the 2 people behind him and said softly, "As long as we follow the plan, there will be no problem. In addition, if you 2 want to participate, you can also lead some people to support." "Really?" The 2 Team Rockets members showed a surprised look on their faces. "Well, after all, this is also a good opportunity to make achievements," Dongxing said softly. Team Rockets is now expanding its territory, and there are not many opportunities to make achievements. Although the 2 Team Rockets members were full of envy, they still followed Dongxing all the way to the dock. "I'm going to the Birth Island now. You don't have to follow me. If there is any danger, I can't protect you. Dongxing jumped on the speedboat, looked at the Team Rocket's members on the shore, waved his hand, started the speedboat, and set off in the direction of the birth island. But as soon as the speedboat left, only 2 splashes were heard, and the 2 unlucky guys fell into the sea. They thought their leader would wait for them, but they didn't expect that he would drive the boat and run away directly. What should we do now? What else can we do? The leader won't let us follow, so we can only go to support other places. The 2 unlucky guys showed helpless expressions on their faces. Faced with Dongxing's order, they dared not disobey. An hour later, Dongxing also arrived at the entrance of the birth island. But as soon as he arrived at the birth island, a lot of system prompts sounded in my mind. Ding! The host is about to enter the birth island, and the copy mode has been turned on. Ding! The host's level is detected to be low, reducing the difficulty of the birth island. Ding! The wild Pokémon on the birth island will not exceed the host's highest Pokémon level 5, and Deoxys will not exceed level 10. Ding! The Team Rocket's operation has been detected, and the occupation mode has been turned on. Ding! Please prepare for battle, the birth island copy has been opened, and you will face the legendary Pokémon, Deoxys. Chapter 19 Capturing Deoxys. Ding! The host has entered the copy of the birth island, be careful that Pokémon will pop out at any time, please prepare for battle. As soon as Dongxing stepped onto the dock, a mechanical sound rang in his mind. Frogadier. Dongxing released Frogadier and did not dare to neglect it at all. For a moment, above the birth island, the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. In just a moment, dark clouds covered the birth island, and thunder roared. The aurora around the birth island was like a barrier, covering everything around it. Pay attention to the surrounding situation, and attack immediately if you find wild Pokémon. Dongxing stroked Frogadier's head and gave an order. Facing the situation in front of him, it was the first time for Dongxing to experience it, so he had to be careful. But at this moment, 2 Pokémon jumped out of the bushes on the side, and only saw their pupils, rushing towards Dongxing with their teeth and claws. Venomoth, LV39. Scyther, LV40. Frogadier, use Water Pulse. Dongxing immediately gave the order to attack, and Frogadier gathered a water ball with both hands, slapped it to the ground. And a strong stream of water burst out. The water flow swept towards Venomoth and Scyther. Before the 2 Pokémon could figure out what was going on, the water flow formed a twister, constantly pushing the Pokémon's body. Hey! Dongxing frowned, feeling a little surprised. Venomoth and Scyther looked a little strange. Although they were Pokémon, they were not completely. Just as Dongxing was thinking, the bodies of the 2 Pokémon dissipated, turned into a white light, and entered Frogadier's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the wild Pokémon, Venomoth. Psychic transformation, Frogadier gained 100 experience points and the host gained 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the wild Pokémon, Scyther. Psychic transformation, Frogadier gained 100 experience points and the host gained 10 points. Psychic transformation. Dongxing frowned when he saw this word. What he didn't know was whether these Pokémon were created by the system or Deoxys. If it was Deoxys, such a powerful spiritual power would be a rare treasure for Team Rockets. Dongxing's mouth slightly raised, and he continued to move forward, subconsciously tightening the backpack behind him. The backpack was filled with Ultra Balls, more than 100 of them. As for capturing legendary beasts, Dongxing only had experience in the game, and he didn't know if he could easily capture them in reality. Even if it was a protracted war, even if the 100 Pokeballs were used up, they could be purchased from the system mall. Ding! Team Rockets successfully landed on Island number 1, and Team Rockets members are fighting. Ding! Team Rockets members defeated the intermediate trainer and won 50 points. Ding! Team Rockets successfully landed on island number 2, and Team Rockets members are fighting. Ding! Team Rockets successfully landed on island number 4, and Team Rockets members are fighting. Ding! Team Rockets members landed. A series of information bombardment made Dongxing's mind clear up instantly. He was not curious about other Pokemon now, but wanted to capture Deoxys. Frogadier, go all out. Once you find a wild Pokemon, attack without reservation. Gugwa. Frogadier nodded seriously. Dongxing strode forward. Now he has found the correct way to open the points. As long as he issues tasks and lets his subordinates complete the tasks, he can continue to gain points. Similarly, he will also get corresponding points by participating in Pokemon battles, completing system tasks, and capturing Deoxys. At this time, the port of island number 1. A woman walked down from the ship. She was wearing a purple uniform with a red R embroidered on her chest. Her face was full of fatigue. She shouted in surprise, "What happened?" Just looking up slightly, she saw that island number 1 was in flames, like the end of the world. Don't move. Island number 1 is now under the control of our Team Rockets. Behave yourself and don't resist, we will treat you leniently. At this moment, several people in black uniforms rushed up, and the Pokemon stared at her fiercely. While talking, several people wanted to step forward to subdue the girl, but the girl roared, "Are you going to make trouble? Look who I am!" The girl looked cold and thrust forward, and everyone saw the logo on her chest. Yay! Officer Athena! I'm sorry, it's our fault. Quick! This is Officer Athena. Go and notify the officers at the well. Everyone was shocked and lowered their heads, and the arrogance just now disappeared without a trace. Wait a minute. Athena frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Who asked you to occupy Island No. 1? Yes, our leader. Leader. Athena was startled and shouted, "You mean Chief Giovanni came to the 7 islands? Not Chief Giovanni. It's Chief Dongxing." Everyone explained everything that happened in the 7 islands in the past few days. Dongxing. Athena frowned, and a hazy figure appeared in her mind. She remembered that there was indeed such a person in the 7 islands, but because it had been too long, she couldn't remember it. Forget it. You finish your tasks first. Athena waved her hand, signaling Team Rocket's members to go about their business first. She needed to think calmly for a while. After going through so much trouble, they escaped to the 7 islands, but they didn't expect that the deputy leader of the 7 islands, Dongxing, would become the leader. This was completely disloyal to leader Giovanni. Even if Athena was furious, she could only suppress it temporarily. Everything had to wait until she saw Dongxing. The island of birth. Greninja, use water shuriken. Dongxing dodged Rehorn's sucker punch sideways, and then Greninja fired 3 shurikens in a row, hitting Rehorn directly. The next second, Rehorn turned into a white light and entered Greninja's body. Hey, it should be here soon. Dongxing looked ahead and began to think. The birth island was not big, and he even suspected that the Pokemon he encountered were all caused by the system. However, it was precisely because of these Pokemon that Frogadier evolution became Greninja. Greninja, stay alert at all times. Dongxing warned, and Greninja nodded. Ding! Deoxys has appeared, please prepare for battle. Ding! There is only one chance to capture Deoxys, please treat it with caution. Ding! Please prepare for battle. Chapter 20. Dongxing has no way to escape. Here it comes. Dongxing looked up and saw a red Pokemon with a red face and a body suspended in the air, as if waiting for something. These 4 tentacles are amazing. Dongxing looked at Deoxys with a surprised expression on his face. This is a Pokemon that appeared twice in the movie. Under close observation, it is full of oppression and momentum. What a big guy! Dongxing just took a look, his heart was full of horror, and the information of Deoxys appeared in his mind. Pokemon, Deoxys. Level, LV.60, Original LV.100. Attribute, Psychic System. Feature, Oppression. Second feature, Shape Change. Exclusive feature. Moves, Glare, Teleport, Knock Off, Psychic, Toxic Spikes. Hiss. Dongxing took a breath. It actually has 3 characteristics, and the second characteristic is form change. It reminds Dongxing of Deoxys's powerful racial value. In different forms, Deoxys has different moves and different attribute distributions. In addition to the general form, Deoxys has 3 other forms, namely, attack form, defense form, and speed form. In the general form, Deoxys's double attack and speed reached 150, and the remaining attributes were all 50. In the attack form, Deoxys's double attack reached 180, the speed remained unchanged, but the double defense dropped a lot. Is the attack power strong? It's exchanged for defense. Deoxys in the defense form XYS. Double defense can reach 160, speed drops to 90, double attack still has 70 values, which is already very scary. Deoxys has few weaknesses and a wide range of attack. In the defense form, he is almost invincible in the theater and comics. While the flesh is strong, the attack is not weak. In the final speed form, the speed reaches 180, double attack 95, and double defense 90. While the speed is fast, the various attributes are evenly distributed and all rise. What Dongxing didn't expect was that there was a hidden feature. He had never seen such a feature before. It's a pity that there are still a few points away from the characteristics of a one-ball man. It would be better if I could meet it later. Dongxing shook his head slightly. If he had known earlier, he would have exchanged a one-ball man from the mall. Ultra Ball increases the chance of catching Pokemon, an upgradable skill. The more Pokemon you catch, the higher the skill level. Dongxing didn't think much about it. He put his backpack on the ground, took out 5 Ultra Balls, put them on his waist, and looked serious. The only thing he was thankful for was that he was carrying an Ultra Ball. If he had carried an ordinary Pokeball, it would be a dream to catch Deoxys. Greninja, use Night Slash. Dongxing was the first to give the order. 2 black shurikens appeared in Greninja's hands, and rushed towards Deoxys. Greninja's burst speed was very fast, like an arrow from a string, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was serious. There was a distance of hundreds of meters between Deoxys and Greninja. In the blink of an eye, Greninja had already rushed in front of Deoxys. The black blade in Greninja's hand chopped towards Deoxys' head. Bang! Deoxys narrowed his eyes slightly, and a blue barrier rose up from his body, with the black blade staying on the barrier. Greninja, get out of the way! Dongxing shouted loudly. As soon as the voice fell, Deoxys' tentacles broke out of the ground and attacked Greninja. Greninja held the black blade in his hand horizontally, resisting the attack of the tentacles, but the tentacles burst out with powerful force, forcing Greninja's figure back. Bang! Crack! The black blade in Greninja's hand broke, turned into a black fluorescent light, and disappeared without a trace. Deoxys' eyes shone with golden light, and powerful force burst out. Is this mental strength? Dongxing was surprised, and the powerful mental force pressed down, and then the corners of Dongxing's mouth rose slightly. Boom! The ground under Greninja's feet collapsed, and the majestic mental power penetrated his whole body. Except for the pressure of momentum, Greninja did not suffer any damage. Deoxys' eyes suddenly widened, with a look of disbelief. How could he not be hurt? Psychic is a psychic-type move, why is it ineffective against Greninja? Greninja, continue to use Night Slash. Dongxing gave the order again. Greninja rushed towards Deoxys again. Greninja, who is evil in nature, will also change its attributes when using dark moves. Deoxys is a legendary phantom Pokémon, but it does not know that Psychic type cannot cause damage to dark, which is the advantage in attributes. The next second, Greninja just came in front of Deoxys, and before the blade in his hand was swung down, Deoxys' body slowly rose into the air. The tentacles stretched out, and the tip of each tentacle condensed with black energy fluctuations. One by one, dark energy balls condensed, and inside the energy ball, it was like a small dark void, and the surrounding air was sucked in. Shadow Sneak. Dongxing frowned, feeling the weirdness of Shadow Sneak. But Greninja leaped up, and the black blade chopped Deoxys' head, and then the blade penetrated Deoxys' body. No! It's double team! Dongxing was shocked, and before he could react, Deoxys waved his hand, and Shadow Sneak poured out one by one. Bang! 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 Rapid explosions sounded, and black smoke burst out in the sky. Greninja! Dongxing shouted. Greninja did not react at all, but in the next second, Deoxys appeared in front of him. At close range, Dongxing could feel the pressure of Deoxys. With a plop, Greninja's body slowly fell. Greninja! Dongxing looked at Greninja lying on the ground, and the system had informed Greninja that he had lost his ability to fight. And Deoxys stood in front of him, the two sides looked at each other, and the air was full of quiet embarrassment. Deoxys' body changed, the tip of the tentacles became sharp, and the body was angular, and it had entered the attack state. Sure enough, relying on Greninja's power is not enough. Dongxing jumped up and looked at Deoxys' tentacles, and was shocked. But Oshus's tentacles attacked him frantically, and the speed was very fast. Dongxing heard the sound of air being torn apart, and then his hands and feet were entangled by the tentacles, and there was no way to escape. Mars Shadow, use Shadow Punch. Chapter 21 Breaking Protect. Mars Shadow appeared from under Deoxys, raised his fist, and kept hitting Deoxys. Bang! Bang! Each punch made a dull sound. Deoxys narrowed his eyes, a painful expression appeared on his face, and a powerful momentum burst out of his body, and a twister lingered around him around the body. This is a twister formed by Psychic. Dongxing looked surprised, but as soon as he finished speaking, a wave of air came and directly whirlwinded him out, slamming his body against the wall. Fuck! It hurts. Dongxing slowly got up from the ground and looked up at Deoxys in front of him, who had already switched to a defensive form. Just now, when Deoxys launched an attack, Mars Shadow hid in his shadow and completely dodged the attack. Mars Shadow, just keep pestering him. After Dongxing said this, he ran to his backpack, took out a bottle of potion, and ran towards Greninja again. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Team Rocket's members defeated the advanced trainer, and the host received 50 points. Ding! Team Rocket's members defeated the intermediate trainer, and the host received 20 points. Ding! Team Rocket's members defeated the advanced trainer, and the host received 50 points. Has the battle been launched? Dongxing glanced at the score prompt record, which was almost all news of victory in the battle, and the points were continuously provided. It seems that they are working so hard, we can't give up. Dongxing came to Greninja, picked up the healing potion and fed it to Greninja. On the other side of the battlefield, Deoxys had switched to defense mode. It was entangled by Mars Shadow and could not make any counterattack at all. In attack mode, although the attack power can be stronger than Mars Shadow, it can't touch Mars Shadow hiding in the shadow. Even if the powerful mental power penetrates the ground, it can only penetrate the ground. Bang! Mars Shadow punched out with both fists and attacked Deoxys from behind again. When Deoxys turned around, Mars Shadow entered the shadow. For a while, Deoxys was very angry. Greninja, use the water shuriken. Dongxing commanded again. Greninja stood up from the ground, and the scars on his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a solemn look appeared in his expression when he looked at Deoxys. With a whoosh, the 5 green shuriken gathered in his hand, and with a big wave of his hand, he threw them all at Deoxys. Spark Flint, the water shuriken came in front of Deoxys, but before it touched Deoxys' body, it was frozen in front of him. As if controlled by some powerful force, Mars Haddo also hid in the shadow. Swish! The next second, the water shuriken disappeared without a trace. Greenangia gathered the black blades in his hands again and rushed towards Deoxys. Deoxys took a look, and his body slowly rose into the air and changed its form again. Speed? Form? What does it want to do? Dongxing frowned, and he couldn't guess what Deoxys was thinking. White light emerged from Deoxys' body, and the 4 tentacles became one, and the body became thinner, like the wings of a Boeing plane. The white light wrapped around Deoxys' body, and the light dots gradually formed a pressure at the airflow speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. Extreme speed, Greenangia, use protect. Mars Haddo, don't come out. Dongxing's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately gave the order. He knew better than anyone that this was definitely not an ordinary extreme speed, but Deoxys used psychic to manipulate the airflow to form a barrier, speeding up while causing more damage to the opponent. In addition, it was a speed form, and the power was probably greater than the power of the move itself. Deoxys glanced at Dongxing, then at Greenangia, with a look of disdain in his eyes. With a bang, Greenangia's blue barrier had not yet formed, and Deoxys had already arrived in front of it, with a huge impact force around Greenangia's body. With tremendous power and continuous pressure, Deoxys' tentacles constricted Greenangia's neck, pressed Greenangia to the ground, and dragged him 10 meters away before letting go of the tentacles. When Deoxys released its tentacles, it did not stop, but switched to its normal form, suspended in mid-air, looking vigilantly at the surrounding environment. Fuck! It's not Greenangia who hit you, why are you like this? Dongxing cursed. Just after lifting Greenangia up, he lost his ability to fight again. Deoxys glared at Dongxing, and scared Dongxing so much that he lost his temper. Both sides knew who was the culprit. At this moment, Dongxing just hoped that Mars Haddo would not come out and must wait for his order. Dongxing just took out the healing potion and prepared to heal Greenangia again so that it could continue to participate in the battle. Although Greenangia was not Deoxys' opponent, having a Pokémon to participate in the battle was also an extra strength. But at this moment, Deoxys glowed with white light, and his eyes were locked on Dongxing. You don't want to. Dongxing looked tight, his hands trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew clearly who Deoxys was targeting. Even if Greenangia was successfully cured, he was still Deoxys' target. And Deoxys relied on his speed and would not leave any buffer time at all. What to do? At this moment, Deoxys' body moved, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and a white arc was drawn in the air. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. At this moment, Rico could clearly feel the pressure from Deoxys. Such a long distance can be reached in the blink of an eye. Mars Haddo. Use protect. Dongxing shouted hurriedly. Is it still in time? After the voice fell, a question stood out in Dongxing's heart. In an instant, a black figure appeared in front of him, and a blue barrier enveloped his body. There was a loud bang. Extreme speed collided with the barrier, and a large amount of smoke was generated, filling the jungle. Fuck! This is too scary. Dongxing looked surprised, looking up at the cracks on the blue barrier, his heart full of horror. It takes such a huge force to crack protect. If Encore attacks, it may not be able to protect such pure power. System, are you sure you limit Deoxys' level? Dongxing's heart was full of question marks. If it was level 60, it would definitely not have such a strong destructive power. Chapter 22. This is double restraint limited Deoxys's level, but not Deoxys's race value. What do you mean? Dongxing's face was full of black question marks. Was he stabbed by the system? This Deoxys is specially prepared for the host. It is a special phantom Pokemon. Other Deoxys have purple or blue gems on their chests, but this Deoxys has no gems. No gems. Please capture Deoxys. Once captured, all the answers will be revealed. Dog system. Dongxing cursed secretly. There are only two options for Dongxing now. Either capture Deoxys or be killed by Deoxys. Greninja. Mars Hatto. Get ready for battle. This time, we must capture Deoxys. Dongxing slowly stood up, and Greninja also recovered his fighting power. Looking at the mess on the ground, the two Pokemons were not afraid at all, but fought more bravely. In the sky, Deoxys looked down like a king. Knock it down for me. Dongxing pointed at Deoxys in the sky and shouted again, Mars Hatto, use Shadow Sneak, Greninja, Water Pulse. The body of Deoxys in the air changed into attack mode again. The two sharp tentacles on the left and right kept rotating, and a large twister. Hey! The wind was hissing and the air was bursting. Dongxing frowned, as if he had seen this move somewhere before. Deoxys' eyes burst into blue light, and Twister enveloped Mars Hatto and Greninja. The strong airflow prevented the two Pokemon from gathering energy. This. Dongxing's face tightened, and he said coldly, Marsha. Koga. Greninja. Use. Protect. The sharp wind could cover up all sounds, and even Dongxing, who was talking, was blown into several gulps of wind as soon as he opened his mouth. Hey! Dongxing took a deep breath, just hoping to calm down. But when he took a deep breath, he found that the oxygen around him was gradually decreasing. The twister connected to his body was like a water pump, constantly pumping away the surrounding air. This was just the effect of the airflow. What would happen to Greninja and Mars Hatto who were in the center of the airflow? Dongxing's heart suddenly tightened. He was going to die first because of a bad start? Damn! Is this a Pokemon? Dongxing felt the pressure on his shoulders getting heavier, and looked up at Deoxys in the sky. Just as the system said, the core in the middle of Deoxys had no orb. It was empty. Although the level of Deoxys was limited, the racial value of Deoxys was not limited. The current Deoxys has a full racial value, which is a total of 600. No matter what form it is in, it has no chance of winning. Is it just giving up? Dongxing showed a bitter expression on his face. He finally crossed into the Pokemon world. He didn't want to give up, let alone give up. Deoxys gathered the black energy ball and stared at Dongxing with contempt in his eyes. The human in front of him has forced it into a desperate situation. If it weren't for his cleverness and knowing how to use Psychic to transform into Twister, he might not be the opponent of the human in front of him. Unfortunately, it's all over now. With a bang, Shadow Sneak burst out under the squeeze of the airflow. Although its size was much smaller, its speed was obviously increased. Damn, this is the only way. Dongxing looked seeing the flying Shadow Sneak, a powerful force burst out from his body and threw the Ultra Ball in his hand. Bang! In midair, Shadow Sneak hit the Ultra Ball, bursting out strong smoke, and the airflow was chaotic, impacting the entire Birth Island. Success! Dongxing grabbed the branch with both hands, with an excited smile on his face. Under the impact of the airflow, his face had been deformed, but the desire to survive made him hold the branch tightly. Once he was rushed to the wall by the airflow, he would be greeted by hard stone. At this time, the airflow shook Deoxys back, and the twister controlled by the tentacles seemed to be affected by the reaction force, constantly lingering around it, as if it was in a state of chaos. Good opportunity! Dongxing shouted hysterically, Greninja, use Night Slash, Mars Hatto, use Shadow Punch. The ears of the two Pokémon moved slightly, as if they heard the order, but under the strong airflow, it was a difficult thing to stabilize the body. But they also know that now is the best time to attack. Once Deoxys reacts, there will be no such good chance to counterattack. Greninja, use the airflow to fly. Marshadow, hide in Greninja's shadow. A strange idea emerged in Dongxing's mind. Although it may not succeed, it is worth a try. Marshadow and Greninja looked at each other, and Marshadow's body slowly disappeared and merged into the shadow. Greninja narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the flow of the airflow. Suddenly, he spread his hands and flew up with the airflow, like a kite, and his hands condensed into black shuriken. Very good. Dongxing's mouth corners rose slightly. Deoxys has not yet woken up from the confused state. As long as the two Pokémon can attack and hit, Deoxys can definitely be taken down. Moreover, a dark move and a ghost move are restrained for the psychic Deoxys. But just as Greninja approached Deoxys, Deoxys suddenly woke up, controlled the tentacles, and attacked Greninja. But under the disturbance of the airflow, the tentacles slowed down. Greninja narrowed his eyes were full of disdain, and he stretched out his red tongue, using the airflow to avoid the attack of the tentacles. With the reversal of the airflow, he came in front of Deoxys and stabbed the shuriken in his hand. Deoxys only moved slightly sideways. The red body and the black shuriken passed by. Seeing this, Dongxing's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said in his heart, "You really underestimated the enemy." The reaction speed of Deoxys in the attack form is not slow, but compared with the speed form, the reaction speed is very slow, not to mention under the interference of the airflow. At the moment when Deoxys dodged, Marshadow jumped out of Greninja's body, leaped to the back of Deoxys, gathered black energy with his fists, and bombarded the core behind him. And Greninja stretched out his long tongue, directly constricted Deoxys' neck, and clasped his hands together, and a black long knife appeared. It's done. Dongxing's face showed excitement. Chapter 23 Conquering Deoxys. Deoxys wanted to switch to a defensive form, but at such a close distance, it was too late to switch forms. Bang! The black blade penetrated Deoxys' body, and Marshadow's fist fell heavily on Deoxys' body. With a click, a transparent armor appeared on the surface of Deoxys' body, and the white layer fell like scales as the fierce bombardment continued. Deoxys' body fell to the downwind, and the light in his eyes dissipated, as if he had lost consciousness. Hit! Success! Dongxing clapped his hands in joy. He thought it was a sudden idea, but he didn't expect it to be realized. As Deoxys fell, the airflow around him returned to parallel. With a plop, Deoxys' body fell to the ground, and a lot of smoke and dust were raised on the ground. At this moment, Dongxing was extremely excited. Sure enough, in the world of Pokémon, you have to dare to think and fight. No wonder the stupid thing Ash can play a huge advantage under the reverse attribute. Such a thing can be done even if it is Dongxing. However, Dongxing also understands one thing. Deoxys can be defeated completely under the condition of letting water. After all, the system limits Deoxys' level, although it does not limit Deoxys' racial value. But for Dongxing, it is already as difficult as hell. This matter limits Deoxys' attack surface. Deoxys is not releasing water, but the vast ocean. Go, Ultra Ball! Dongxing threw an Ultra Ball in the direction of Deoxys. The next second, a powerful mental force burst out from Deoxys, knocking Greninja and Marshadow away, and his body slowly stood up. Deoxys roared, his eyes. The Ultra Ball was torn apart by the powerful energy in an instant. At this moment, Deoxys was almost mad and wanted to tear the person in front of him to pieces. As a Pokémon in the universe, he was summoned by a powerful force and was attacked by the human in front of him before he could figure out what was going on. Deoxys knew clearly that his power was restricted by some rules. If it was his own power, this battle would have ended long ago. Still not working. Dongxing frowned, and things became more and more difficult. Under the high-intensity attack, Deoxys was not defeated, which only showed that the power of the move was not enough. Mars Hado, Greenangia, keep attacking, don't let it fly. Dongxing's Haihei was running fast, and as long as Deoxys was kept on the ground, he could output stably. Once Deoxys flew into the air, it would be like before, with insufficient attack distance and unable to carry out precise strikes. Greenangia attacked Deoxys at a very fast speed, waving his hands continuously, and water shurikens flew out one after another, attacking at different angles. Whoosh! Deoxys turned into a defensive state, and the surface of his body lit up with blue light, deflecting the water shuriken. Then, as Deoxys locked on Greenangia, a green energy wave gathered between the two long tentacles and attacked Greenangia. So fast! Dongxing's face showed a surprised look, and before he could react, the energy ball had already arrived in front of Greenangia. The grass-type moves were fatal to Greenangia. Greenangia narrowed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and 10 clones appeared in an instant, moving in different directions. The energy ball touched 2 clones and disappeared without a trace. Bang! 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 Deoxys burst out energy balls, and Greenangia's clones were constantly dispersed. But the distance between the two Pokémon kept shortening. In just a few seconds, only Greenangia was left on the ground. Deoxys raised his hands and gathered the energy ball in front of his chest again, this time aiming directly at Greenangia. Quick! Don't let it accumulate energy! Dongxing shouted loudly. With a bang, Greenangia kicked the ground with his legs, bursting out with unprecedented power. But one step faster than Oasis, the energy ball directly hit Greenangia, and the huge energy ball directly covered Greenangia's body. But in an instant, Mars Hado appeared above Deoxys's head, punched down with both fists, and the majestic energy exploded on Deoxys's head. Greenangia's body lit up with a blue light, forming a protective shield that wrapped around the body, and it went directly through the middle of the energy ball. Bang! The sharp blade in Greenangia's hand hit Deoxys's core again. Deoxys's body suddenly pulled out, with an incredible look in his eyes. The attack just now had clearly hit, so why was Greenangia safe and sound? Deoxys kept thinking like a mechanical brain. He didn't understand what went wrong and why it was just a little bit off. With a plop, Deoxys's body fell to the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. Mars Hado and Greenangia collapsed to the ground, their faces full of relief. Now! Dongxing threw the Ultra Ball in his hand directly. The red light wrapped around Deoxys's body and was sucked into the Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball was on the ground, shaking slightly. Looking at the slightly shaking Ultra Ball, Dongxing was not sure. After all, in the game, he always used the point and stop move to keep the Pokémon at 1 drop of blood, then added a sleep or paralysis state, and finally captured it. Similarly, if it is a Pokémon that is particularly difficult to capture, he will choose to use the move Sweet Scent. Dongxing was very excited to see if he could succeed in catching a fire Pokémon for the first time. The Ultra Ball made a sound, and Deoxys was successfully captured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and capturing Deoxys. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Deoxys was upgraded to an exclusive Pokémon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting a new task. Ding! New task, Guardian of the Universe, collect blue orb, red orb, and dark green orb to unlock the power of Deoxys. Ding! Tip: the orbs are distributed in the Hone region, please conquer the Hone region later. The system prompt sounded in Dongxing's mind. Thank you for your hard work, Mars Hado, Greenangia, Dongxing thanked. Dongxing picked up the backpack on the ground and took out the healing potion from the backpack, healed the 2 Pokémons respectively. Although he won the battle by chance this time, Dongxing also knew that he was not capable enough. Chapter 24, Return to Island Number 3. Pokemon. Deoxys. Level, LV.100. Attribute, Psychic. Feature, Confusion. Feature, Free Transformation. Feature, Love Offering. Exclusive feature, Psychic Armor. Moves, Glare, Nightshade, Teleport, Knock Off, Toxic Spikes, Psychic. Confusion, can make the opponent Pokemon feel fear and tension, and the moves used will consume more physical strength. Free Transformation, improve your own attributes. During the process of switching forms, other attributes will not be weakened, and the increased attributes will be increased. The increased strength is related to the gems fused with yourself. Love Offering, lurking in the trainer's body, it will provide nutrients to the trainer, increase the trainer's physical strength, and absorb the trainer's mental strength. Psychic Armor, it can be attached to the trainer's body. When the trainer needs it, it will appear in front of the trainer to resist attack and defense. It can also transform into various weapons and shapes. The trainer can use Pokemon moves with just one thought. Dongxing was surprised when he saw the introduction of these characteristics. Good guy, this is not catching Pokemon, it's simply getting the Aurabug Man's Mark armor. Before Dongxing could react, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching Deoxys through battle and getting 10,000 points. Ding! Marshadow's level increased by 10 levels and now reaches level 60. Ding! Because the host caught Deoxys, after the battle, Marshado realized a new characteristic, Dark Supply. Ding! Greninja's level increased by 15 levels and now reaches level 55. Ding! Because the host conquered Deoxys, after the battle, Greninja realized a new feature, the Secret of Ninja. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the copy of the Birth Island. Since the host completed the copy for the first time, 50,000 points are hereby awarded. Ding! The copy of the Birth Island has been completed and will disappear in 10 minutes. Please leave quickly. Good guy. Can't you let others breathe? Dongxing's face was full of black lines. The system in front of him was completely ruthless. However, this time the harvest was full, Dongxing was too lazy to care about the system. He put Greninja into the Pokeball and ran towards the pier. While running, Dongxing's mind was working fast. With 60,000 points, he had already made plans to spend money. Now as long as the 7 islands can be collected, plus the props subsidy from the system, Team Rockets at least has some strength. There is no need to worry about the attack of the Pokemon League, although it is only relatively perfect in defense. The only pity is that there are no items that can directly increase the level in the system wall. If there are, Dongxing will exchange these items and use them all to improve strength. The same includes the strength of his subordinates, such as advanced trainers, special trainers, and at least an ordinary member, who must start as a 5-star professional trainer. Although not as good as Gym Leader, it is infinitely close to Gym Leader's strength. Hey, finally arrived. Dongxing just came to the speedboat and was about to turn around and head to island number 3. A flash of inspiration came to his mind and he checked his attributes. Name, Dongxing. Strength, Advanced Trainer. Pokemon owned, Deoxys, LV.100, Marshado, LV.60, Greninja, LV.55. Items, Shell Bell. Leftovers. Points, 93,720 points. Wow, how come there are so many extra points? Dongxing was startled. Just when he wanted to check the points record, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Team Rocket's members defeated the advanced trainer, and the host gained 50 points. Ding! Team Rocket's members defeated the intermediate trainer, and the host gained 20 points. Ding! Team Rocket's members defeated the advanced trainer, and the host gained 50 points. Ding! Team Rocket's members were defeated by the advanced trainer, and 75 points were deducted. Ding! Team Rocket's members were defeated by the intermediate trainer, and 25 points were deducted. Fuck! This can still deduct points. Gain 50 points, and you deduct 75 points at once. System. You are still good at getting free stuff. You are a waste of talent if you don't become the Wolf of Wall Street. Dong Xing was startled. It's better to deduct more points than to gain points. Fortunately, he completed the task and gained a lot of points. If he didn't complete the task, the points would not be enough to be deducted. First, Dong Xing didn't think about it. He looked straight ahead and drove the speedboat back to island number 3. As soon as he arrived at island number 3, he saw the battle fires and explosions were heard one after another. Many Team Rocket's members on the road smiled and nodded when they saw Dong Xing coming back. You have worked hard. After the battle, we will definitely reward you. Dedicate yourself to Team Rockets until you die. It's still 5 hours before the evening. I hope you can complete all the tasks today. Understood, I will definitely live up to the leader's responsibility. Along the way, everyone thought Dong Xing was here to inspect the work. This battle was unprecedentedly fierce. Team Rocket's members were united, and even Jinling's scientific research team was involved in the battle. According to Dong Xing's distribution, there are a total of 7 islands in the 7 islands. Islands 1, 2, and 3 were handed over to Jingbian to occupy. This is the most important task. Once the Pokémon League personnel come, the first island to arrive is Island 1. Islands 4, 5, and 6 were handed over to Jian Shao to occupy. This is related to the future development of Team Rockets. For Jian Shao, who has an economic mind, the frozen waterfall cave on island number 4, the high-end resort, Lost Cave, and the Tower of Memories on island number 5, and the Ruins Valley and Marked Forest on island number 6 are all good economic development points, which can be used to cultivate Pokémon, plant tree fruits, and make various props. Island number 7, although just a place, is the best choice for Jinling. As a scientific researcher, the unique Ascana ruins on island number 7 are the truly fascinating places. At the beginning, Jinling was reluctant to accept the task, but after hearing about the Ascana ruins, he took the initiative to volunteer. Now, with the points obtained, everyone's tasks are also in full swing. Finally back to the office. Dong Xing sat in a chair with a comfortable expression on his face. Sure enough, it is the best choice to be the leader sitting in the office. If there are any dangerous tasks in the future, it is better to leave it to the subordinates. He, let me see what I got this time. Chapter 25 successfully occupied the 7 islands. Come out, Deoxys. Dong Xing took out the Ultra Ball and pressed the switch in the middle. A blue light flashed and Deoxys appeared in front of him. However, Deoxys just came out of the Pokeball and slowly floated towards Dong Xing, stretched out its red tentacles and touched Dong Xing's forehead. In just a moment, Dong Xing felt a powerful energy pouring into the surface of his body. It was a wonderful feeling that Dong Xing could hardly describe in words. When he came to his senses again, he found that Deoxys had disappeared. Dong Xing looked confused. He could feel the presence of Deoxys, and there was a warm current around his body, constantly warming his body. Psychic armor. Dong Xing moved his mind, and a blue and red light appeared on his arm, and the whole arm turned into Deoxys' tentacle. Fuck! This is so cool! Dong Xing was delighted, his body was slightly lifted into the air, blue light enveloped his body, and the arms that turned into tentacles could also be infinitely extended, really deforming. Not bad. Not bad. Orberga's mark armor is like this, a bit like a symbiote. Dong Xing returned to his seat in the office again and gave his own evaluation. With the protection of Deoxys and Mars Haddo, let alone encountering assassins, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a mythical beast. He had one more trump card to use, and Deoxys was still level 100. Thinking of this, Dongxing checked the attributes of Mars Hado and Greninja. After all, these two Pokémon were the heroes who conquered Deoxys. Pokémon, Greninja. Level, 55. Attributes, Water type, Dark. Bonds feature, Bond transformation, Bond, East Star. Features, Changeable. Features, Attribute Mastery. Exclusive feature, Ninja Secret. Carrying props, Leftovers. Moves, Extrasensory, Substitute, Feint Attack, Spikes, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Secret. Ninja Secret, Greninja will transform the moves it has learned into ninjutsu to increase the power of the moves. Pokémon, Mars Hado. Level, 60. Attributes, Fighting, Ghost. Features, Technical Master. Exclusive feature, Dark Supply. Carrying props, Shell Bell. Moves, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Freeze Punch, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Punch, Force Palm. Dark Supply, when Mars Hado sneaks into the shadow, it will receive Darkness Supply, which will increase the power and attributes of its own moves. This wave of improvement is simply amazing. From the perspective of comprehensive strength, these characteristics are not enhanced immediately, but require a certain amount of time. Just as Dongxing was thinking, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Defeat the trainer of Island number 1 and get 10,000 points. Ding! Successfully occupied Island number 1, mission completion, 1/7. Ding! The Aurora Veil device on Island number 1 was successfully deployed, and 5,000 points were obtained. Ding! Defeat the trainer of Island number 4 and get 10,000 points 1. Ding! Successfully occupied Island No 4 mission completion, 2/7. Ding! The Aurora Veil device on the 4th island was successfully deployed, and 5,000 points were obtained. Ding! Occupied. Not bad, work harder. After Dongxing said this lightly, he looked at the map of the 7 islands in front of him and fell into deep thought. Now that the internal problems of Team Rockets have been solved, it is only necessary to improve the strength of everyone step by step. As for the 3 Cotters, in addition to Jingbian and Jinling who were persuaded, there is only Qian Shao left. As long as he is arranged well, everything will not be a problem. It's just that now the tasks given by the system have been completed. Although there are new tasks, once the 7 islands are occupied, it may take some time. Imagine that the alliance of a region is lost. This is a top priority for the Pokémon Alliance. Looking at each region, no organization can do it. It is unprecedented. If we look at the nature of the Pokémon Alliance, I am afraid it will take a devastating blow. The trainers who come here at that time are either gym leaders or 4 elites. Thinking of this, Dongxing's heart tightened and he shouted in his heart, "It's too difficult." According to the tasks given by the system, it is called a villain system, but in fact it is a little expert in committing suicide. Strength, improve strength, Team Rockets is still too weak now. If I can be given a month, I can make the entire Pokémon League tremble. Whether I can hold on for a month now is still a question. Dongxing shook his head helplessly. Now we can only wait until each island is occupied, and everything will proceed step by step. At the same time, Qian Shao sat on Dragonite, looking down at the situation of the 7 islands, with a smug smile on his face. Now that so many islands have been occupied, according to the leader's arrangement, economic development and trade need me to be responsible. Dragonite's figure came from above island number 3. When Qian Shao saw the berry forest, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had a plan in his mind. Then, a large number of Team Rocket's members emerged from the direction of the port and rushed to island number 3. Pokémon were released one by one and thrown into the battle. Sure enough, they followed the leader's arrangement and did not attack wild Pokémon. Qian Shao took a look and already knew the general situation of island number 3. In the process of occupying the island, his speed was not fast, and even slowed down. But these were completely arranged by Dongxing. You can occupy the city, but you can't destroy the Pokémon habitat. On the 7th island, the number of Pokémon is already very scarce. In addition, because of the development of the economy, the territory of wild Pokémon is destroyed. To some extent, it weakens the strength of the trainers of the 7th island in disguise. Qian Shao stroked the head of the block and muttered, "Forget it, don't compete with others in speed, or go to see what the situation is on Island No. 5. After that, Dragonite flapped its wings and flew towards the direction of Island No. 5. When the residents of the 7th island saw Team Rocket's coming, no one resisted. The natives knew the strength of Team Rocket's and their own strength. If they wanted to resist, they would undoubtedly be courting death. Of course, there were some stubborn trainers. They were the new force on the 7th island, but this force was too weak. Especially Jinling on the 7th island, occupying various places was very smooth, so smooth that Jinling doubted his life. Among the 3 cadres of Team Rockets, Jinling was the weakest and arranged many members. But the residents and trainers on the 7th island were almost all in a mess. It was too smooth. It seems that I will participate in more battles in the future. Jinling looked at the trainers on the 7th island and shook his head slightly. He held a small robot in his hand. As the robot's body emitted white light, a barrier enveloped the entire 7th island. Chapter 26 Aurora Vale Plan. Jingbian, when will you take me to see Dongxing? Athena followed Jingbian. On the surface, she looked extremely calm, but her heart had already set off a storm. She couldn't believe that Team Rockets would occupy the 7 islands at this time, and had already successfully occupied 3 islands. Meet the leader. Jingbian curled his lips and said softly, "We are now on island number 3, and Team Rocket HQ is also on island number 3. You can go by yourself. I still have a mission to complete. If I knew where Team Rocket HQ was, would I let you lead the way?" Athena heard this and rolled her eyes at Jingbian. She knew better than anyone that Team Rockets had occupied the 7 islands, but their strength was still weak. Compared with Team Rockets led by Giovanni, they were like chickens. Jingbian said to his men, "Speed up your own pace, the leader has returned, speed up, move lightly, and don't disturb the leader's rest." Understood. Team Rocket's members responded in unison. Just then, a Zeta appeared in the sky, and below the Zeta was Jinling wearing heavy glasses. "Jingbian, how are you doing here? How is it?" Jinling asked, looking at the well. "It's all done, except for Island No. 3. The well responded, and then asked, "Is this Aurora Vale really so magical? Can it resist the attack of the Pokémon Alliance?" "In theory." Jinling pushed up his heavy glasses and said, "According to the plan given by the leader, the experiment has been successful. How long can it resist? We still lack energy power devices." As he said that, Jinling saw Athena, looked up and down, and shouted in surprise, "Officer Athena, how did you come to the 7th island?" Athena was stunned for a moment after seeing Jinling, and then explained, "I'm here to take over here." Jinling and Jingbian's faces darkened when they heard this, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, Athena was once Giovanni's confidant. When Team Rockets was strong, Athena had always been by Giovanni's side. Although her position was a cadre, her power was similar to that of a deputy leader. However, Team Rockets on the 7 islands has undergone earth-shaking changes. Just say it directly if you want to join us. The current 7 islands are not something you can control. Jinling pushed his heavy glasses, and his expression was more of disdain. "What do you mean by this?" Athena frowned, and there seemed to be anger between her eyebrows. In the past, in Johto region, Jinling was the one who wanted to curry favor with her, but now he dared to mock him. Even if Team Rockets has declined, Athena's strength is still there. "Don't you understand?" Jinling raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then said, I said you are daydreaming, don't you look at your level, you want to take over Team Rockets, are you qualified? You. Athena was furious, took out the pokeball and shouted, Vileplume, Petal Blizzard. Around Vileplume's body, many pink petals surrounded it, forming a twister. As Vileplume roared, the petals flew towards Jinling. Tisk tisk tisk, is this the strength of Athena? Jinling shook his head slightly, looking fearless, facing the overwhelming petals, he was not panicked at all. Only a white barrier appeared around Jinling's body, and the petals hit the barrier, making a bang. This. Athena showed a horrified expression on her face, and her pupils dilated slightly. Jinling obviously did not release Pokémon, so how could a barrier appear around his body? What kind of power is this? Vileplume, continue. Athena wanted to continue to attack, but before he finished speaking, Jingbian interrupted, enough. With your current strength, you can't shake the Aurora Veil barrier. Aurora Veil barrier. A big question mark slowly appeared above Athena's head. Jinling smiled slightly and explained, I forgot to tell you that since the disappearance of Giovanni, Team Rockets has been leaderless. We now have a new leader. And this Aurora Veil barrier is the plan of the new leader. It seems to be working well now. It is difficult for ordinary Pokémon to shake it. New leader? Who is it? Athena was stunned, as if she already had the answer in her mind. Dongxing. The new leader of Team Rockets. Qian Shao suddenly descended from the sky, and seeing everyone here, he showed a confident smile on his face, waved his hand and said, my mission has been completed. My mission is also completed. Jinling smiled slightly. Okay. Wait for me for a while, we will go to see the leader together. Jingbian said with his hands spread out. After that, Jingbian began to direct the work, while Qian Shao and Jinling stood aside with their arms folded. Athena, who was standing aside, looked uglier and uglier. Team Rockets had just faced the cleansing operation of the Pokémon Alliance, although the bases of each region were destroyed. But a large number of members had fled, and they could still be summoned back with just one order. Although Boss Giovanni was missing, he could be found according to his character. It was for this idea that Athena came to the Seven Islands. But what she didn't expect was that Dongxing actually became the leader, and he simply didn't take Boss Giovanni seriously. Athena didn't speak anymore at this time, and her anger rose in her heart. After seeing Dongxing, she would ask Dongxing what his intentions were. Time passed by minute, and after Jingbian released the last Aurora Veil barrier, he announced that the Seven Islands had been successfully occupied. And on the Seven Islands, Aurora Veil, actually connected in series to form a huge protective shield, whether from the air or the ground, or even on the seabed, they are all connected to each other. In the sky, a Pidgey wanted to fly out of the barrier, only to hear a bang, and the Pidgey crashed into the barrier, with a big bump on his head and tears in his eyes. Success! Really successful! Seeing this scene, Jinling's face was full of excitement, and he said, now there are 7 islands, and people outside can't get in. People inside can only rely on the port to get out, even if there is a strong attack, can also withstand it. Athena heard this and showed an incredible look on her face. This plan sounds a little familiar. Team Rockets also deployed this kind of device in Saffron City before. However, it uses Sabrina's Mr. Mime. Okay, aren't you going to meet the leader? Now the 3 of us will report back, and you can follow us. Jingbian said softly. The 3 of them walked towards the Team Rocket HQ building, and Athena followed behind. Team Rocket's headquarters. In Dongxing's office. I didn't expect that you would be the first to come to me. Dongxing looked at the man in white clothes with an R label on his chest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Now we are short of manpower, and I didn't expect that a capable person would come. Chapter 27 Beautiful Secretary Athena. The 7 islands have been fully occupied, and it is absolutely safe here. Dongxing looked at Athena, his voice full of majesty. The 3 members of Team Rockets and Athena stood in front of him, their eyes full of surprise. They had just arrived here, and before they reported the situation, the leader already knew that the 7 islands had been completely occupied. Could it be the intelligence department established before? Thinking of this, the 3 members of Team Rockets murmured in their hearts. You 3 are good. These props are rewards for you. Dongxing opened the drawer of his desk and actually took out Pokemon props from the system space. Such as Miracle Seed, Poison Sting, Silk Scarf, and other portable props. There are a lot of things. Dongxing put all the more than 30 props on the desk and said lightly, each of you has 10, keep the ones you can use, and give the ones you can't use to others. Yes. The 3 members of Team Rockets showed greedy looks in their eyes. Athena, who was standing at the back, was so surprised that she couldn't speak. The items carried by Pokemon are very expensive, and the cheapest items are worth 5 million. Items like Miracle Seed are consumable. Although Pokemon can increase the power of their moves when they carry them, Pokemon will absorb the power of Miracle Seed after long-term contact. Items like scarves are easy to break, especially in Pokemon battles. While they can increase the power of their moves, it is difficult to repair them once they are attacked. Trainers are not only high-risk professions in the Pokemon world, but also Krypton Gold professions. This is also the reason why the trainers of the 7 islands cannot be on the stage. Leader, Athena wants to join our Team Rockets. Jingbian said softly, carefully holding the life orb in his arms. Really? Dongxing glanced at Athena and said with a smile, she was originally a member of our Team Rockets and never quit. Athena is a very loyal person in Team Rockets. Even after Giovanni disappeared, she was still thinking about finding Giovanni and reorganizing Team Rockets. More loyal than anyone else, but only loyal to Giovanni. But for Dongxing, Giovanni is a thing of the past. He just needs to slightly change the target of Athena's loyalty. Dongxing nodded slightly and looked at Athena. He had finished speaking, and it depends on what Athena thinks. Dongxing. Why do you sit in this position? What qualifications do you have to be the leader of Team Rockets? With your strength, you are not worthy at all. Athena shouted angrily. If you are here to hold me accountable, I don't need to explain what I do to you. Dongxing swept his eyes over everyone and continued, Team Rockets is leaderless. Boss Giovanni has disappeared. Although we are a branch here, it was before. When the trainers from the 7 islands besieged us, I had already decided to become the leader of Team Rockets and lead everyone to conquer the world. As for Giovanni, when he gave up his identity, he was no longer qualified to be the leader of Team Rockets. Just you. Athena raised her eyebrows and said unconvincedly. What qualifications do you have? Dongxing smiled and said, if I don't have the qualifications, who else has the qualifications? You have been in Kanto and Johto region, following Boss Giovanni, and now you have become a lost dog. Look at the 7 islands now, it is already the territory of Team Rockets, this is my qualification. Dongxing's eyes swept across Athena, his sharp eyes were like a knife, his aura changed, and a strong sense of oppression attacked everyone. The 3 leaders of Team Rockets were sweating and dared not breathe. Athena wanted to refute, but facing the facts in front of her, she could only open her mouth and move a few times. Dongxing continued, if you want to rejoin Team Rockets, I welcome you. Next, the Pokemon League will launch an attack on the 7 islands. You know how dangerous it is. If you still want to wait for GI Boss Ovani said, please leave the Orange Islands. He has betrayed Team Rockets and even betrayed his own beliefs. As a time traveler, Dongxing is quite experienced in debate. Adhering to the style of hitting people in the face and scolding people, Athena was speechless. The news that Giovanni was defeated by Red has spread throughout the Pokemon League. All members of Team Rockets know about this. Although they didn't believe it at first. But as Giovanni lost contact, they gradually accepted this. Athena said, that's not the reason for you to be the leader. Do you have the qualifications? Qualification? Deoxys. The next second, Deoxys left Dongxing's body and appeared in front of everyone. Two tentacles constricted on Athena's neck and slowly lifted Athena's body. This. Athena looked at Deoxys, her eyes full of disbelief. The legendary universe Pokemon. Did you see it? This is the qualification. Dongxing sneered. Dongxing's eyes swept over Athena again, and Athena was so scared that her face turned pale. The meeting room fell silent. No one dared to speak, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. The three members of Team Rockets knew that Dongxing had Mars Hado, but what they didn't expect was that he actually had a Deoxys. Qian Sha rolled his eyes and said softly, "Leader, we are short of manpower now, why don't Athena stay here? We have a lot of tasks to do next. If they are willing to help, you can give them a chance to atone for their sins. If not, wait until we are done, and then send them away, how about it?" Dongxing nodded slightly and said, "It's also a way, but we Team Rockets don't keep idle people. No matter what position we are in, we have to do something." Athena couldn't say it anymore. Facing the pressure of Deoxys, her heart was full of fear. "Okay." Dongxing waved his hand, and Deoxys returned to his body. Looking at the surprised eyes of the crowd, he said softly, "I am short of a secretary now, Athena, you stay with me." Cough cough, thank you, leader." Athena slumped on the ground, her eyes full of horror. Although she was a little unconvinced, she knew she was no match for Dongxing's Deoxys. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering Athena and getting 1000 points. Ding! Since Athena is a 3-star professional trainer, the host gets 5000 points. Fuck! Professional trainers are different. Dongxing exclaimed in his heart, the points given were too much. If Athena can have 6000 points, then what about the other members of Team Rockets? Do you know where Lance and the others are? Chapter 28 Continuously release 3 tasks. We don't know either. Team Rockets showed an embarrassed look on their faces, and they didn't know where the other codders of Team Rockets were. Just like when they came to the 7 Islands, they were abandoned and had bad relations with other codders. Everyone focused their attention on Athena, who came from Kanto region. Leader. Athena stood up from the ground and said, "I don't know much about the situation of other codders, but I believe that if they knew that there were Team Rockets in the 7 Islands, they would definitely come here." Dongxing nodded, without saying much, and began to reward Team Rockets for occupying the island. Each member of Team Rockets who participated in the action will be rewarded 100,000 yuan. In addition, those with outstanding military merits will be rewarded 200,000 yuan. 3 codders will be rewarded 500,000 yuan each. You can divide the Pokemon props by yourselves. Remember, give the rewards you don't need to your subordinates. Dongxing said lightly, and the reward had been planned in his mind. But after he finished speaking, Qian Shao had a painful expression on his face. This was not a reward for others, but a death sentence. Without a reward of hundreds of millions, the problem could not be solved at all. Leader, let's. Qian Shao took a step forward, took a deep breath and said, "Leader. We may not have enough funds." Not enough. Dongxing took out a bank card from his arms, put it on the table and said, "There are 3 billion funds in it, enough for you." After seeing the bank card, Qian Shao was excited and immediately said, "Enough. Enough. Leader, my scientific research team needs." Leader, establish an intelligence department. After seeing Qian Shao get the benefits, Jingbian and Jinling immediately told their difficulties. After all, the funds are in Qian Shao's hands. It is very difficult for them to ask Qian Shao for funds. It is better to take advantage of the opportunity in front of them and get it done in one step. Got it. Dongxing waved his hands and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was lost in thought. Everyone's eyes were focused on Dongxing. Now that they had just occupied the 7 islands, they also needed to quickly consolidate Team Rocket's strength. But the Pokémon Alliance would not give them too much time. Dongxing opened his eyes slightly and shouted, "Jinling! I'm here. This is a design drawing of a device that can absorb the energy emitted by Pokémon. Aurora Veil lacks an energy core, and this device can replace it. In addition, there is 5 million funds in this bank card. You can use it. If it's not enough, find Jian Xiao." As he said, Dongxing took out a folded drawing from the drawer with a bank card on it. "I will definitely complete the task." Jinling saw the drawing and his eyes lit up. Although he hadn't seen the drawing, he admired Dongxing more and more in his heart. Ding! New task prompt: complete the Aurora Veil core device, time limit, 1 month. Ding! Task executor, Jinling. Jingbian. Dongxing set his eyes on Jingbian. "I'm here." Jingbian hurriedly stepped forward and half knelt on the ground. "Now I order you to build a library on each island. I will arrange the books for you later. In addition, build a battle gym on each island, which requires complete battle facilities." "I obey your orders." Jingbian responded respectfully. Ding! New task prompt: build a library, 0/7, time limit, 1 month. Ding! Task executor, Jingbian. Ding! New task prompt: build a battle training hall, 0/7, time limit, 1 month. Ding! Task executor, Jingbian. Chief, if it is set up on each island, it will consume a lot of manpower and financial resources. Qian Xiao looked distressed. The main reason is that Dongxing didn't give money this time. Qian Xiao knows better than anyone that the funds for tasks that don't pay will come from him. Dongxing glanced at him and asked, "Why? You are in charge of the financial power of Team Rockets. Is it difficult for you to allocate funds?" "No. It's not difficult." Qian Xiao immediately lowered his head. Dongxing continued, "All the above tasks will take a month. If you don't have enough funds, don't blame me for being ruthless. Please rest assured, leader. I will actively cooperate to complete the task smoothly." Qian Xiao responded immediately. Athena, who was standing aside, had already set off a storm in her heart. For Team Rockets, who had just occupied the 7th island, shouldn't they be worried about the attack of the Pokémon Alliance? Why are they still building various facilities on the island? This is completely inconsistent with Team Rocket's style of doing things. Athena. Dongxing glanced at Athena, and a majestic voice pulled Athena back from her thoughts. "I'm here." Athena half knelt on the ground, hiding the panic on her face. "The trainer tower on island number 7, you take over there now, and select some capable members to serve as floor masters." Dongxing said. "Leader, arrange a city lord? What's the use?" Athena looked puzzled. Dongxing explained with a smile, "It's very simple. As long as ordinary members want to be promoted, they must go through the assessment tasks of the trainer tower. Each level has different points rewards. When you reach a certain level, the points are different." "Points?" Athena asked puzzledly, "What can points do?" "Points can be exchanged for props and money, and borrow books from the library." Dongxing explained. "I understand. The subordinates will definitely complete the task." Athena instantly understood what Dongxing meant. Ding! New task prompt: integrate the trainer tower, 0/10, time limit, 1 month. Ding! Task executor, Athena. Leader, what about me? At this moment, Qian Xiao said, "The 3 of them have tasks, why don't I have it?" "Don't worry." Dongxing waved his hand and said, "Distribute the rewards to me first, and by the way, Clearly divide the economic development zones and forest protection areas of each island for me. We can't destroy the habitats of wild Pokémon just because of economic development, understand? I understand. Qian Xiao responded. Dongxing chatted with a few people for a while and then let them leave. After a small meeting, 3 tasks were issued in succession. These tasks seemed simple, but they were difficult to execute. 1 month was still a bit tight. System, open the mall. Dongxing's mouth slightly raised. Now he still had more than 90,000 points left. It was the time to spend. He just bought some props in the system mall, but they were only rewarded to the 3 cotters. As for whether the 3 cotters would reward others, it was not certain. But once the trainer tower was successfully built, all the real things would be needed. Chapter 29 Lottery Critical Hit. Just left Dongxing's office. Qian Xiao looked at Athena with envy and said, "You are really lucky. You just joined and the leader arranged you to be the secretary and entrusted you with such an important task. I hope you can help me in the future." Ah! Athena was just lost in thought and didn't hear Qian Xiao's words at all. She said blankly, "What did you just say?" Qian Xiao looked helpless and asked, "What were you thinking about just now?" "I was thinking about what the leader just arranged." Athena said thoughtfully, "The trainer tower, library and combat equipment have formed a cycle. With the addition of points, the strength of ordinary members will be rapidly improved." "That's right." Jingbian nodded and said, "The leader has a longer-term vision than us. In a short period of time it can improve the strength of Team Rockets. From a long-term perspective, as long as we work hard, we can narrow the gap with other trainers." "Hey? Why don't I feel that?" Qian Xiao folded his arms and said blankly, "Why do I feel that these things you are talking about are a bit far away?" Athena and Jingbian were silent after hearing this. This idea is indeed extremely far away. It takes a month to build so many buildings, and it will take some time before they are put into use. It will take at least half a year for Team Rocket's members to improve their strength. Thinking of this, Athens and Jingbian felt a huge pressure on their shoulders. "Jinling, why are you frowning?" Qian Xiao asked softly. Jinling looked at the drawings and said excitedly, "What do you know? I'm not frowning, I'm excited." "Hey? Can you make the drawings given to you by the leader?" asked Jingbian. The 3 people focused their eyes on Jinling. Their mission seemed critical. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was useless. The only useful thing was Jinling's Aurora Veil energy core. "It can't be made." Jinling pushed his heavy glasses and said softly, "It can't be made. There are many things needed above, and it needs to go through various tests. According to the current technological level of Team Rockets, 1 month is a bit difficult. Then if there is a Pokémon League during this period." Qian Xiao was shocked, but he didn't finish his words. The rest of the people understood. Jinling is the only smart one in their Team Rockets. If even he says it's difficult, 1 month may not be enough to complete this task. I said it's difficult, but it doesn't mean I have no way. This kind of high-end technology, once produced, is exciting. Jinling's body trembled slightly, and his heart was extremely excited. For him personally, he can feel pressure and motivation. "I won't tell you first, I'm going to the underground laboratory." Jinling quickened his pace and ran towards the elevator. He hated himself so much that he immediately appeared in the laboratory. It's good to be motivated. The 3 looked at Jinling's figure, their faces full of helplessness. In Dongxing's office. This set actually costs 80,000 points. Dongxing looked at the secret books in the mall, and a black line appeared on his face. This set of books has more than 100 books, all of which are the first generation of Pokémon. In addition to the legendary beasts, the content inside is also very detailed, and each Pokémon is introduced. Whether it is training or training methods, even team matching is recommended. Putting this series of books in the library is a good improvement for Team Rocket's members. But when Dongxing thought of 85,000 points, he felt extremely painful. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Dongxing made up his mind and bought a set of books, temporarily putting them in the system space. Now there are more than 10,000 points left, and it is no longer possible to buy props. The cheapest props also cost 10,000 points. Drawl. Dongxing shouted in his heart. I have spent so many points on others, and I have to have some fun. Ding. This draw consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of comprehensive potions, 6 bottles. Comprehensive potion can comprehensively improve the attributes of Pokemon. 1 bottle is better than 6 bottles. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of comprehensive potions, 6 bottles. Draw. Ding. This lottery consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of comprehensive potions, 6 bottles. Lottery. Ding. This lottery consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of comprehensive potions, 6 bottles. 10 consecutive draws, all comprehensive potions, no other rewards. Dongxing frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Although comprehensive potions are useful and can enhance the attributes of Pokemon, it is a bit impolite to draw this thing for 10 times. Everyone come out. Dongxing released all his Pokemon, 1 Pokemon for 3 bottles of potion. The 3 Pokemon looked at each other, raised the potion bottles, and clinked glasses to drink. Dongxing's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. If you burn incense for the 3 of them, you will become sworn brothers on the spot. Ding. Feature, Love Offering triggered. Ding. Deoxys's attributes are enhanced, mental ability is enhanced, and the host is given the same attribute increase. Ding. Feature, Dark Offering triggered. Ding. Mars Shadow absorbs the host's enhanced attributes, Mars Shadow's attributes are enhanced, and mental ability is enhanced. Good guys. You guys keep your distance. Dongxing roared in his heart, looking at Deoxys, and finally on Mars Shadow. He just got the enhancement, and Mars Shadow absorbed it. The 2 Pokemon didn't know what was going on, and looked at the things in confusion. Forget it. They are all my Pokemon. You must endure it. Dongxing kept comforting himself in his heart. Even if he was roaring and raging in his heart, he couldn't do anything to the 2 Pokemon. System. Continue to draw for me. Ding. This draw consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of comprehensive potions, 6 bottles. Damn it. I won't believe it if I draw again. Dongxing is already in a rage, and the more he is like this, the more he has to fight hard. If he doesn't fight hard, the system will think he is a coward. Once the system identifies him as a coward, he will never give out good things. As a time traveler, Dongxing knows the system's routines too well. Anyway, he has points, so he doesn't have to worry at all. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of comprehensive potions, 6 bottles. Draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for 100 times critical strike. Chapter 30 Zeraora and Ultra Beast. Ding. This draw consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a billion times critical strike, obtaining exclusive Pokemon, Poipole. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the double reward and getting the exclusive Pokemon, Zeraora. Dongxing had a black question mark on his face. Good guy. This happiness came too suddenly. Drawl. Dongxing suppressed his excitement. Strike while the iron is hot, while the luck is good now, encore. Ding. This draw consumes 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the prop, unstable prop. Unstable prop, an unstable prop, different attributes of Pokemon will change differently, and it can change into different props as the Pokemon uses different moves. That's it. Dongxing looked at the introduction of the unstable prop, and his mind was confused. How come this thing is a bit like Greninja's characteristics, changing freely? Dongxing frowned and looked at the effect of the prop. Unstable prop, different levels of Pokemon will increase the power of the moves differently, increase the hit rate differently, and restore the physical strength of Pokemon with the same attributes differently. This kind of Trinity strengthening item is really rare. Good stuff. This item is for Greninja. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Dongxing did not hesitate at all and directly replaced it for Greninja. The leftovers written before were temporarily placed in the system space. This kind of good stuff must be grasped well. Dongxing looked at the Pokemon column. After all, there was one more Cosmog, not two. Pokemon, Poipole. Level, 5. Attribute, Poison. Feature, Exotic Beast Enhancement. Exclusive feature, Energy Absorb. Moves, Peck, Growl, Helping Hand, Acid. Energy Absorb, can absorb some Pokemon move energy, reduce the power of the move, and convert it into its own energy. Pokemon, Zeraora. Level, 5. Attribute, Electricity. Feature, Electricity Storage. Special feature, Electricity Conversion. Moves, Quick Attack, Fake Out, Power Up Punch, Claw, Spark, Snarl. Electricity Conversion, the body will absorb the electric energy in the surrounding space and store it in the body. Once it reaches the spirit world, it will stop absorbing. The storage limit is related to the level. These two Pokemon are of the same level. Poipole belongs to Ultra Beast and Zeraora is a Phantom Pokemon. From the characteristics point of view, although the level is small, the growth potential is full. Now the East Star Pokemon team has taken shape. For example, the full-level Deoxys can be used to save the situation when encountering danger. And Marshadow and Greninja can also be used in normal battles. And these two new Pokemon, for the time being, just be mascots. These two good things are for you. Dongxing looked at Poipole and Zeraora, and took out the Electric Orb and Toxic Orb from the system space. These two things are very good for electric or poisonous Pokemon. With the combined potion, several Pokemon can be regarded as meeting each other in Dongxing's office. Dongxing was very pleased to see this happy scene. 5 Pokemon, 4 legendary Pokemon. This is something that you dare not even think about. At the same time, Athena pushed the door open and saw 5 Pokemon. She was horrified and even forgot what she wanted to say. Go out. Come back in. Dongxing glanced at Athena with an unhappy look on his face. Yes. Athena bowed suddenly, turned around hurriedly, and closed the door of the room. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Dongxing said, and Athena slowly pushed the door open. Chief, this is the list of candidates for the City Lord. Athena respectfully placed the documents on the table, her eyes always looking at the 5 Pokemon, the surprise in her pupils could not be concealed at all. Dongxing glanced at her and said, I'll leave this matter to you. You don't need to let me see it. You have to personally assess everyone's strength. Yes. Athena responded immediately. Do you know those Pokemon? Dongxing asked curiously. Athena nodded, then shook her head, and didn't dare to say more. 5 Pokemon except Greninja, the others are all mythical beasts. Athena asked curiously, Leader, what are the purple and yellow Pokemon? The purple one is Poipole, and the yellow one is Zeraora. Dongxing waved his hand, and the two Pokémon came to Dongxing. Dongxing continued, they are not Pokémon from Johto region and Kanto region, but from Alola region. Zeraora is a phantom Pokémon, and Poipole is an Ultra Beast. Ultra Beast. Phantom Pokémon. Hearing these two words, Athena's pupils suddenly contracted. After seeing Athena, the two Pokémon waved and said hello, like a child. So cute. Athena looked at the two Pokémon, and just a glance, she felt a little oppressive. Compared with Deoxys, the latter's oppression was stronger. Do you have anything else to do? Dongxing asked suddenly. No, nothing. Athena shook her head and stood respectfully. At this moment, she realized that she had just lost her composure. Okay, you go down first. I'll call you if there's anything. Dongxing waved his hand and Athena respectfully left the office. Athena, who had just left the office, breathed a sigh of relief and muttered in her heart, where did the leader get so many Pokémon? 3 days passed in a flash. In the Pokémon League headquarters in Johto region, Damalankai frowned and looked at the screen with an extremely ugly face. What are you guys doing? Such a big thing happened in the 7 Islands, why didn't you report it in advance? Damalankai looked at the senior investigator in front of him, and his anger rose in his heart. In just a few days, the 7 Islands were occupied by Team Rockets. They were frantically clearing Team Rockets in Johto region and Kanto region, but there was still a small force in the 7 Islands. I told you before, but... A senior investigator looked aggrieved. He had already reported the news of Team Rockets in the 7 Islands. But no one treated this force as an important matter, and put all their energy into Kanto region and Johto region. Okay. Damalankai slammed the table and said, how is the senior investigator who came back from the 7 Islands this time? He is still in a coma, and he is no longer in danger of death. Several senior investigators were still frightened. Fortunately, they did not enter the 7 Islands, otherwise it would be terrible. What was unexpected was that Team Rockets in the 7 Islands would be so cruel, torturing people like this, with broken limbs and tendons. Who else is free in the alliance now? Damalankai shouted angrily. Chapter 31 The Pokémon Alliance is also helpless. The 4 elites in Kanto region are all busy dealing with the things at hand. Yes, the 4 elites in Johto region are the same, they are dealing with the remnants of Team Rockets in the 2 regions. Now the only person who can be sent out is the gym leader in Kanto region. Everyone in the conference room was talking about it, and Damalankai's eyes became gloomy, thinking constantly in his mind. It is confirmed that the 7 Islands have been occupied by Team Rockets. But this matter must not be announced. Once the outside world knows about it, the Pokémon Alliance's plan in Kanto region and Johto region will become a laughing stock. Arrange a gym trainer to go to the 7 Islands to check the situation. Damalankai frowned and spoke very slowly, as if thinking about every word. After hearing his words, the people in the conference room immediately retorted, who should be assigned? Kanto region's gym leaders are limited in number. That's right. Koga, Lieutenant Surge, and Sabrina, all 3 of them have criminal records. Although we don't have solid evidence, arranging them to go is undoubtedly letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Sabrina and Lieutenant Surge are training in MT Silver and have not participated in this operation at all. Koga is now one of the 4 elites in Johto region. Let's change someone. Misty and Brock are still on the front line of the battle. It is very difficult for us to mobilize them. Blaine is recovering on Cinnabar Island and can't be counted on. Damalankai heard this and asked, where is Carrie? Carrie can't act anymore. She is the think tank of these people. There are very few leaders who can be arranged in the entire Kanto region. After the voice fell, the conference room fell into silence again. Damalankai took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, looked around, and sighed. 5 days later, a trainer meeting will be held at Kanto Region Gym. Notify everyone to attend. No one can be absent, no matter who they are. Kalos region. Now it's time to test your strength. Kenta looked at the Santaloon City logo and smiled. Since arriving in Kalos region, he has been training in Santaloon Forest. After a few days, following the secrets given by Dongxing, Kenta's strength improved rapidly and he also had a lot of experience in fighting. Although Team Rockets sent Lapra's secrets, he didn't have time to read them before he came to Santaloon Gym to challenge. I don't know how the others are doing. Kenta calmed down. Since joining Team Rockets, he felt the love from the organization, whether it was Pokemon props or funds. As long as he asked, Dongxing would satisfy him, from props worth tens of millions to millions of funds. Are you here to challenge? Just then, a girl holding a camera pointed the lens at Kenta, with a puzzled look on her face. Team Rockets, training ground. Go, Naganadal, Zeraora. Dongxing threw out 2 Pokeballs, and as soon as the Pokeballs were opened, 2 white lights emerged. 2 Pokemon, 1 purple and 1 yellow, appeared on the ring. The purple Pokemon is Naganadal, who has learned Dragon Pulse in a few days. When Poipole learns Dragon Pulse, it will evolve into Naganadal. Dongxing has not been idle these days, and has been fighting in the wild. Now Naganadal and Zeraora have reached level 48. Naganadal? What kind of Pokemon is this? It looks so scary. SHH. This is Ultra Beast, a Pokemon from Alola region. Wow, the leader's Pokemon looks mighty and powerful, that yellow Zeraora, so handsome. That one is also a Pokemon from Alola region, but unlike Ultra Beast, it is a legendary Pokemon. Awesome, now the leader has several legendary Pokemon, so enviable. Why didn't the leader show them before? What do you know? This is called hiding strength. If it was shown before, it would not change the fact that the previous leader failed. That's right, now is the time for our Team Rockets to be strong. The crowd watching had excited expressions on their faces, and the surging in their hearts could not be described in words. This is the first time that Dongxing, the leader of Team Rockets, has shown other Pokemon. On the other side of the ring, there stood a woman in white clothes with flaming red hair, quite charming. Chief, please show mercy. Go, Magcargo, Vileplume. Athena sent out her trump card Pokemon, and fled along the way, leaving only these 2 Pokemon to accompany her. Relax, it's just an exhibition match, ladies first. Dongxing waved his hand, signaling Athena to attack first. The words were simple, but when Athena heard them, she felt a lot of pressure. Magcargo, Flamethrower. Vileplume, Moonblast. After a brief thought, Athena gave the order. The red flame rushed towards Zeraora, and the pink light gathered into a beam and shot towards Naganadal. Although Athena knew that Naganadal and Zeraora were acquired by Dongxing a few days ago, their strength should not be underestimated. Just when the attack was about to hit, Zeraora and Naganadal slightly turned their bodies to avoid the attack. In an instant, all the attacks of Magcargo and Vileplume were in vain. What a fast speed! It was a close call. Senju and Jingbian sighed. The 2 of them had already fought with Dongxing. Although it was not a 2-on-2 battle, they were not Dongxing's opponents. A Greninja and Mars Hado beat them both to a pulp. Besides Senju and Jingbian, there stood Jinling in a white coat. Jinling did not care about the things on the ring, but stared at the data on the computer. This is it. Jinling's mouth corners slightly raised, and the sudden surge in data aroused his strong interest. At this moment on the ring, Naganadal flapped his wings, and the speed he burst out had exceeded quick attack. The next second, Naganadal arrived in front of Houndoom and Vileplume, flapping his wings, and a series of silver blades hit Vileplume. Then, Zeraora jumped with a leap, he clenched his fists and blasted towards Magcargo's shell. No, hurry! Athena gave the order in a panic, and she didn't finish her words. After Ziraura's fists blasted Magcargo's back shell, a thin layer of spark appeared on Ziraura's body. And Naganadal on the side pushed Vileplume back a few steps. Although the levels of the two Pokémon have been improved, the damage is not enough to face the high-level Magcargo and Vileplume. Don't panic. Calm down. Chapter 32 Training Subordinates. Calm down. There must be a way. Athena looked at the situation on the field and frowned slightly. Naganadal and Ziraura were too fast. Vileplume and Magcargo wanted to win in speed, and there was basically no hope. In addition, the two Pokémon of Dongxing cooperated skillfully. Even if they were at a low level, they could still have an advantage. After seeing the scars on Magcargo's shell, Athena narrowed her eyes slightly, and a light flashed in her mind. She immediately ordered Magcargo to attack Naganadal. But Naganadal flew high into the sky on the ring. Facing the dense ember, she had no pressure at all, and her speed advantage was revealed. Vileplume. Moonblast. Athena shouted unyieldingly. Bang! A pink energy ball exploded on Ziraura's body, and black smoke covered the entire venue. It worked. Athena said proudly, Magcargo, use earth power. Fairy-type moves are twice as damaging to electric types. But Vileplume's level exceeded Ziraura's. Even if it was twice as damaging, Ziraura would not lose his ability to fight. At least it had to be a heavy blow. Dongxing looked at the smoke on the ring and shook his head slightly. With the enhancement of the comprehensive potion, the Pokémon in his hands were all strengthened in all aspects. Even if the opponent has a level advantage, as long as he is not restrained, there is no need to worry. Boom! Magcargo leaned forward slightly, and the ground shook violently. With the sound of cracking, cracks appeared on the ground. Ground-type moves, it seems that Ziraura is going to lose. The battle between the leader and the Cotters is so shocking. Look at the expression of the leader, it seems that this battle is not panic at all. Why should he panic? It seems that several Cotters are not enough for the leader to fight alone. Then Ziraura has lost his ability to fight now, and the situation is not favorable to the leader. The members of Team Rockets who were watching were suddenly shocked. The previous situation was very favorable to their leader, but after one round, it has become a disadvantage. And they also understood Athena's intention. First, they forced Naganadal away and then focused on attacking Ziraura. But looking at the smoke on the ring, no one dared to jump to conclusions, but in the hearts of Team Rocket's members, Dongxing was like a god. In the air, Naganadal flapped his wings to blow away the smoke. Everyone's vision was restored. A green barrier lit up on the surface of Ziraura, resisting Magcargo's attack, and on the ground, gravel rolled and cracks continued. Impossible, this is impossible. How could he react in such a short time? Athena was horrified. Her Magcargo had great potential. Although it was only level 55, from the escape all the way, even if it was a battle against the attributes, it had never been so adverse. The idea is good, but you underestimated the opponent's strength. You are still too impatient. Naganadal, Air Cutter. Dongxing spoke in a low voice, but his tone was full of confidence. Naganadal flapped his wings, and small air waves formed wind blades, heading towards Vileplume. Magcargo, leave it to you. Athena immediately commanded. Bang bang bang. Magcargo stood in front of Vileplume, and the hard shell blocked the air cutter attack. At this time, Ziraura had come to the back, his fists ignited with flames, bombarding Vileplume. This. Athena was stunned. She never thought that Ziraura would wait for an opportunity. She had obviously tried her best, but Ziraura still found an opportunity. Is there really no possibility of winning? Athena fell into thought and had forgotten to command. At this moment, Naganadal and Ziraura continued to attack on the stage. Ding! Ziraura's level increased by 1 level. Ding! Naganadal's level increased by 1 level. The news of the level increase sounded in Dongxing's mind. On the stage, Mag Cargo and Vile Plume had lost their ability to fight. I lost. Athena put the Liang's Haijing Pokemon into the Pokeball and smiled, you have tried your best. Dongxing walked straight to Jinling and asked softly, how is it? Jinling said excitedly, Leader, the energy collection device is good, especially after I improved it. It can not only provide daily energy, but also store energy. Really? Jingbian and Qian Shao heard this and hurried over to take a look. Just seeing the dense letters and numbers displayed on the computer screen, they felt a headache. The most important thing is that they can't understand these things. If it resists attacks, how many levels can it resist? Dongxing asked softly. According to the current energy fluctuation detection, if the Deoxys attack form is used as the standard, it can withstand 3 hours of uninterrupted attack. Jinling pushed his heavy glasses and said, if it is a quasi-god level Pokemon like Dragonite, it will take a day and a night of uninterrupted attack to exhaust the energy. Similarly, we can also absorb the energy fluctuations they release. Please rest assured, the Aurora Veil barrier is currently very reliable. Even if the Pokemon Alliance launches an attack, we don't have to be afraid. Dongxing nodded and said, very good, it's time to make the next plan. After speaking, Dongxing walked towards the office building, and Qian Shao hurriedly chased him and asked, Chief, you don't want to continue fighting? No. Dongxing shook his head and said, leave it to you to play here, I still have some things to deal with. Chief, if there is anything, just arrange for me to do it. Qian Shao said flatteringly. Leave it to you? Are you free? Dongxing glanced at Qian Shao and asked, arrange your plan, how are you doing? Report to the leader, everything is going according to the deployment. Qian Shao smiled and said, in 10 days, the task will be completed. Since you are so confident, I see that your strength has declined a lot recently in the battle just now. As he said that, Dongxing stopped, turned his head and shouted at Jingbian, and Jingbian ran over happily. Qian Shao is a little free these days, you should train him well and let his strength improve a little. Dongxing said softly, among the few of you, Jingbian is the strongest, but it is far from enough. Ding! Issue the task, discipline Qian Shao, executor, Jingbian. Jingbian on the side grinned and said, Leader, don't worry, I will definitely help the new cadres of Han solve the problem. Leader, listen to me. Qian Shao wanted to cry but had no tears. He just wanted to flatter, why was he trained? Chapter 33 Distress and Undercurrents. It's so peaceful. The Pokemon League hasn't taken any action yet. Dongxing returned to the office, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Over the past few days, the tasks assigned have been completed one after another, and most of the points have been exchanged for Pokemon props. The strength of Team Rocket's members is also slowly improving. From a long-term perspective, this is a good start, and it can be used to recuperate. But Dongxing is most worried about the Pokemon League. Once an attack is launched, the laser curtain can be used to block it, but what should the Team Rocket's members who live on the island do? At present, the situation on the 7 islands can only last for 1 or 2 years. No, we can't just sit and wait for death. Dongxing shook his head, stopped the crazy thoughts in his mind, and said slowly, even if we don't sit and wait for death, we can't take the initiative. Once we become the primary target of the Pokemon League, I'm afraid we won't have a peaceful life. It's a pity that Aurora Veil opened too early. If Dongxing's voice became smaller and smaller. Although the Aurora Veil barrier is safe, people inside can't get out and people outside can't get in, which is equivalent to being isolated from the world. Forget it, don't think about it, let's let the little guys have fun first. Dongxing stood up from the chair and walked to the back wall. With a rumble, the back wall slowly moved to both sides, and a huge secret room slowly appeared. It was a training place he specially built. This secret room was built very secretly, and the materials used were also very special. Even a powerful fighting Pokemon like Machamp would find it extremely difficult to break it by force. When Dongxing walked into the secret room, the whole world seemed to be quiet, and the bright lights in the secret room shone on various strange equipment. These experimental equipment looked like a small container, each of which could hold a Pokemon. This was the cultivation chamber that Dongxing exchanged from the system wall. There were 3 in total, namely the battle simulation chamber, the venom cultivation chamber, and the million-volt chamber. Greninja, Naganadel, Zeraora, all come out. Dongxing opened the Pokeball, and after the 3 Pokemon came out, they walked straight into the container, and the lights on the equipment lit up instantly. Ding! Greninja entered the battle simulation chamber and began to practice. Ding! Naganadel entered the venom cultivation chamber and the venom was infused. Ding! Zeraora entered the million-volt chamber and performed an electric sprint. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Dongxing subconsciously checked his status bar. Name, Dongxing. Level, Special Trainer. Pokemon, Deoxys, LV.100, Marshadow, LV.69, Greninja, LV.60, Naganadel, LV.54, Zeraora, LV.55. Points, 10,000. Now, except for Greninja, the others are all legendary Pokemon. Although Naganadel and Zeraora were obtained a few days ago, after a few days of battle, the levels of the 2 Pokemon have increased very quickly. In addition, with the supplement of comprehensive potions, the strength has exceeded the Pokemon of the same level. As the strength of Pokemon increases, Dongxing's trainer level is also rising, and the system rewards are also very rich, and various move discs are also a set of combinations. However, Dongxing is currently most worried about the learning problem of Team Rocket's members. The original intention of setting up the library was to allow Team Rocket's members to have a comprehensive understanding of Pokemon. Not to mention how much helping hand it is, at least they can gain a certain advantage in the battle. But most people think that I have already joined Team Rockets, and you still want me to learn. Such a bad mentality is quite a headache. We need to find a way to motivate them. Riku from Dongxing sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Hone region, Team Magma base. Ha ha ha, Team Rockets is really miserable. I have long said that we should keep a low profile. Maxie just learned about Team Rockets and couldn't help laughing. Leader, what should we do next? Flame asked softly, and a Torkoal followed behind Flame. Torkoal's eyes narrowed slightly, and a lot of smoke came out of the turtle shell on its back. Hone region, Team Aqua base. It's so pitiful, one less competitor. Archie put his hands behind his back, with a look of regret. Leader, Team Magma has been active recently, we need to take measures. Before the Team Aqua member finished speaking, Archie waved his hand and said, "Don't worry too much, follow our original plan. Unova region, Plasma Group base." Ha ha ha, Giovanni, you never thought you would fail. Quickacy had a ferocious smile on his face. As a missionary, he rarely showed his vicious side in front of others. He was so happy to hear the news of Team Rocket's demise. Leader, Team Rocket's snatch has too many of our resources. Now is a good opportunity to counterattack. A Plasma Group member half knelt on the ground, his eyes full of scorching heat. No. Quickacy turned around, the hideous smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious face, and said in a deep voice, "Team Rocket's tragic experience has told us that no matter what happens, we can't be too ostentatious. Pass my order down, let the members of each city cooperate with the prosecutor's work and arrest all the remaining Team Rockets in Unova region." Yes. Sinnoh region, Team Galactic base. Leader, shall we start the plan? Mars looked at Akame in front of him and asked cautiously, or should we wait a little longer? No need to wait. The Pokemon Alliance has no time to take care of us. They are now dealing with Team Rockets. Cyrus grinned, revealing a sick smile on his face. Kalos region. Team Flare headquarters. Leader, we have investigated clearly. Team Rockets has completely disappeared this time. Their branches have been uprooted. Directly in front of us. A man in a black uniform and with long red hair, just like Pyroar. He is Furadicatelli, the leader of Team Flare. Got it. Furadicatelli responded. Leader, Team Rockets was defeated this time, and there are vacancies in the entire Kanto region and Johto region. Do you want to arrange for us to move in? After the voice fell, the whole room was unusually quiet. After waiting for 3 seconds, Furadicatelli slowly said, we don't need to get involved in this matter. When the time comes, there will be forces to enter these 2 regions. Yes. The subordinate half knelt on the ground and continued, the subordinate has another thing to report. Speak. Chapter 34 Damalankai's Distress. Leader, the people we planted in the Pokemon League responded that Team Rocket's members were found on the 7 islands and a senior investigator was injured. Then what? Furadicatelli asked. Through our detection, we found that there are abnormal energy fluctuations on the 7 islands. This energy fluctuation is very strong and does not seem to be emitted by ordinary Pokemon. I guess it is a legendary Pokemon. Hearing this, Ferticket fell silent, as if thinking about something. After a few minutes, Furadicatelli said, the Pokemon League is dealing with Team Rockets, so let them handle this matter. Giovanni wanted to set foot in our Kalos region before, it was just a dream. However, you can investigate the special energy fluctuations you mentioned. If there is any abnormality, report it to me as soon as possible. I understand. In addition, Furadicatelli said, although Team Rockets was eliminated, I believe they have more residual strength that has not been captured. Arrange a few people to go to Kanto, Johto, and Unova region to gather all the participants of Team Rockets. It is also their luck to be able to use them for us. In addition, the attitude must be good, and they must feel the warmth of home. I will do it right away. 5 days later. Inside the Pokemon League. Damalankai sat in front of the computer, frowning, watching the video conference on the screen, his anger rising. If he hadn't suppressed it, he would have cursed long ago. The Kanto region gym leader meeting had been scheduled in advance. There were 7 gym leaders, but only 3 of them arrived, and 4 were not there yet. What's going on with you? Damalankai saw the dark video frame on the screen, his eyebrows kept jumping, and he was almost reaching his limit. I don't know. Brock held his chin and smiled slightly, trying to ease his embarrassment. I just called and asked. Misty held the phone and said helplessly, Sabrina is recuperating on MT Silver because of her serious injuries. Lieutenant Surge is on the way back. Blaine is still unstable and cannot attend the meeting. Carrie took over the conversation and said, Koga passed the assessment of Johto region and is now one of the 4 elites of Johto. As for the leader of Viridian Gym, the candidate has not been determined yet, so now there are only a few of us. Damalankai sighed after hearing the reports of the 2. The once glorious Kanto region has become so desolate now, all thanks to Team Rockets. A few days ago, we found traces of Team Rockets on the 7 islands. The 4 elites of Kanto region currently have no time to go there, so we can only entrust you gym leader. Who of you has time next? Damalankai stopped talking nonsense and got straight to the point. But after Damalankai finished speaking, he looked at Brock in Pewter City. I don't have time recently. There are a lot of Pokemons in MT Moon near Pewter City recently. The specific reason has not been investigated clearly. Brock shook his head and said. What about Misty? I don't have time either. Lieutenant Surge entrusted me to look after Vermilion City, and I am too busy to clean up the remnants of Team Rockets. Misty refused. Then, forget it. Damalankai looked at Carrie. He knew that Carrie would refuse without even asking. Now the gymnasiums in Kanto region are not fully staffed and can't be relied on at all. Other regional gymnasiums can be arranged, but the journey is too long and the gains are not worth the losses. Your next task. Damalankai thought briefly and stopped talking nonsense, and directly arranged the next stage of tasks. Since the task of exploring the 7 islands cannot be arranged, we will continue to clean up the Team Rocket's members. As long as the cancer of Team Rockets is removed, Kanto region and Johto region can fully recover. Inside the Team Rockets headquarters, Qian Xiao, Athena, Jingbian, and others stood outside the office waiting, like ants on a hot pot. 30 minutes have passed since Dong Xing received the order, and Dong Xing has never received the order to go in. What's wrong with the leader? Why hasn't he appeared for such a long time? Jinling asked, rubbing his head. Qian Xiao said respectfully. How can we know the leader's divine power? Recently, the leader and the members have been active frequently, which makes people feel very friendly. Athena rolled her eyes at him and said, You only know how to flatter. You flatter here, and the leader can't hear it. Qian Xiao said disapprovingly, It doesn't matter. The leader will know that I have him in my heart, and he will also know that I am the most submissive to him. At this moment, the door of the office was opened. Dong Xing has walked out of the office, with his hands behind his back, and walked forward. I greet the leader. I greet the leader. I greet the leader. Everyone half knelt on the ground, with a look of respect. Dong Xing did not respond. Leader. Qian Xiao whispered. At this time, Dong Xing muttered, How could this happen? Why is this happening? How? Chief, what are you talking about? Qian Xiao asked. No, nothing. Dong Xing shook his head and looked at everyone present. Qian Xiao quickly flattered, Chief, if any member makes you unhappy, tell me, I will teach them a lesson for you secretly, so that they can remember it. Dong Xing rolled his eyes at him unhappily and asked, Use you to do it. Chief is right, the chief is invincible, I am to the chief. Qian Xiao flattered again. Dong Xing smiled slightly, said nothing more, and walked towards the meeting room. Everyone followed Dong Xing. Soon, everyone came to the meeting room and took their seats. Dong Xing sat in the main seat and said, There is no news from the Pokemon League recently, which means that they have not noticed us yet. Before that, we must do everything we can to improve our combat strength. Jingbian and Athena, in the near future, you should arrange for certain competitions to be held on each island every month. The conditions for participating must be Team Rocket's members. Remember, the rewards do not have to be very rich, but they must attract members to participate. In addition to monetary rewards, there must be rewards such as Pokemon, props, etc. What? Qian Xiao exclaimed. At this moment, he was unwilling to do it a million times. Although the company of the 7 islands has been successfully developed and has reached a certain scale, it is only a certain scale. According to the original plan, it was to transport to other regions so that funds could be collected as quickly as possible. But because of Aurora Vale, people could not go out, let alone transport goods. Until now, all the funds of Team Rockets have been paid by Qian Xiao himself. Chapter 35 Aurora Vale was attacked. Chief! I really have no money. Qian Xiao cried poor. His own gold bank has already advanced 80 million, which are the rewards issued last time and the salaries of members. Since Dong Xing became the leader, the salary standards of members have been raised. The higher the position, the higher the basic salary, and there are also performance commissions. Dong Xing said lightly, It's just money, what's the big deal, with you as a living god of wealth, why worry about having no money? Leader. There is really no money left, not a penny left. Qian Xiao looked helpless, took out his mobile phone, and wanted to pick out the financial statements. I know what you mean. Dong Xing stretched out his hand, took out a bank card and handed it to Qian Xiao, saying, there are 1 billion funds in it, enough to last until your company opens. Qian Shao widened his eyes and looked at the bank card in his hand with some excitement. As a financial manager, he had a lot of money in his hands, but the amount was very limited. Since Dongxing became the leader, the money he received was in the billions. Although he spent money quickly, this leader seemed to be able to perform magic tricks. I don't know where to get so much money. Team Rockets is a large organization with 13,000 members at present. Although it is not a lot, each expenditure is not a small amount. Are there any more questions? Dongxing looked at Qian Shao and asked. As a leader, he didn't know the difficulties of managing finances, but Dongxing, who had a system, didn't care about these problems at all. Now with this 1 billion funds, all problems have been solved, and Qian Shao is very excited. Not to mention holding a competition, even adding a new Pokemon to all members is enough. Thank you, leader. Thank you so much, leader. Qian Shao's voice was crisp and extremely pious. After seeing it, Athena complained, "This is not the way you were, just stingy." Qian Shao showed an awkward smile on his face, but did not say anything back. After all, he was in the wrong. Dongxing continued, "You should take this competition seriously and make sure it is handled well. The rewards should be given." Understood. Everyone nodded in response immediately. Ding! Release a recurring task, hold a Pokemon League competition, and all participants are Team Rockets members. Executors, Jingbian, Athena. Recurring task? Good guy, you always come up with something new for me. Dongxing nodded slightly, with a satisfied expression on his face. He is more experienced in managing people, but his contact with the members below is far less than Qian Shao and Jingbian, so it would be much more convenient to assign things to them. But, is there a limit on the number of people in this competition? If the people who participated? Qian Shao asked. Qian Shao was a little worried that if the people he promoted were not loyal to Team Rockets, they would easily become the scapegoats for others. For example, Karen, Will, Lieutenant Surge and Sabrina were all cadres of Team Rockets. When Team Rockets was strong, they all looked very loyal. But after Team Rockets was destroyed, they all joined the Pokemon Alliance. Lieutenant Surge, Sabrina, and Koga were spies arranged by Team Rockets and later became Gym Lords. Their identities were extremely secretive. Except for a few people, the outside world did not know about these information. And Will and Karen, these two people are even more excessive. They are the trainers that Team Rockets focuses on training. They have spent a lot of resources and efforts. Finally, after Team Rockets was destroyed, they joined the Pokemon League and became the 4 elites of Johto region. By the way, now there are some things for you. Dongxing glanced at Athena. Athena nodded slightly, as if she understood something, and walked outside. Soon, Athena had 2 more small wooden boxes in her hands and placed them on the table. Dongxing saw the wooden box and said, "The first box is a characteristic capsule that can change the characteristics of Pokemon. There are 300 capsules in total. They have been sent to Jinling Laboratory for research to see if they can be mass-produced. The second box is also a characteristic capsule, but the effect is more powerful. It can give Pokemon 2 characteristics. There are only 50 capsules now. You cadres can share them. This can enhance the strength of Pokemon. This is..." Except for Athena, everyone showed an incredible expression on their faces. They took out a capsule from the wooden box and kept playing with it in their hands. They had heard about these props before. In Team Rockets, props that change the characteristics of Pokemon have been developed, but they are not very stable. What they didn't expect was that a large amount of data within Team Rockets was lost. It was incredible that Dongxing could come up with these things. Looking at the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Dongxing was extremely distressed. These props were actually won by himself in the lottery. After 100 consecutive draws, he only got money, comprehensive potions, or characteristic capsules, nothing practical. He couldn't use the characteristic capsules, but he could give them to his subordinates. With some props that Pokemon can carry, the level of equipment of Team Rocket's coders has far exceeded that before. Leader. At this time, the taciturn Jinling suddenly spoke, and everyone focused their attention on Jinling. Jinling slowly said, "Outside Island Number 1, a group of trainers came and attacked the Aurora Veil barrier." Hey! Dongxing frowned when he heard this, and calculated the time. The test of the Pokemon Alliance should come. The eve of the storm is often very calm. Before Dongxing made a decision, Jingbian stood up and said, "Leader, let me handle these trainers." "No hurry." Dongxing waved his hand and said, "Let's go and see what level the trainers are at this time." "Leader. I won't go to see." Jinling pushed his heavy glasses and said, "You know, I'm not interested in fighting. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with in the laboratory." Dongxing nodded, and did not force Jinling to follow. A group of people walked out in a mighty manner. And Qian Shao and Jingbian looked very excited. They hadn't made a move for a long time. If they can perform well in front of Dongxing this time, the reward will be richer. Thinking of this, Qian Shao and Jingbian looked at each other, as if they had already agreed. An hour later, everyone took a speedboat and arrived at the port of Island Number 1. "The leader is here." Not only the leader, but the 3 leaders are here. These guys just won't listen to advice. They won't leave even if we tell them to. Now it's good. No one in this group can leave. Chapter 36 Ninjutsu, Double Team. Leader. Leader. When the Team Rocket's members saw Dongxing and the others, they all saluted with admiration in their eyes. Dongxing nodded slightly, looking at the trainers who were isolated by the Aurora Veil, frowning slightly. "Leader, these people are bounty hunters." Athena narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes full of hostility. "Interesting. They were found. It seems that the Pokemon Alliance has no tricks." Qian Shao said sarcastically. "Leader, please arrange for me to fight." Jingbian asked. "Outside is the vast ocean, which is the best battlefield for Jingbian." Dongxing smiled slightly, ignored everyone, looked at the bounty hunters outside, and said, "This is Team Rocket's territory. You launched an attack on us? Don't you care about the consequences?" "Ha ha ha! Team Rockets! You made me laugh to death. Didn't Team Rockets get destroyed? How dare someone call themselves Team Rockets? It's really weird. You should open this thing of yours wisely, otherwise, I will kill you after I blast it open." "Boss, this thing of theirs looks like a light screen to me, and it should require energy to maintain." Outside Aurora Veil, 7 or 8 young men in camouflage uniforms had disdainful expressions on their faces. "This is not the place you should come to." Jingbian shouted loudly, facing the ridicule of everyone, he simply couldn't stand it. "Ha ha ha, listen to what they are saying. They look like Team Rockets, but they are just the remnants of Team Rockets. Don't worry about them, keep attacking. We'll take care of them after we break this broken barrier." Several people didn't take the words of Jingbian seriously. Still doing what he wants. Pokemon such as Gyarados, Starmie, Crawdaunt, etc. in the sea water continue to attack. Pokemon such as Pidgeot, Fearow, Talonflame, etc. in the air hit the barrier heavily, and the colorful barrier rippled slightly. Seeing this scene, the people at the well were furious. This did not take them seriously at all. Team Rockets was lonely, but it did not mean that you bounty hunters could run wild. "Leader." Everyone urged, looking at Dongxing, everyone's face was full of fighting spirit. "I know what you mean." Dongxing looked at Athena and others, and said softly, "These guys are annoying, but you can't get out, the Aurora Veil barrier can't be closed." "But..." Everyone's face changed, they wanted to go out and teach this group of shameless people a lesson. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Since you won't leave, then don't even think about leaving. Dongxing slowly rose into the air, with a blue light on the surface of his body. Dongxing stretched out his hand and knocked on the aurora veil barrier, and the energy ripples spread gently like lake water. The next second, he stretched out his arm and directly penetrated the aurora veil, and his arm changed significantly, like the tentacles of some Pokémon. This is... When everyone saw this, their faces were full of surprise. Dongxing's body was suspended in the air, passing through the aurora veil, and the surface of his body seemed to have the phantom of some Pokémon. This is Deoxys. Athena and others were surprised. Being able to use Pokémon to this extent was a way they had not thought of. Is this guy a human or a ghost? He must have used some special device. He thought we were scared. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. He's just asking for death. Is he the only one? Then I won't be polite. The bounty hunters were talking about it. Some wanted to escape, some had sarcasm on their faces, but more were disdainful. They had seen too many tricks like this. They looked fancy but actually had no effect. Gyarados, use flamethrower. In the sea, Gyarados opened his bloody mouth and spurted out a flame. Water-type Pokémon uses fire moves. You are really smart. Dongxing showed a playful look on his face. A green figure appeared in front of his body. He held a white long knife in his hand and chopped it down. The flame was split in two and the hot flame dissipated instantly. The next second, a blue figure stood on the water with his eyes slightly narrowed. Is this Greninja? The bounty hunters showed a surprised expression on their faces. This Greninja is different from what they have seen, and Greninja's actions are also very strange. It can actually stand on the water. Are they really rocket? The leader's Greninja has been trained to this extent. This is the first time I have seen such a strong Pokémon. Jingbian and Qian Shao opened their mouths wide, with incredible expressions on their faces. Although they often see Greninja from Dongxing in battles, they can feel that the Greninja they are facing now is definitely not the same feeling as in battles. It seems that we don't need to take action this time. Athena said softly, with a helpless look on her face. She is Dongxing's secretary and knows the strength of Greninja. This is a Pokémon that can fight 1 against 100. Hurry up and attack. He is only one person and one Pokémon. What are we afraid of with so many people? Someone among the bounty hunters shouted this sentence, awakening the rest of the people from shock, and they shouted one after another. I thought it was some Pokémon, but it turned out to be Greninja. We'll take you down in the next attack. If we all attack, wouldn't that be a little cruel? Can this Greninja survive? It's pitiful, it followed such a trainer. Be gentle for a while, the boss will wait for us to go back, and this Greninja can be handed over to the boss for credit. The faces of 7 or 8 bounty hunters were full of sarcasm. It seems that you still have a lot of Pokémon, take them all out. Dongxing said lightly. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death, he actually asked us to release Pokémon. Boy, look carefully, we only sent out 8 Pokémon, which is already a group fight. No way, he thinks he is Giovanni. Even if it's Giovanni, he wouldn't dare to say that, this is still the sea. The bounty hunters were full of disdain. I'm giving you a chance. Dongxing shook his head slightly and commanded, Greninja, use double team technique. Greninja leaped up, formed a seal with his hands, and 7 figures appeared in the air. After each clone appeared, it rushed directly towards the opponent's Pokémon. What is this move? Can the Ebel team use other moves? No. Get out of the way. Hurry up. At this moment, the bounty hunters panicked. When they wanted to give orders again, their necks seemed to be constricted by something and they couldn't speak. Chapter 37 The Boss of the Ghoul Poaching Group. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Dongxing raised his arm slightly, and the bodies of the 8 bounty hunters slowly rose into the air. A red tentacle lingered around their necks, and a blue tentacle tied their hands and feet. The pokeball that was just in his hand fell instantly. Woo, help! Hurry, help me! Vulcan, Carp! The bounty hunters called for help from their Pokémon, turned their heads with difficulty, and their pupils earthquake. They saw Greninja and his clones, using moves of different attributes. Whether in the air or on the sea, dazzling light burst out. Greninja had different weapons in his hands, and every attack was a fatal blow. Plop! Huge waves splashed on the sea, and Pokémon fell on the sea one by one. Greninja's clones disappeared one by one, and the sea level returned to calm. Speak! Who asked you to come? Dongxing asked softly. We just come to the frozen cave to catch Pokémon. One of the bounty hunters, a fat man, had a trembling voice and fear in his eyes. The other people were so scared that they couldn't speak. You come to the frozen cave to catch Pokémon? Dongxing sneered. The Pokémon in the frozen cave are also available outside, but you choose to catch them on the 7 islands. It seems that you are very dishonest. The next second, Dongxing controlled the tentacles and kept tightening them. The bounty hunters led by the fat man were almost out of breath and their faces flushed. Listen to the explanation. The fat man said a complete sentence with difficulty. I'll give you one last chance. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you will die. Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a thought, a crisp sound was heard, and a bounty hunter's neck was directly broken. This scene frightened the remaining 7 people and made them shiver suddenly. The sound of dripping sounded on the sea surface, and 1 or 2 timid hunters peed their pants. We are really bounty hunters. We come to the frozen cave to capture ice Pokémon. These are all true. The fat man said hurriedly, but when he saw Dongxing frowning, the fat man added again, I know that Team Rockets is in a bad situation now. The Pokémon League has issued a bounty to capture Team Rocket's members, but we just accepted the organization's commission. Commission? Dongxing asked with interest, which organization are you from? Ghoul Poaching Group. The fat man responded truthfully. Ghoul Poaching Group. Dongxing frowned and fell into deep thought. He searched for information about the Ghoul Poaching Group and soon found the deeds of this organization. This organization is very special. It has a small number of people and is widely distributed. There are ghoul poaching groups in every region. They often appear in Pokémon protection areas and their members are very powerful. Since you are still lying, go to hell. Dongxing said in a deep voice. The 7 islands are not the target of the ghoul poaching group. The Pokémon in the 7 islands are very scarce, and there are almost no rare Pokémon. In other words, if the ghoul poaching group comes to the 7 islands, they will lose everything. Only a fool would choose such a place to capture Pokémon. Of course, except that Team Rockets set up the 7 islands as a branch, an abandoned branch. No. I didn't. The fat man explained hurriedly, spare my life, we are just small people, and we have told you all the information we know. Just then, in the distant sky, a red flame streaked across the air and hit Dongxing directly. Just before the flame touched Dongxing's body, a green barrier appeared and absorbed the energy of the flame. Hey! Dongxing frowned slightly and turned his head to look over. In the distant sky, a figure flew towards this side. The people who called themselves the ghoul poaching group were overjoyed, and the fear in their hearts dissipated a lot. It's just that their bodies were tied up by tentacles and they couldn't move, but their mouths could speak, and they all regained their arrogance for a while. Our boss is here. Let us go quickly, when our boss gets here, he won't be so easy to talk to. You're finished, this time you Team Rockets, all of you will be explained here. Just now you were thinking about killing us, now you should think about how to save yourself. The people of the ghoul poaching group kept shouting. Although their voices were trembling, their tone was extremely arrogant. Among the remaining 7 people, only the fat man did not shout. So much nonsense. Dongxing frowned and controlled the tentacles to kill the other people, leaving only the fat man. Of course, the Pokémon of these 7 people were also collected. Although they were all Pokémon of the ghoul poaching group, Pokémon is not high level, but flies are still meat no matter how few they are. Especially now Team Rockets is particularly lacking in strong Pokémon with levels. It only takes a little training later, and it won't take long. After Dongxing dealt with these people, he focused all his attention on the figure in the distance. His intuition told him that the person coming was not a good person. The people of the ghoul poaching group were able to come to the 7 islands, so they must be big figures representing Kanto region at least. It seems that this matter is not simple. Dongxing looked at the figure in the air with interest, picked up the communication equipment, briefly explained the situation outside, and told several cotters that the Aurora Veil barrier could never be closed. Ghoul poaching group. Athena looked puzzled. She had heard of this organization in Kanto region and Johto region. When Team Rockets was first established, the ghoul poaching group already existed. Their purpose was simple, just for money. As for things like conquering the world, it was not within their consideration. Strange, why would this poaching group want to come to the 7 islands? Qian Shao looked puzzled. He knew the 7 islands very well. If there were any Pokémon that were worth money, it would never be the turn of the ghoul poaching group. We don't care about that. The leader just sent their Pokémon over. Jingbian looked at the full Pokeball in his hand and was very happy. I suddenly remembered someone. I wonder if I can contact him. Athena said something and ran to the back. Qian Shao shouted, "Where are you going? The leader hasn't come back yet. It's enough to have you here. If we can contact that person, our Team Rockets can add more people." Athena shouted without looking back. Qian Shao and Jingbian looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Why is this woman so noisy? The two of them focused their attention on Dongxing, watching the black shadow in the distance getting closer and closer. Chapter 38. There is no other way, I leave it to you, High Dragon. Ghoul poachers? Bounty hunters? What a sick organization! Dongxing complained in his heart. The ghoul poachers look like evil forces, but in fact they have nothing to do with evil forces. They are just a group of people who take risks for profit. On the surface, they are trainers, enjoying the treatment of the Pokémon League, and secretly become the henchmen of the rich, constantly catching rare wild Pokémon. Of course, there is such a branch among trainers. They call themselves city hunters, which is different from the ghoul poachers. Pokémon hunters are to catch wanted criminals to get bounties and maintain the justice of the Pokémon League, but they are not formal employees like search officers. But whether it is Team Rockets, the ghoul poachers, or the Pokémon hunters, they are all targets of the Pokémon League, but the intensity is different. However, since they dare to come to the 7 islands, it means that there is definitely a huge interest relationship behind them. Soon, the shadow approached, and Dongxing could see clearly who the other party was. He only saw a middle-aged man in a black leather jacket, with the logo of the ghoul poaching group on the cuffs of his clothes, and he looked very Chinese. Very capable, you solved all these guys. The middle-aged man looked Dongxing up and down, his face was trembling with flesh, and he was riding Atropius under his crotch with hostility in his eyes. Boss, save me. The fat man squeezed out a few words from his mouth with difficulty. Waste, you are no longer valuable. The middle-aged man shouted disdainfully. This is not the place for your ghoul poaching group. But since you are here, then all of you should stay. Dongxing said lightly. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So interesting. The middle-aged man looked at Dongxing floating in the air with a playful expression on his face, and said, You can float in the air, there are good Pokémon, this is not a place to fight. Then the middle-aged man pointed to a small island not far away and said, This place is good, you should be able to play with me for a while. After the voice fell, the middle-aged man flew towards the direction of the island, and Dong Xing followed with his hands behind his back. Ghoul poaching group. It's just a group of villains chasing money. It's just a group of trainers with decent strength, doing dirty things, and they call it for money. Little do they know that they just have no dreams, they are just running dogs of the rich. But what makes Dong Xing feel strange is how much money the ghoul poaching group received to be able to come to the 7 islands from the resource-rich Kanto region. The middle-aged man arrived on the island first. Looking at Dong Xing in the sky, he smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Fujino. You look like a member of Team Rockets, right? I am Dong Xing, the new leader of Team Rockets." Dong Xing did not shy away from asking directly, "You should be a lackey sent by the Pokemon League." "That's right." Fujino scratched his head and said, "If I catch you, you will be worth a lot of money. The Pokemon League only pays me for information. If they can offer a higher price, I will catch you back. However, you killed so many people in my ghoul poaching group. How are you going to compensate me?" "Compensation?" Dong Xing raised his mouth slightly and said, "Then you leave your life here." As soon as the words fell, a figure jumped out of the sea. It was Greenangia just now. "It's a headache, it seems that we have to fight." Fujino took out a pokeball and said lazily, "Leave it to you, Seismitoad." The Seismitoad that just came out of the pokeball opened its bloody mouth and sprayed brown mud from its mouth. The mud was very fast and there was a lot of it. Each mud was like a small bullet. "There is something, but not much." Dong Xing looked at the black spots in the mud and understood everything in his heart. In his mind, the information of Seismitoad appeared. Pokemon, Seismitoad level, LV.68 attributes, water type, ground system features, water storage moves, absorb fist, mud shot, poison, round, bubble beam. It's true. Dong Xing was more certain of his guess. The mud sprayed out by this Seismitoad contained a slightly cool toxin, but I didn't know if it would work. Greenangia's hands lit up with white blades, and he waved them quickly, breaking up all the mud that was flying towards him. The mud fell on the ground and turned into a ball, as if it had dissolved. "Greenangia, use gunk shot," Dong Xing commanded. Greenangia quickly formed seals with both hands. Took a deep breath, and sprayed a stream of purple liquid from his mouth. As soon as it touched the air, wisps of white smoke appeared. "How terrible! This toxin is too strong." Fujino had a frightened expression, but he did not issue any orders. Seismitoad stood there, covered in purple venom, with white steam constantly coming out, but there was no pain on Seismitoad's face, instead there was a look of joy. The venom bags on Seismitoad's body kept squirming, as if absorbing the purple venom. "Interesting." Dong Xing raised his eyebrows and looked at Seismitoad thoughtfully. Although damage was caused, for Seismitoad, these injuries can be ignored. "Seismitoad, it's time to end. Use absorb fist," Fujino said with a raised eyebrow, with an expression of conspiracy succeeded. Seismitoad raised his fists, was wrapped in green light, and rushed towards Greenangia. Greenangia looked at Seismitoad's slow speed, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was full of disdain. But when Greenangia wanted to move, the mud ball under his feet fixed it, and his body almost fell to the ground. "Ha ha ha!" Fujino saw Greenangia's funny look and laughed, "You fell into the trap, your first Pokemon is no longer useful, quickly change to the next one." "Really?" Tose responded softly. Greenangia quickly formed seals with both hands, and said growl in his mouth. 2 vines quickly emerged from the ground and constricted Seismitoad's ankles. With a plop, Seismitoad fell heavily to the ground. Then, the vines constricted Seismitoad's body like a dumpling. No matter how hard Seismitoad tried, he couldn't break free from the vines. "Seismitoad!" Fujino shouted in surprise. The next second, the vines burst into green light, and the rapt seismitoad let out a painful wail. Hurry up and change the next one. If there is no one, I will do it. Tose said coldly. Although seismitoad is a water type plus ground type, it has certain advantages in attributes and is higher in level than Greninja. But in front of Greninja, who is proficient in ninjutsu, these are all nonsense. I underestimated you. Go, Hydreigon. Chapter 39, Kill Hydreigon with one move. Hydreigon. Dongxing raised his eyebrows slightly, and the information about Hydreigon appeared in his mind. Pokémon, Hydreigon. Level, LV.70. Attributes, Dragon, Dark. Features, Floating. Moves, Dragon Rush, Dragon Pulse, Body Slam, Hyper Beam, Outrage, Triple Attack. Come back, Greninja. Dongxing took out the Pokeball and prepared to replace it. Greninja's level was slightly lower, and it was a bit difficult to deal with Hydreigon. Did I let you go? Dragon Rush! Fujino roared fiercely. Hydreigon's body slowly rose into the air, surrounded by purple light, and the wind around it became faster. Roar! A fierce roar sounded in the sky, and the purple dragon shape was extremely ferocious, swooping down towards Greninja on the ground. Leave it to you. Deoxys. Dongxing still put Greninja into the Pokeball. Deoxys broke out of the body. Deoxys, who had just appeared, changed his body, and his limbs and body became flat and thick, as if he was covered with a thick tortoise shell. Blue light lingered around Deoxys' body, and the heavy feeling increased. Do you think Iron Defense can withstand Hydreigon's attack? Fujino said viciously. Bang! Hydreigon and Deoxys collided, and the violent explosion produced grey smoke. A stream of air shook and blew away the smoke in the sky. Then, Deoxys raised his wide and flat tentacles and smashed them directly on Hydreigon's body. Bang! Hydreigon's body, like a kite with a broken string, fell rapidly to the ground. With a plop, Hydreigon's body was unable to stand up again and directly lost its ability to fight. Is this counter? Fujino looked unbelievable. Although he didn't know what Pokémon he was facing, he didn't cause any damage with the powerful force of Hydreigon. Even when using counters moves, you should know that such moves are to return the damage to the opponent with twice the power when taking damage. Once, there were opponents who used such strategies, but all failed. Damn! What kind of Pokémon is this? It looks weird. Fujino's pupils suddenly shrank in joy, looking at Deoxys in the sky, feeling a strong sense of oppression. You don't need to know. If you don't have Pokémon yet, then I will send you on your way. Dongxing said lightly. Deoxys's body changed again, his head became sharp, and two red and blue tentacles on his left and right arms made people feel cold. Stop looking down on me. Fujino took out a Pokeball and said, Let me show you my beloved. The Pokeball was thrown, and a large moth Pokémon appeared in front of everyone, with blue eyes and a pair of red antennae wrapped around its cheeks. Dongxing glanced at Wrestling Hawkman and shook his head slightly. Basic information had already emerged in his mind. Pokémon, Wrestling Hawkman. Level, 79. Attributes, Flying, Fighting. Features, Breaking the Rules. Moves, Wing Attack, Detect, Aerial Ace, Hell Roll, Flying Pressure, Endeavor, Divine Bird Attack. I'll let you make the first move this time. Dongxing said lightly. Dongxing's eyes were full of a beautiful look. No matter what Pokémon the other party took out, he had a full-level Deoxys and was not afraid at all. However, the other party came all the way to the 7 Islands, so he had to give him a chance to perform. Wrestling Hawkman, use Aerial Ace. Fujino commanded. Aerial Ace is a 100% hit move in the game. Of course, it is difficult to achieve 100% hit in the anime. Most of the reasons for being able to hit are that the speed of the move is relatively fast. A fast and powerful attack will make most Pokémon unable to dodge. As a unique sign of flying Pokémon, Fujino wants to fight quickly. Through the previous battle, he learned that the Pokémon in front of him has a counter move. As long as he is fast enough, the opponent will not be able to react. But Fujino forgot that the one he was fighting against was the leader of Team Rockets, and the Pokémon he was fighting was also a phantom Pokémon, Deoxys. The wrestling eagle ran quickly, jumped up, stretched out his arms, and turned into a ball of light and hit Deoxys. Dongxing smiled and said, "Is this your aerial ace? The speed is too slow. Deoxys, show him what speed is." The speed of the wrestling eagle is not slow. As a veteran physical attacker, he is often seen in online battles. But Deoxys' body changed, his head became like the tail of an airplane, with 2 red and blue tentacles on the left and right, and his body was black. He dodged the attack by just turning sideways. The wrestling eagle passed by Deoxys. "It's a trap." Fujino's mouth slightly raised. He only saw the body of the wrestling eagle making a turn in the air. He went around directly, and his legs fell like hooks, aiming at Deoxys' body. Bang! This knee strike hit Deoxys' back heavily. "Success!" Fujino shouted excitedly. This is his wrestling eagle's famous skill, double aerial ace. Once the aerial ace fails to hit the opponent, it will change the direction of attack, control the feathers of the body, change the airflow, and use the flying knee strike. At such a close distance, not only the power of the flying knee strike is increased, but also the enemy cannot dodge. In Fujino's opinion, as long as he can kill this Pokémon, the opponent will only have 1 Greninja left. However, such a weird Pokémon should be worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, Fujino showed a greedy look on his face. Fujino saw that Dongxing did not react, and he was full of pride. He pointed at Dongxing and said, "You just said that you are the leader of Team Rockets, but now Team Rockets has perished, and you are probably self-proclaimed as the leader. Why don't you surrender and give up your P? Give me the Oakman, and I'll let you go, how about that?" Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Fujino with a caring look, and said leisurely, "How can you say this confidently?" "Ha ha ha!" Fujino laughed, "That's the fact. If you don't want to die, you'd better do what I say. If you don't make a move, you won't have a chance when I make a move." Dongxing said disdainfully. If he hadn't been forced to this extent, he wouldn't have been willing to expose his ultimate move. "Will you run this time?" Wrestling Eagle Man, continue to use aerial ace. Wrestling Eagle Man's body circled an arc in the air and came directly above Deoxys. The speed was very fast, covering up the whistling wind. How stupid! Chapter 40, Leader, there is good news. But what Fujino didn't know was that this was the effect Dongxing wanted. When using aerial ace, the speed will be maximized. As long as the Pokémon is not stupid, it can basically hit. Is the speed of the wrestling eagle faster, or is the speed of Deoxys faster? Bang! Bang! The bodies of the 2 Pokémon kept colliding. Every time they collided, it looked like the wrestling eagle took the initiative to attack, but for Deoxys, it was easy to shake off the wrestling eagle in the speed form. You can shake it off, but it's not necessary. In the face of the attack of the wrestling eagle, Deoxys' tentacles can resist. After several collisions, the speed of the wrestling eagle gradually slowed down, and the frequency of attacks became weaker. Too slow. Is it still called aerial ace at this speed? Dongxing taunted. You. Fujian frowned, watching the slowing down of the wrestling eagle, and could only worry in his heart. It's over, spirit breakthrough. Deoxys in the speed form suddenly changed speed, and his body lingered around the wrestling eagle man, forming a series of phantoms, like a wall. No matter how the wrestling eagle man moved, he could not get rid of Deoxys. Deoxys put 2 tentacles on his chest, a ball of purple energy ball, which was constantly gathered and compressed, and his eyes were fixed on the wrestling eagle man, as if locked on. In the high-speed state, the phantoms overlapped, and Dongxing and Fujino saw this series of actions very clearly. The wrestling eagle man stood there in panic, feeling the huge mental power, and a look of fear appeared on his face. "Wrestling eagle man, break out quickly!" Fujino yelled hysterically, as if he was making a final resistance. Bang! Boom! The huge energy ball burst directly onto the wrestling eagle man, and the powerful force penetrated the entire island, leaving a huge deep pit on the ground. The air wave hit again, and a black barrier rose on Dongxing's body, blocking the air wave. But Fujino was not so lucky. He was hit by the air wave whirlwind and fell heavily on the tree. Who are you?" After landing on the ground, Fujino looked at Dongxing with fear in his eyes. "I am the new leader of Team Rockets." "Dongxing," Dongxing said slowly, and Deoxys flew away. Soon, Deoxys flew back with a dying wrestling eagle man in his hand. Because of the powerful energy, the wrestling eagle man could not fight. Deoxys threw the wrestling eagle man on the ground, his eyes glowed green, and Fujino, who was lying on the ground, floated up. "Ah! This is, what are you going to do?" Fujino shouted hurriedly, his eyes full of fear, and he was terrified. He didn't expect that someone would attack the trainer. "Don't worry, you are of no value to me," Dongxing said disdainfully, "I want the Pokemon on you." As soon as the voice fell, Pokeballs flew into Dongxing's hands, and even the wrestling eagle man who had just fought was collected into the Pokeball. Deoxys returned to Dongxing's body, Psychic lost its effect, and Fujino fell heavily to the ground. "Tell me, how much money did the Pokemon League give you?" Dongxing asked slowly. "I said, can it be exchanged for a life?" Fujino asked. "No." Dongxing responded lightly, raised his foot, stepped on Fujino's hand, and rubbed the ground hard. "Ah! I said! Fujino begged, his eyes filled with tears. The last second he was arrogantly declaring his body, and the next second he became someone else's prisoner. But facing Dongxing's oppression, Fujino said truthfully, "The Pokemon League gave me 300,000 and came to find out whether there is really Team Rockets in the 7 islands. Then you saw it." Dongxing smiled slightly and moved his feet away. "Yes. I already know that you are the new leader of Team Rockets." Fujino begged for mercy again, "Please let me go, as long as you can let me go, I will never tell this matter to anyone." "Let you go?" Dongxing shook his head slightly and said, "You are also a person who licks blood on the tip of a knife. Don't you understand this simple truth? You can't kill me, my actions, the ghoul poaching group knows it." Fujino's heart was full of fear, but he wanted to live, and he said with a burst of desire to survive, "Once I don't go back, the people of the ghoul poaching group I will order a search. When the time comes, it won't just be the Pokemon Alliance that will come to the 7 islands to cause trouble." Hearing this, Dongxing stretched out his fingers, and the red tentacles directly strangled Fujino's neck, slowly lifting Fujino up. "Thank you for your reminder, but this is exactly what I want." After Dongxing finished speaking, his brows were filled with murderous intent, and his tentacles tightened. With a crisp sound of broken bones, Fujino paid the price of his life for his actions. Plop! Dongxing threw Fujino's body into the sea. Sharpedo and Gyarados in the sea would take care of the bodies. After doing everything, Dongxing flew towards the direction of Island number 1, with a hint of thought between his brows. An organization is not truly strong just because its leader is strong. If the people under his command could be easily defeated by masters like Fujino, then Dongxing would no longer worry about anything, but in fact Team Rockets did not reach this level. Except for Fujino, the cadres under his command are capable, but they also have to go through a hard battle. Dongxing's ambition is not only on the 7 islands. To conquer the entire Pokemon world, Team Rockets will invade various regions and will inevitably conflict with other forces. The previous Team Rockets, under the leadership of Giovanni, has also entered other regions. Both sides are also wary of each other's strength, and there has never been a large-scale conflict. And this time, the events on the Seven Islands are an opportunity for Dongxing. An opportunity to announce to the world that Team Rockets has rekindled. However, Dongxing is not satisfied with the arrangements of the Pokémon Alliance. In terms of status, strength, and power, Team Rockets is also one of the few in the ranking of power in each region. The Pokémon Alliance only arranged the ghoul poaching group, which did not take Team Rockets seriously at all. Leader, you are back. When everyone saw Dongxing coming back, they asked about the situation in a hurry. I said, the leader is invincible in the world, how can a few people be the opponent of the leader? Qian Shao immediately flattered him. Okay, these Pokémon, you can arrange them. Dongxing handed over the collected Pokeballs to Senju and others, even though there was a quasi-god like Hydreigon. But for Dongxing, these Pokémon were too ordinary, and they could never keep up with his pace. Leader, I have good news to tell you. Athena ran over in a hurry, her face full of excitement. Chapter 41 The Stable Development of Team Rockets. 3 days later. Johto region. Will came to Karen's room and said excitedly, good news, Team Rockets in Johto region has been completely cleared, and now no one knows the identities of the two of us. With our current status, the Pokémon Alliance will not touch us at all, but I don't know what the news is about other regions. Karen asked. Will thought for a while and responded, according to the information we gave, if there is no problem, all branches will be pulled up, and the two of us can rest assured. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The Pokémon League's suppression of Team Rockets was so smooth, and it was only with the help of the two of them that it was able to progress smoothly. The small bases in each city were all eradicated. By the way, what did Kanto region say? Karen asked. Will thought for a moment and then said, the 4 elites in Kanto region are no weaker than us. Don't worry, Team Rockets in Kanto region is gone. Ha ha ha, Team Rockets is completely finished this time, and we can rest assured. Karen said contemptuously, they only took action because they saw the benefits, but now we can sit back and enjoy the benefits. Don't worry about that. Next, I have to do my best, Will said indignantly. Inside Team Rocket HQ. Dongxing glanced at the points on the system interface. 34,000 points. These few days, I have already got so many points. Here comes a lottery. Mystery cannot save the innocent. Krypton cannot change fate. But he is stuck with a bug now. He basically gave away all the things he got from the last lottery to improve the strength of Team Rocket's coders. Faced with so many points, Dongxing just had the idea of lottery and directly suppressed it. Strength is the most fundamental. After thinking for a while, Dongxing got enough 2nd generation and 3rd generation Pokémon books. There are only 4,000 points left, fortunately, I will keep them for the next time. Although there are points coming in continuously now. The points obtained on the task are the biggest. After all, the rewards after completing the task are rich, not just points. Giovanni, where would he be now? Dongxing thought of Giovanni. His existence can directly affect Dongxing's status. If it was in the past, Dongxing would not dare to think so. But now he is the leader of Team Rockets. If Giovanni appears, it will be an embarrassing scene. If Giovanni does not die, it will be a threat to Dongxing. After all, he is a big controller, so he should be given some respect. Now all regions have been checked, and the Pokémon League has not found Giovanni. It is really a headache. Dongxing said lightly. He believes that there are still many people in Team Rockets who are loyal to Giovanni. I can only hope that you will not appear in the future. Dongxing prayed. According to the plot, Giovanni has never appeared again after the failure of Team Rockets. Dongxing frowned slightly. He knew Giovanni. Once he determined something, he could not change it easily. But Dongxing can be sure that as long as he can find Yin, he can find Giovanni. Forget it, I won't look for you now, and I hope you don't show up in Team Rockets. Dongxing shook his head and gave up the plan to kill Giovanni. Inside the laboratory, Jinling walked back and forth, looking at the Team Rockets members standing in a row behind him, shook his head and sighed slightly. What are you sighing about? If you have any questions, just say it directly. Athena asked unhappily. Jinling ignored Athena, looked down at the document in his hand, and sighed, Blaine is really smart. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it. However, I can try this information, but whether it can be made is still an unknown. Athena looked at Jinling as if she was looking at a fool, and said in a deep voice, It's just a defector, can you really research it? You can only give it a try. Jinling nodded and said, Although we have all the information in our hands, it will take time to make it. After all, you are not sure yourself, it's just an empty promise. Athena said lightly. Hearing this, Jinling was speechless. The Mutuo development plan is a highly confidential matter within Team Rockets. Even the developer Blaine only obtained information during exploration. What is most needed is the combination of mu genes and human genes to create a killer weapon. If there is mu gene, all problems can be solved. Unfortunately, there is only information now, and nothing else. You are right, I can't be sure. Jinling said excitedly, however, although we can't be sure of this plan, other plans can be, we can learn from them. If it is according to my idea, I can make a Pokémon that is more powerful than Mutuo. Really? Athena asked. I can still lie to you, but you just don't know. These are all secrets, only the leader knows. Jinling said softly. Athena heard this and didn't say anything more. Matters involving confidentiality are generally based on authority. Obviously Athena does not have this authority, even if she asks further. Jinling will not tell him anything. Unless Dongxing speaks up, this matter can let her know. Each department has its own highest authority and secrets, no one can cross it. Once you cross the boundary, you will be expelled from Team Rockets. Then how do you think these people should be dealt with? Athena asked. Jinling came to his senses, put down the information in his hand, and looked at the more than 10 people behind him. She kept looking up and down, like a robot, constantly scanning. Don't worry, there is no problem with these people, just leave them to me. Jinling nodded and said. Okay, these people are left to you. I will arrange the others. Athena waved her hand and said. After that, Athena left the laboratory, looking at the list on the phone, she couldn't help but feel a headache. When will the task of arranging these hundreds of people be completed? Athena investigated and asked everyone, although it was only a brief understanding. But there are still huge differences in personnel arrangements. According to Dongxing's meaning, everyone should be assigned to different departments according to their different specialties, and the most important thing is to look at the wishes of these people. After all, everyone has different ambitions and preferences. If you can do things according to your own preferences, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Just a word from the leader, the subordinates ran their legs off. I knew I wouldn't be in the same department with Jinling. Athena complained. Although she said so, her pace couldn't help but speed up a bit. Chapter 42 Molters and Ramday. Ding! Just then, a cell phone rang in the laboratory. Whose cell phone is it? Jinling immediately said angrily, I said, no cell phones are allowed in the laboratory. Whose cell phone is it? Athena heard this, with an apologetic smile on her face, and said, sorry, it's my cell phone. As soon as the voice fell, Athena looked at the cell phone everywhere, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly and said, sure enough, she can't hold on anymore and wants to find us. After saying this, Athena ran out quickly. Jinling wanted to continue to be angry, but Athena had already left. Only a few dozen researchers in the laboratory were left looking at him. What are you looking at? Work hard! Jinling roared fiercely, and was very angry with Athena. In his laboratory, everyone had to obey his arrangements, and no one dared to disobey his orders. But this Athena relied on the fact that she was the secretary of the leader and actually did not abide by his rules. If it were something else, Jinling would definitely not say anything. But in the laboratory, you must obey his arrangements. In Jinling's heart, a seed of revenge was quietly buried. In Dongxing's office, Dongxing looked at the information just transmitted back, and his frown relaxed a little. Kenta has already obtained the second gym badge and is still on the road. Everything is fine, and no local villain organization has been found for the time being. According to Kenta's current strength, Dongxing plans to let him start to establish a branch after obtaining the third gym badge. Similarly, people will be arranged on the 7 islands to provide support. The personnel arranged in the Hone region have not yet reached Mt. Pyre, and the whereabouts of the 2 orbs are not known for the time being. In addition, although the gym leader of Petalburg City is Norman has not yet taken up his post. Similarly, the whereabouts of Team Magma and Team Aqua have not been found. These 2 organizations are the most hidden organizations among the entire villains. But now Dongxing is still thinking about one more question. Once a conflict breaks out, can Team Rockets defeat these organizations? Faced with this situation, Dongxing is half happy and half worried. The happy thing is that Team Rocket's members can actively improve their strength. Since the opening of the library and battle facilities, the enthusiasm and activity of ordinary members are beyond imagination. It is precisely because of this that Dongxing has at least 5,000 points every day, most of which come from the improvement of members' strength. The worry is that the internal duel of Team Rocket's members does not increase points, unless they defeat wild Pokémon or other trainers. The population of the 7 islands is sparse, and few people have joined Team Rockets recently. You should know that new members can get different points according to the level of the trainer. Compared with fighting, the points are very few. The most fundamental reason is that the number of people is limited. In fighting, even if the Pokémon loses its fighting ability, it can stand up again after a night of treatment. Points. Fighting. Thinking of these things, Dongxing frowned. After doing so much, the overall strength of Team Rockets has improved, but it is not as obvious as imagined. Dong dong dong. A rapid knock on the door interrupted Dongxing's thoughts. Leader. Athena's voice came from outside. Come in. Dongxing responded lightly. Athena pushed the door open and said excitedly, Chief, I just received a message from Ramda, he wants to return to Team Rockets. Yet. After hearing the news from Ramda, Dongxing immediately became excited and said, Tell me about it. Like Sabrina and Lieutenant Surge, Ramda is a cadre in Team Rockets, but one is in Kanto region and the other is in Johto region. Lieutenant Surge, Sabrina, and Koga are all gym trainers, which is a symbol of strength in Kanto region. Although the cadres in Johto region are not very strong, everyone has professional skills, to some extent. The Team Rockets headquarters in the 7 islands lacks strong cadres and cadres with professional skills. The appearance of Ramda just meets Dongxing's expectations. In the comic special, Ramda is a master of disguise, but his position was not stable at the beginning, which caused Team Rockets in Johto region to suffer a heavy blow. Athena said softly, Ramda is now in Victory Road in Indigo Plateau. Although the Quartz Conference has not started yet, I heard that many people gathered there to capture Moltres. Ramda appeared in Victory Road in Indigo Plateau to avoid the pursuit of the Alliance. Now he is surrounded by enemies and dare not act on his own. He can only ask us for help. Speaking of this, Dongxing frowned, always feeling that things were too coincidental. Dongxing had seen the news about Moltres in the intelligence, but he didn't trigger the task, so he ignored it. And Ramda is a meticulous person who can send out a distress signal. I'm afraid he is at the end of his rope. But Dongxing is worried that it will be a waste of time. I guess the news about molters may be false. The Pokemon League may want to use this incident to attract more Team Rocket's members. Or other organizations. Athena said clearly. Dongxing nodded, without saying anything, and a sound rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission, capture the 3 sacred birds, 0/3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission, rescue Ramda. But Dongxing saw the mission column and it was directly with 2 main characters. It seems that we have to go. It seems that we have to go this time. I decided to go there myself. Dongxing said lightly. Leader. I am a little worried. Athena looked worried. What are you worried about? Dongxing asked softly. Athena explained, the 3 sacred birds are famous in Kanto region. I feel that this news is not only aimed at Team Rockets, but they seem to be targeting organizations in other regions. The Pokemon League may have known the news on our 7 islands. They have not made a decision yet, and they probably have not made time to deal with us. If you leave at this time, I am worried that there will be problems within Team Rockets. Dongxing was stunned. Although resisting the attack of the Pokemon League is the primary task of Team Rockets. But after several days, let alone Team Rockets, there is no news even from the ghoul poaching group. Do they not have an intelligence system? However, Athena's words made Dongxing look up to her. As expected of a Team Rockets cadre, she considers things far more than others. You think too much. Dongxing said lightly. Chapter 43 Training Thousand Hands. I heard that molters will appear during the Quartz Conference in Indigo Plateau. The time for the Quartz Conference is coming soon. Why don't we take action and go to Indigo Plateau to make a fuss and capture molters by the way? In this way, we can also gather Team Rocket's members. Athena said softly, with a confident expression on her face. In her eyes, Dongxing is already invincible. These legendary Pokemon in her hands can turn the whole world upside down at any time. However, Dongxing was shocked by Athena's remarks. Now the whole world is looking for Team Rockets. Isn't this a dead end? Dongxing reprimanded, it's just nonsense. Although he said so, Dongxing's heart was indeed moved. Let's not talk about how many trainers participated in the Quartz Conference, but there were many trainers who stayed on the victory road. They were all above the superior level, and most of them were professional trainers, each of them was worth at least 500 points. If there was a quasi-god among every trainer, that would be a huge profit. Of course, the consequences of attacking the Quartz Conference were terrible, and this crazy move could only be a fantasy for Team Rockets now. Dongxing continued, we are Team Rockets, not a suicide squad, let alone a suicide squad. It is unwise to appear in Kanto region. Except for me, you and Jingbian are the only ones in Team Rockets. Once you are entangled by the elite or gym leader, can you escape? Even if the molters incident is true, there are many people willing to capture him, and Ramda is trapped inside and unable to escape. Once Team Rockets goes to rescue him, it will cause great harm to Team Rockets. It's not worth it. Well, I didn't think enough. Athena nodded. When she considered this matter from the perspective of Team Rockets, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Dongxing thought for a moment and asked. I'm afraid the news about molters has been known to others. Are there any other people taking action? Athena replied, yes. I heard that there is a consortium recently. They hired the ghoul poaching group to capture the 3 sacred birds for collection. It is said that this consortium never captures other Pokemon, even quasi-gods like Dragonite are not rare, but they capture either heterochromatic Pokemon or legendary Pokemon. Dongxing looked puzzled. Are the ways of the Chables in this world so wild? Knowing that the Pokemon Alliance resists such things, they still do it. Chables and Ghoul Poaching Group. This is really a collusion, the running dogs of the consortium. In addition to this consortium, there is a man who claims to be a collector named Lawrence III. He also released the news that anyone who dares to capture Molters is against him, Lawrence III. Athena added. Lawrence III. Dongxing frowned. If he only said the name, he couldn't remember who it was. But if he said the title, many images flashed in Dongxing's mind. In the movie, Lawrence III is a crazy collector. Relying on high technology, he successfully captured Zapdos and Molters. If it weren't for Ash's interference, the three sacred birds plus Logia would have been conquered by this man. However, facing the collector Lawrence III, Dongxing was not worried. Go call Senju, I have something to ask you, Dongxing said lightly. Chief, if you have anything, just ask me directly. I don't care. I know everything. Athena said confidently. Go. Dongxing raised his voice. Okay. Although Athena was not satisfied, she ran out. After a while, Athena brought Qian Shao to the office. Qian Shao looked listless, with big dark circles under his eyes. Chief, do you want to ask me something? Qian Shao said with energy. Dongxing was not polite and asked, do you know the consortiums in these regions? Qian Shao nodded and said, of course I know. The situation in each region is different, and the consortiums are also different. Although there is no consortium on the 7 islands, we have convinced those who are slightly rich. They are willing to fund our Team Rockets and help us open up the business path. Team Rockets will also give them some rewards and protection. We also welcome such consortiums and families. If our Team Rockets has unique products, we will soon be able to sell them in various regions. Dongxing nodded and said, then do you know the relationship between the Kanto Region Consortium and the Ghoul Poaching Group? Qian Shao was slightly surprised when he heard this and said, these poaching groups are just dogs raised by the consortium. As long as someone in the consortium likes a Pokémon, they will send a poaching group to capture it. Once they capture it, they will get a generous commission. Of course, these Pokémon hunters have also done things of robbery. Compared with our Team Rockets, they are simply not up to par. Hearing this, also basically understood. Dongxing asked, then do you know about the appearance of Molters in Kanto region? I know this. I thought it was just hearsay, but after hearing what the leader said, I now doubt the authenticity of this news. Senju said disapprovingly. That's Molters, one of the 3 sacred birds. The legendary Pokémon. It's not the Raticate that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, nor is it a house bird. If the people of the Ghoul Poaching Group want to capture it, they must at least have the strength of a champion. Hunters who can have the strength of a champion will never work as dogs in the homes of local tyrants. People with strength often have confidence and dignity. But Senju looked at Dongxing's unchanged face and asked in a low voice, does the leader believe this? Dongxing shook his head first and then nodded, saying, I heard this news by hearsay, but you have contact with this circle, why don't you investigate the news accurately? Team Rockets lets you take charge of finances, and all its facilities are under your control. You can be regarded as a monopoly, but your style of doing things really disappoints me. Give you so much power, don't just care about your own wallet. Who is the consortium? Who are the people of the Ghoul Poaching Group? What level? What Pokémon do you use? You don't know these things. Don't forget your identity, and don't forget your position. No matter what region it is, as long as it can improve the strength of Team Rockets, you should know these things. Yes, I know I was wrong. Qian Shao immediately half knelt on the ground. Facing Dongxing's punishment, he was willing. He didn't feel any fear in his heart, but a heavy sense of shame. As a cadre of Team Rockets, he couldn't even control the authenticity of the news, and he was ashamed of Dongxing's trust in him. Dongxing waved his hand, motioned Qian Shao to stand up, and said, "Do you know what you should do now?" Chapter 44, Arrival at Cinnabar Island. "I know, I will investigate the news right away. Once I get accurate news and investigate it clearly, I will report the intelligence to you." Qian Shao lowered his head, spoke in a very serious tone, and every word was very clear. "Very good, I'll leave this matter to you, don't let me down again, and after you do it, I'll give you a reward." Dong Xing said softly, "By the way, such news does not need to be reported directly to me. Jingbian controls the intelligence department. Go tell Jingbian, understand?" "I understand." Qian Shao stood up and said. At this moment, Qian Shao was full of excitement. This good thing finally came to him. He learned from others that Jingbian, Athena, and Jinling had all received rewards from Dong Xing, and even ordinary members could get Pokémon props as long as they could meet the standards given by Dong Xing. And Dong Xing was generous and had all kinds of top-quality props. Once I complete this matter well, I am afraid I can get more rare things. Thinking of this, Qian Shao was full of energy. But Dong Xing was full of depression. He thought he could issue tasks, thereby earning points from the system, but after a few words, although the matter was arranged, no points were obtained. Could it be that for this kind of intelligence matter, we still have to go to the well? Dong Xing thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any way. The key is to ask the system, but the system didn't respond. That afternoon, Qian Shao brought the news to Dong Xing. Dong Xing saw the report in his hand, slowly stood up from the chair, and said, "These people's actions are obviously against the Pokémon Alliance." The Pokémon Alliance turned a blind eye to it. This is ridiculous. The target of the ghoul poaching group is molters. Once they appear, the Pokémon Alliance will definitely interfere. Our goal is to rescue Ramda. Qian Shao heard this. With a gleam in his eyes, he said. Then I will organize the members and select a few capable people to participate in this operation. Dong Xing waved his hand and said, "No need to arrange for other people to participate. I will handle this matter personally, and the rest of you should do your own things. The most important thing is to improve your strength. Like catching the legendary Pokémon, it's just a small matter. It's just right to leave it to me." Athena and Qian Shao looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Good guy, this leader is not polite at all. He is Versailles here. Capturing the legendary molters is actually a small matter. Of course, Athena believed what Dong Xing said in her heart. With the Pokémon in Dong Xing's hands, any one of them can fight with the legendary beast. If they fight together, then this matter is indeed a small matter. Leader. If you go alone, I'm worried about your safety. Qian Shao said in a deep voice. After all, he is the leader of Team Rockets. If the news leaks out and he is caught by the Pokémon League, it will be too embarrassing. Dong Xing glanced at Athena and said lightly, "Let's go, you go with me this time." Athena blinked excitedly when she heard that she was going out with Dong Xing, and said, "Leader, are you really going to take me with you?" "Of course. I said so." Dong Xing stood up and walked outside. The two came to the top of Team Rocket HQ. Dong Xing looked up at the sky. The sun had already set. The sunset was infinitely beautiful, but it was almost dusk. The entire 7 islands was covered by the barrier of Aurora Veil. People from the outside could not enter, and people inside could not get out. But Dong Xing was able to throw out from the Aurora Veil because of Deoxys. Now the news is that Ramda is on Victory Road. If he is rescued, it will be a great improvement for Team Rockets. This person must be saved. In addition, they can also search for information about molters. Once they find molters, they can capture molters. Dong Xing doesn't have to worry about strength. The only thing he has to worry about is capturing molters and dealing with the ghoul poaching group. To achieve these 2 points, he needs to use his brain. Dong Xing looked at Athena's outfit and shook his head slightly. The two of them were dressed in a single way, and they could be seen as members of Team Rockets at a glance. No matter which region, only Team Rockets put the logo on the chest of their clothes. However, these are minor problems, and they only need to be covered up with psychic. Leader, do you want to tell them by the well? Athena asked. No. Dongxing shook his head and said. There is no need at all. It is simply a waste of effort to do so. The cotters all have their own things to do. They should complete their tasks first. And Dongxing can also get more points. A blue light appeared on the bodies of Dongxing and Athena, and they passed through the Aurora Veil barrier directly. Athena was still in a daze, and the bodies of the two people were already suspended above the sea level. Do you have a flying Pokémon? Dongxing asked. Ah! Athena came back to her senses and said, yes. Athena took out 2 Pokeballs, and Honchkrow and Pidgeot were released. Athena said, Leader, you sit on Pidgeot first. After that, Athena grabbed Honkrow's ankle. Dongxing didn't say much, and sat directly on Pidgeot. On the surface, he looked calm, but he was very excited inside. Is this Pidgeot? This is a flying Pokémon. Dongxing reached out and touched the back of Pidgeot, and his fingers trembled slightly. Once in the anime, when Ash's Pidgeotto was in evolution, Pidgeot's handsome and heroic figure left an indelible mark in his mind. Now I can touch the Pidgeot with my own hands. Although it is not that one, I also understand a wish. Let's go. Dongxing waved his hand and said. Athena looked surprised and looked at Dongxing and said, Leader, shall we go to Vermilion City or Cinnabar Island first? Go directly to Cinnabar Island. Dongxing said lightly. Okay. Athena shook her head and commanded Honchkrow to fly forward, with Pidgeot following behind. In the entire Kanto region, Vermilion City is the closest place to the 7 islands. After arriving in Vermilion City, you can take the fast train to Viridian City. For the same distance, although Cinnabar Island takes a while to fly, it is the safest route. After arriving at Cinnabar Island, you can fly directly to Victory Road. 11 o'clock in the evening. Pidgeot and landed around Cinnabar Island, near the sea. Seeing that there was no one around, Athena said, Leader, let's rest here for one night and go again tomorrow morning Victory Road. Okay. Dongxing responded softly and slowly got off Pidgeot. At this moment, Dongxing realized the importance of flying Pokémon. No matter what happens in the future, he must get himself a flying Pokémon, at least the 3 sacred birds. Chapter 45 Master Trainer. The next morning, Dongxing and Athena set out again and didn't arrive at Victory Road until the evening. Although the distance was not far, Pidgeot and Honchkrow flew very slowly. Seeing that there was no one around, Athena said, This broken place is so desolate that no one can be seen. Let alone finding Moltres, we don't even know where Ramda is. Dongxing said softly, Don't worry, just walk around here first. It's hard to come out once, let's see what's different about Victory Road. Okay. Athena stared at Victory Road with wide eyes, feeling a little fascinated. As one of the 3 cotters of Team Rockets, she has been active in Johto region for many years. Although there is a Victory Road in every region, she has not been to such an iconic place. You should know that the trainers who can come to Victory Road are either strong or ready to become stronger. Once they become the region champion, it is a supreme honor. The two walked together and saw an unknown small town. Athena also looked around curiously. After all, she has been in a training environment since she was a child. The requirements for the cotters trained by the organization are very harsh. In the past, Athena either spent her time in training or in battle. Now that she has come to the city and left the environment of Team Rockets, her playful and curious personality was ignited at once. Dongxing looked at Athena, who retained this innocence, and did not interrupt her, but continued to walk forward. Don't play, we came out to perform the mission, let's find a place to stay first. Dongxing urged. Okay, I know, Leader. Athena stuck out her tongue, looking embarrassed. The two came to the hotel entrance, which was located in the center of the city, and the facilities inside were very luxurious. A group of trainers in uniforms passed by and hurried out of the hotel, attracting countless people to watch. Dongxing noticed the logo on their clothes, which was blue dots. It didn't seem to be a famous organization. Oh my god, how many people from the organization came here, what are they doing here? Don't worry, we are in the city, under the jurisdiction of the Pokemon League, they dare not mess around. I don't know which damn idiot said there are molters here, and many people from the organization came. It doesn't matter, our business has also improved, all thanks to these people to attract. When can I become a powerful trainer and join the organization? Bah! You are a rebellious son. You actually want to join these organizations instead of serving the Pokemon League. Old thing, what do you know? I'm doing this for my dream. Hearing the people around talking about it, they were used to seeing many organizations coming here in recent days. Many young trainers were envious when they saw these organizations. Under the protection of the Pokemon League, they have a stable life, but it is just stable. Athena disagreed and muttered, Team Rockets used to be more impressive than them. After this group of people left, the surroundings returned to peace. Dongxing was full of doubts. He didn't expect that so many organizations would emerge after Team Rockets was gone. Does the Pokemon League not care about it? When targeting Team Rockets before, they wanted to wipe out Team Rockets members from the world. Does the Pokemon League only target Team Rockets? The people in these organizations look like young people who are still wet behind the ears, but their strength is really not weak, and they are at least superior level trainers. Does the Pokemon League not know about this trend? Just a rumor about molters has attracted so many people. Looking at this scene and posture, there are quite a lot of people coming. Forget it. There is no point in thinking more now. Dongxing turned around and said, Okay, let's go, let's find a room to stay first. Well. Athena responded. The two of them came to the hotel, which is the largest hotel in the city. As soon as they arrived at the front desk manager said politely, I'm very sorry, I don't know what happened recently, so many trainers suddenly gathered here, and there are many guests staying in the hotel. The rooms are full. No room. Athena's face sank. Sorry, please go somewhere else. The front desk manager apologized. Okay. Then let's go somewhere else. Athena said helplessly. At this time, a gust of wind blew. The front desk manager, Athena, and Dongxing looked in the direction. A group of people in red uniforms walked in. The leader was a little thin and intimidating. Maxi. Dongxing's pupils suddenly shrank. This guy is here too. The leader of Hone region Team Magma actually dared to come to Kanto region. Give me 3 sweet. Maxi took out his ID and said lightly. The front desk manager shouted excitedly, 1-star master trainer. Welcome. It's an honor for you to come to our store. There are rooms. As long as you need them, we have all kinds of services in our store. Maxi glanced at him lightly and said calmly, Very good, we will give each of us a room. That's not a problem. The front desk manager said excitedly. 2 waiters ran over happily, with a flattering look on their faces. Please take a rest, the room will be ready soon. Athena was immediately unhappy when she heard this, and said angrily, Didn't you just say that it was full? How come there is a room now? Don't make a fuss, this is a 1-star master trainer, not comparable to you ordinary trainers, he has money, do you have it? The front desk manager taunted. If it were normal times, Athena would probably smash this store and let Team Rocket's members become the owners of this store. But this time is different, Team Rockets is no longer like before, and they still have to be low-key in doing things. Dongxing didn't interrupt, and looked at Maxi lightly from the side. This time, Team Magma only came with 3 people, the leader Maxi, 2 cotters under him, Flame and Fire Shadow. Dongxing was a little disappointed that he didn't see Fire Goose. That's a goddess-level existence. If he could dig her over, he could have another secretary. Although he thought so, Dongxing didn't plan to have too much intersection with them. After the 3 members of Team Magma left, Dongxing said, 2 presidential suites. Hey? You want a presidential suite? The front desk manager looked puzzled. That's right, 2 presidential suites. Dongxing said again. But, you. Dongxing waved his hand and said, Athena, show him your ID. After that, Athena immediately understood what Dongxing meant, took out her ID and handed it to the front desk manager. Chapter 46. Both of you, please stay. 5-star, professional trainer. The front desk Pokemon trembled. Excited heart, trembling legs. There are indeed a lot of big guys who came to their hotel today. For a moment, I don't know how to express it. Just in a moment, I offended a big guy, and I was heartbroken. Although the strength of the master trainer is higher than the professional level. But in the Pokemon League, professional trainers are often in various departments. To a certain extent, if you want to crush this small shop, it is easy to crush it. In other words, as long as the strength is strong, the master can achieve it casually, but Pokemon the difficulty of the assessment for working in the league is higher than that of the master level. The most important reason is that most professional trainers are people in the Pokemon League system, and their status is not low. The masters come and go, but the system remains the same. Of course, this is what ordinary people think, but Athena's professional trainer qualification certificate, although powerful, does not allow her to hold a position in the Pokemon League. When she was in Johto region, it was not her turn to be a gym leader, and in the end, she was left with regret. Wait a moment, I'll arrange a room for you two. The attitude of the front desk manager changed instantly, and he was extremely polite. Dongxing was not surprised to see this scene. No matter where he was, there were such people. As long as he was 1 level higher than him, or a little higher, he would immediately show his obedience. Leader. Athena said in a low voice. Before she finished speaking, Dongxing interrupted, We are outside, don't call me leader, just call me brother. This is not good, brother, it's my fault, then how to pay for this money? Athena asked in a low voice. My goodness, the presidential suite is not cheap. Although Athena is a gym leader, she spends her days in training and rarely comes into contact with these things. But she has heard that many rich people specifically ask to stay in the presidential suite. The price is expensive. So she didn't make any preparations this time. Don't worry, we are out to do things, of course, we spend public money, ask Qian Xiao to reimburse, if you don't have money, just ask him directly. Dongxing said softly. Understood. Athena nodded. With Dongxing's words, she would not be polite. It's just public spending. Who wouldn't spend money? At this moment, Athena had already figured out her little tricks in her heart. The girl's heart that had been dormant for many years suddenly broke out at this moment. Dongxing looked at Athena's expression and always felt a little weird, but didn't say anything. Anyway, Team Rockets is really not short of money. The funds in Dongxing's hands alone are equivalent to the annual salary and bonus of all Team Rockets. In the surprised eyes of the front desk manager, the two came to the presidential suite. Bang! When the door of the room was closed, Dongxing couldn't help the ecstasy in his heart and looked at everything in the room curiously. Wow! Is this the presidential suite? It's so luxurious. This fucking cup is all inlaid with gold edges, amazing. My god, I feel like I'm living in a dream. This bathtub is really big. Dongxing looked at it all over. Although he was a manager in his previous life, but due to the limit of money, he has never stayed in the presidential suite. Now that he has money, he naturally wants to spend it well. What Dongxing didn't expect was that in the presidential suite, there were not only things used by people, but also items used by Pokémon. In addition to basic treatment equipment, Poke Blocks were also distributed. Okay, you all come out too. Have a good rest today. There may be a fierce battle tomorrow. Dongxing released all his Pokémon and let them feel the charm of money. After Deoxys came out, he looked around with his eyes, expressionless, and then returned to Dongxing's body. On the contrary, Marshadow was like a curious baby. As a legendary phantom Pokémon, he had a certain yearning for human society. He not only looked around, but also broke some things. But these damaged things were all included in the hotel room fee. Greninja, who was silent, had to sit aside and look at Marshadow's eyes, which gradually changed, as if looking at a fool. Dongxing didn't care about them and enjoyed his life. Soon, Zeraora and Naganadal also joined the ranks of demolishing the house. No words were spoken all night. After getting up in the morning, Dongxing and Athena met up, but Athena bought a lot of things that night. Dongxing looked at Athena with a shy face and understood instantly. Facing Athena with a girlish heart, Dongxing didn't say much. He put all 30 bags of things into the system space. Under Athena's admiring eyes, the two left the hotel and set off directly. It is worth mentioning that Athena had some extra lunch boxes and drinks in her hands. This time, the two did not choose to take a flying Pokémon, but chose to walk. Dongxing wanted to walk around and see if there was any movement of molters on the instrument. The two came to a forest in the suburbs. While resting, Athena frowned and whispered, "Leader, someone is following us." Dongxing nodded calmly. He ignored the people who followed him and rested on his own. "Please stay, both of you." The stalker seemed to have noticed something and spoke first. Dongxing and Athena turned slowly and saw a young man in his early 20s. "What do you want?" Athena asked. "Ha ha ha, I want to buy something from you," the young man laughed. "Buy something?" Athena and Dongxing looked at each other and frowned slightly. Neither of them bought anything. The only thing they could use as a commodity was the rice balls in their hands. "If you're hungry, the rice balls are free for you," Athena said softly. The young man ignored Athena, his eyes fell on Dongxing, and continued, "I'm not here to beg for food. I saw that you two are generous and have the R logo on your clothes. It seems that you two should be Team Rockets. Recently, the Pokémon League is tracking down Team Rockets. I guess you two know it. I guess you two have a high status in Team Rockets. You came here because you saw the news of molters. Why don't one of you come with me?" Dongxing said lightly, "So you like the two of us, tell me who you like." Greninja, who was eating tree fruits, was confused and looked at them suspiciously. Why did he feel murderous for no reason? He is not a good person. Chapter 47 Richard, the Master of Chatter. The young man nodded and said, "I got up early this morning and was lucky to see you. I also know that the level of the two trainers is not high. You are at most 5-star professional trainers, and my strength is above yours, so please don't resist, just one person is enough." Dongxing asked, "So you are very confident?" "It's hard not to be confident when you are strong." The young man said slowly, "I have been talking for a long time, but I haven't made a move. You can see my sincerity. If I really make a move, you two will not have a good ending. I always ask for fairness in doing things. I only need one of you two. As long as I can exchange for enough funds, I will naturally not ask for more." The words revealed his disdain for Dongxing and Athena, and even looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. Dongxing shook his head slightly, with a bitter smile on his face. How come he met such a weirdo when he just went out without molters seeing him? What a fair and just thing. Since you can speak openly, I won't hide it. I am the new leader of Team Rockets. I see that you have some potential. If you leave today, I will pretend that nothing happened. Dongxing responded calmly. The young man smiled slightly, and said with disdain, "To be honest, the Pokemon League has been reformed now. If I had my previous temper, I would definitely not talk to you like this." "Then what will you do?" Dongxing asked curiously. The young man said calmly, "Of course, I will capture both of you and torture you, and you will confess naturally. But the current Pokemon League does not agree to do this. Except for your clothes, I have no solid evidence to prove that you are the members of Team Rockets." Athena covered her mouth and laughed. "What's the difference between what you do and those bounty hunters?" "Difference?" The young man responded calmly, "The only difference is that I will discuss with you. Those bounty hunters don't have the patience like me." Hearing this, Athena couldn't sit still and wanted to get angry immediately. Anyway, now that the identity has been exposed, there is no good hiding. If a fight breaks out, it must be approved by Dongxing. Athena had no choice but to look at Dongxing. For such a thing, as long as the leader gives an order, she will be ready to take action. The young man took a look and said, "I have investigated. You are just a 5-star professional trainer, but according to my understanding of the Pokemon League, there is no one like you in it. So, your ID is fake. I didn't expose you directly yesterday, which is also a face for you. I hope you can give me a face." "Give you face? Do you mean that one of us should go back with you?" Dongxing asked in confusion. The young man showed a sly smile on his face and said, "Of course. You stayed in the presidential suite yesterday, and you are not short of money. It would be a bit difficult to convince you. However, if you are willing to spend 50 million to avoid disaster, I am also happy to make friends like you. I know you came here because of Moltres." Dongxing and Athena looked at each other, and then set their eyes on the young man in front of them, looking at him as if he were a fool. This guy is so talkative. At first he said he wanted to arrest them, and after a mouthful of words, he finally wanted to make friends and spend money to avoid disaster. Is he still asleep early in the morning? The style of doing things is hesitant and verbose. I really don't know what he wants to do. But before Athena and Dongxing could speak, the young man smiled and said, "My name is Richard, I am a special trainer, but my strength is above that of a professional trainer. I'm too lazy to go to the Pokemon League to qualify." Richard. No wonder he is so talkative, he is just bored. Although Dongxing has not seen many bounty hunters, Athena has seen many, but there is only one person like Richard in the world. It is really him. Athena's mind flashed with Richard's information, and she whispered in Dongxing's ear. Dongxing nodded lightly, thinking that no matter which world, there would be people who were bored. As for Richard in front of him, although he was easygoing, he would be crazy once he entered the battle. It is true that Richard is a special trainer, and his strength is indeed above that of professional trainers, but he never spared any of the Pokemon in his hand, and would not stop until he killed the opponent's Pokemon. For this reason, he could not be promoted for life, and from then on he became a bounty hunter, wandering freely in various regions, and wherever there was excitement, he would be there. Richard had only 2 hobbies in his life, one was making money, and the other was making friends. If you don't want to cause trouble, it's best not to pay attention to us," Dongxing said lightly. After that, he and Athena stood up and walked to the back. Dongxing said lightly, "We are not people you can provoke. This is a kind advice to you. It's good to be a trainer in a daze. Don't join in the fun." Bang! Boom! Just as the voice fell, a dull sound came from the distance. Dongxing frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the sound, with some doubts in his heart. Moltres has not been found yet, how can there be a battle? Richard explained on the side, "You two should be careful and listen to my advice. Don't join in the fun casually. Moltres is real this time, and many people from the organization have come." Dongxing and Athena ignored him. "This person is just a chatterbox." Richard changed the subject and said again, but now I think it's good for you to go. If your Pokemon is taken away by people from other organizations, I will take you back. But, after you get it back, you too must go with me, otherwise, I will suffer. Richard looked like he deserved a beating, and didn't care about the crisis at all. You are such a jerk. Athena burst into anger, took out the Pokeball and said, Hat-Rene, use Psychic. A pink humanoid Pokemon appeared in front of everyone, and just as it landed on the ground, it attacked Richard. A powerful mental force gathered into a colorful beam and attacked Richard. Boom! The colorful confusion fell at Richard's feet, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, which was 5 meters deep. Although this attack did not hit Richard, it was a warning. If Richard pesters again, the attack will fall on Richard. What a precise attack, Auntie, you are so powerful! Richard praised. At the moment Athena launched the attack, he was not afraid at all, and did not move a step. Chapter 48 Moltres is besieged. Auntie! This sentence seemed to have touched a nerve in Athena, and she yelled angrily, What are you talking about? Bastard! After saying this, Athena glanced at Dongxing and knew that this was not the time to get angry. She had to suppress her anger and said unhappily, If you continue to bother us, the next attack will be on your side. On your body. Really? I want to fight you too. Richard said lightly, with an extra Pokeball in his hand. Boom! Bang! The sound of fighting came again in the distance. This time the sound was more urgent than before. Dongxing glanced at Richard. He was just a wild trainer. There was no need to waste time on him. The most important thing now is to catch Moltres. Athena, stop it, let's go over and take a look. Dongxing said lightly. Athena glared at Richard, then put Hat-Rene into the Pokeball, and released Honchkrow and Pidgeot at the same time. As soon as the two Pokemon appeared, they looked at Richard with hostility. After seeing the two Pokemon, Richard frowned and did not move forward. This time I have all the strength to burst out, hurry to the front. Athena commanded, and the two Pokemon flapped their wings, bursting out with powerful power, causing the surrounding airflow to be temporarily turbulent. As the two Pokemon left, it gradually returned to calm. Richard saw this scene and showed a surprised expression on his face. There must be a lot of secrets hidden in these two people. If they can be dug out, they may make a fortune. Richard said lightly. Richard has a morbid obsession with the target he has set his eyes on, and he will not give up no matter what. Unless he can't beat the other party. But he overlooked one point, even as a mount Pokemon, being able to show strong strength is no longer something that ordinary people have. You too, the front is dangerous, I advise you not to go. Richard rode on Dragonite's back and lowered his body. For Dragonite, it is easy to catch up with Honchkrow and Pidgeot. This is our business, and it has nothing to do with you. Dongxing responded lightly. Athena snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Although Richard was a bit of a liar, his style of doing things showed that he was bold and careful. But being bold and careful does not mean you have strength. Dongxing looked at Dragonite with the corner of his eyes, frowning. What kind of Dragonite is this? So small. However, it is also cute when it is small and exquisite. But now is not the time for you to chase us. Dongxing's eyes flashed with blue light, and just looking at Dragonite, the speed of Dragonite immediately slowed down. Looking at Dongxing and others flying forward, Richard was thinking. Richard touched his chin and murmured, should I chase them or not? At this moment, Richard was very entangled in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the backs of Dongxing and others, and couldn't bear to give up the bounty. He made up his mind and said, chase. I'm not going for Moltres. That's right, that's what I said. If they fight with others on the way to capture Moltres, it would be best if both of them were injured, and then I would capture both of them, ha ha ha, killing two birds with one stone. After saying that, Richard urged Dragonite to chase after them. Bang! Boom! On a mountain on Victory Road, a huge figure with fiery red flames on its body kept tackle the barrier in front of it. When Dongxing saw the fiery red figure, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was indeed Moltres. And around Moltres, there were a large number of Pokémon surrounding it, and it was caught in a fierce battle. The light screen composed of dozens of Pokémon blocked Moltres inside. Bang! Bang! Moltres' body tackled the light screen and made a loud noise. Dongxing was a little far away from Athena, and when he was about to arrive, he secretly put Pidgeot and Crow into the Pokeball, changed to walking. Although flying Pokémon is fast, it is huge in size and in the air, making it easy for everyone to target. For this kind of thing, it is better to be low-key. On the tree, there were several people wearing blue and white clothes, and their hair was all purple, which looked extremely weird. Dongxing slowly rushed forward, occasionally looking up to observe the movements of Moltres. My goodness, these organizations now look very non-mainstream. Athena complained. Just a glance from a distance, you know that the other party is a member of an evil organization. Whether it is the uniform or the hairstyle, it is simply ugly. It is not as good as the uniform of Team Rockets, and these people are also ugly. Even if it is a pure passerby, just a glance is like giving a big slap in the face. Leader, do you want us to attack? Athena asked. Dongxing looked at the distance and said, don't worry, let them play first. After seeing the strength of the other party clearly, make plans, you contact Ramda to see if he is nearby. Understood. Athena took out her phone and started to contact Ramda. Dongxing looked at the battlefield in front of him with a playful smile on his face. The trainers in front of him were smart, but not smart either. The smart thing was that they could Moltres blocked, but it was just a blockade. The unwise part was that although they controlled Moltres, no one could cause damage to Moltres. For Moltres, breaking through the barrier was just a matter of time. The barrier formed by light screen and reflect could hinder the actions of Pokémon. But it needed cooperation. The last time a real blockade was done was by Sabrina, one of the 3 leaders of Team Rockets, gym leader of Saffron City. Mr. Mime of Sabrina covered the entire urban area. If they didn't use the power of Pokémon but used technology, the only one who could do it was Team Rockets. Use Aurora Veil to block the entire island. However, the strength of these trainers in front of them was average, and it was obvious that they were no match for Moltres. Bang! The sound of the body tackle barrier kept coming. Moltres seemed to be enjoying it. Dongxing had a playful expression on his face. Although this Moltres was a legendary Pokémon, it was still very kind to humans and did not hurt them. Crack! There was a loud noise. A crack appeared on the barrier, and Moltres broke through the barrier and flew out. After coming into the air, Moltres did not rush to fly away, but turned his head to look at those Pokémon. With a flap of his wings, red flames rushed towards the Pokémon that released the light screen. The red flames immediately covered the whole body as soon as they were touched. Most Pokémon did not even release the light screen, and fell directly to the ground, losing their ability to fight. At this moment, the battle fell into silence. Let's go, we have to speed up. Chapter 49. Let's go now, it's not too late. Dongxing and Athena headed in the direction of Moltres. They saw many trainers of all kinds along the way. Some wanted to catch Moltres, and some wanted to witness the style of Moltres. Most of them are ordinary trainers, just like ordinary people, full of curiosity about the legendary Pokémon, but they will not capture them. The remaining part of the people are members of various organizations. Seeing these people, Dongxing's mind emerged with a sentence, when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. In Kanto region, without the constraints of Team Rockets, these garbage organizations have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. However, compared with Team Rockets, these organizations are just thunder and rain. Soon, the two came to the vicinity of Molters. No one noticed Dongxing and Athena, and the two successfully blended into the crowd. Athena pointed to the person in the distance and said, "Leader, look, this is the person we saw yesterday." Dongxing looked in the direction, it was Maxi. At this moment, Dongxing frowned slightly. The Maxi in front of him was very different from the one he remembered. You should know that Team Magma is an organization of Hone region, and Maxi is the top leader. Although he is good at using fire Pokemon, it does not mean that everything related to fire Pokemon will appear. The entire Team Magma is only good at using fire Pokemon. What they pursue is the super ancient Pokemon Groudon. An organization worships Groudon like a god. However, the dog licked until there was nothing left. The failure of Team Magma and Team Aqua lies here. In the surrounding area, in addition to Team Magma, there are people from other organizations. Most of them are unknown to Dongxing. In addition to Team Magma, Team Galactic and Plasma Group did not appear. However, among these organizations, there are the bikers that Dongxing is familiar with. Although everyone's strength is very weak in the game, from the momentum alone, everyone is like a husky that has run away. As the number of people increased, the atmosphere began to become tense. Molters in the air, like a king, raised his proud head and looked down at the people below. Dongxing looked at the people around him, seemingly calm on the surface, but still full of tension in his heart. And in Dongxing's mind, the system prompts sounded. Ding! The Bosozoku is detected, which is an enemy force. Please pay attention to your own safety. If possible, please eliminate it. Ding! The Pure Land Gang is detected, which is an enemy force. Please pay attention to your own safety. If possible, please eliminate it. Ding! The Zhuhua School is detected, which is an enemy force. Please pay attention to your own safety. If possible, please eliminate it. Ding! The Amaterasu Kingdom is detected, which is an enemy force. Please pay attention to your own safety. If possible, please eliminate it. Ding! The Infinite Realm is detected, which is an enemy force. Please pay attention to your own safety. If possible, please eliminate it. Whu. Are they all hostile forces? At one time, the system named 20 to 30 organizations, all of which were hostile forces. Dongxing looked around, feeling helpless. He saw people from different organizations talking and laughing, and it looked like they were targeting Team Rockets. An organization that was wiped out by the Pokemon League, what are you enemies of? Sooner or later, we will wipe you out. However, for Dongxing, it is better to be careful. Once the identity is exposed, it will cause public outrage. It may be difficult to capture Molters from so many organizations. Deoxys, Greninja, Mars Hedo. It is not a problem to escape unscathed, but how to capture Molters? This is a task given by the system. At this moment, Maxi threw a Pokeball, and the Hokage and Flame standing behind him threw 2 Pokeballs each. A white light flashed, and 5 swallows appeared in the air, staring at Molters. Maxi from Team Magma has taken action. Someone exclaimed, and everyone focused their attention on Maxi. Maxi felt everyone's gaze and sneered, "This Molters will belong to our Team Magma. I advise you not to get in the way, otherwise you will be the enemy of our Team Magma. Baka! Can you capture Molters just because you want to?" A man in a grey uniform pointed at Maxi and cursed. The man in the grey uniform obviously did not accept Maxi. After all, this is a legendary Pokemon. It has not been captured by anyone yet, so anyone can capture it. Even if the Pokemon League is here, they will give it a try. Now you, Maxi, tell them to stop, and they stop. What are you? This is Kanto region, not your Hone region. Dongxing looked around and did not find anyone else attacking Maxi. But everyone had different expressions on their faces, holding Pokeballs in their hands, and the atmosphere became more tense, full of gunpowder, and the battle could break out at any time. However, now that everyone is gathered here, the most powerful organization is Team Magma, and there are many people from the Pokemon League in it. Athena was excited, constantly looking at Maxie and the man in grey uniform. She just loved to watch the fun, and didn't worry about the matter getting out of hand. While looking around, she kept muttering, "No one is here to catch Pokemon. Everyone, watch. Can you catch Moltres just by watching? You really can't stand Maxie, why don't you do it? Really, what's the point of being so nagging?" Dongxing was helpless when he heard Athena's complaints, and a figure came to Dongxing's side. "Two handsome guys and beautiful girls, we meet again. Richard." Dongxing was even more helpless. Could this guy be a pervert, playing stalking? But compared to this person's style, he was both good and evil, and he was very brave to come here. Richard glanced at the people around him, and all the members of the organization had a particularly ugly look on their faces. They were afraid of Team Magma, and they were just a small organization. Unlike Team Magma, a large organization in the Hone region, although the two regions are far apart. But it is still easy for Team Magma to bring down a small organization. "Handsome guy, if it weren't for the bounty of you two, I wouldn't come to this place," Richard said softly. Dongxing didn't say anything, and quietly observed the surroundings. His eyes fell on Moltres. Facing 5 swallows, Moltres' eyes were full of disdain. The battle was also imminent. Richard lowered his voice and said, "If you leave now, you should still be in time." Chapter 50 The Battle of Two Turtles. "Hey!" Dongxing looked suspicious, feeling that there was something behind his words. It seems that this kid knows a lot of information. Richard glanced around and whispered, "In a while, the Pokemon League will be out. Capturing Moltres is just a cover, and Moltres is just a bait." Athena wondered, "How do you know this is a cover? If I tell you, can you follow me? I will give you a pair of fine silver bracelets." Richard said lightly, "Once the Pokemon League takes action, no organization participating in this event will be able to escape." Dongxing smiled and said, "We died in the melee. Isn't this the picture you want to see? Why did you suddenly tell on me?" No, you misunderstood me." Richard explained quickly, "Although I know that you two are from Team Rockets, your status in the organization should not be low, and the bounty on you should be very valuable. Besides, I know I am not your opponent. Look at the others, who is a normal person? Those who wear strange clothes are just weird. None of them are normal. Now I am really optimistic about Team Rockets, after all, is the first in Kanto region and Johto region. A big organization is still worthy of respect." "Ha ha ha, worthy of respect." Dongxing laughed helplessly. Even Athena on the side changed her expression, trying hard to hold back her laughter and listening to Richard's flattery. Richard said, "Looking at the expressions on your faces, I know that I am right." "Wow! Good guy!" Dongxing exclaimed in his heart. This person's brain seems to be seriously ill. At first, he said he wanted to arrest them and fill his gold library, and now he started to brag about Team Rockets. Let's not talk about Richard's logical problems. After just this operation, anyone would be confused. Dongxing said lightly, "There are so many organizations here. It is difficult for the Pokemon League to catch them all." Richard shook his head and pointed at Maxie and said, "Don't think that Maxie from Team Magma is here. Look carefully, Team Magma is all faked by people from the Pokemon League. In addition to Maxie, people from Team Aqua are also here, but they are just marginal figures." Dongxing glanced over after hearing this. Just as Richard said, Team Aqua Archie did not show up, not even the Cotters, and those who came were just ordinary members without any combat power. Richard frowned slightly and said, "Look at the people from other organizations, which one of them did not bring more than 10 or 20 people, and those who came are already important members of their organizations. Dongxing looked at Richard calmly, and his evaluation of Richard in his heart was a level higher. As a pervert who lives alone, he is indeed not an ordinary person to be able to reach the level of a special trainer, and he is very well informed. It's a pity that the intelligence of Team Rockets has just been unfolded. If he could know, he and Athena would not come here. Just then, several swallows appeared in the air and attacked Molters. It was still the man in grey uniform who shouted, "Maxi, this is not your home region, even if you haven't occupied home yet. Molters is our Kanto region Pokemon. It's not your turn to catch it. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, so as not to anger the public." Molters paused and stayed in the air, narrowing his eyes slightly at the sudden swallow. Swallow's wings turned silver-grey, as hard as Audiobook, and very fast, crashing into Molters in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Molters spread its wings, and balls of flames splashed everywhere, forcing Swallow back. Seeing this scene, Maxi said viciously, "Although Molters is a legendary Pokemon, it is also a wild Pokemon. Everyone has the right to catch it. I advise you not to make trouble for no reason." But his voice fell. Everyone around laughed. Only the Hokage and Flame of Team Magma did not laugh. Dongxing looked over. Maxi's high-profile behavior really angered the public. Although everyone came from different organizations, they were all local forces in Kanto region. And Maxi was from Hone region, and he would probably be beaten up by everyone. Regional rejection often appears in an instant. It's just that Dongxing really doesn't know any of these scattered organizations. Even the memory in his mind has no relevant records. It is very likely that these organizations are not important enough. When Team Rockets was popular, they had not appeared. Now that Team Rockets is gone, it's their turn to appear and want to compete for the position of the leader. Firo, use Aerial Ace, don't attack Molters, beat Swallow back first. The man in the grey uniform said. 5 Firos came out of the Pokeball, bursting out with powerful speed, and rushed directly towards Swallow. Even when facing Molters in the sky, they did not give in for a second. Originally, Molters was the focus of everyone, but when Firo appeared, the nature had changed. Molters flying in the air seemed to understand something. After the body slowly rose, it did not fly away immediately, but stopped to watch the show. Maxi's eyes swept over everyone and said lightly, "I didn't come here to see the faces of you trash. You'd better not disturb my mood. In addition, although this is Kanto region, if Team Rockets is here, our Team Magma will never dare to set foot here. Unfortunately, Team Rockets is gone. You cats and dogs, dare to be so presumptuous. Exploding Tortoise Beast, it's your turn to appear." Maxi released the exploding flame turtle beast, looked at everyone with a stern look, and said, "You also want to compete with me for Molters, okay? Let me see if you have the strength to do so. Then I will come to ask for your advice." At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out. On the empty face, except for the exploding flame turtle beast, one more blast was. As soon as he said he would start, the barrel on Blastoise's back aimed directly at the exploding flame turtle beast, and 2 water jets were ready to go. Richard took a look and said lightly, "Although this Maxi is a fake, he is also very strong. This person is a pure-spirited young man, who came up just to give away heads. Although water type can restrain the fire type, it must be under the condition of similar strength. Now it seems that even if it is attribute restraint, as long as the exploding flame turtle beast can be forced to use 30% of its strength, it is considered a success. What do you think?" After speaking, Richard glanced at Dongxing, as if asking Dongxing for his opinion. Dongxing ignored him and watched the changes on the scene indifferently. As long as Molters is fine, other things have nothing to do with him. Athena is also a good watcher, watching Blastoise fight the exploding flame turtle beast. The battle between the 2 turtles is extremely exciting.